this composition, have to make a decision. Where do we want to defend? Is it on our Phoenixes? Is it on the tier 2s? I think they could probably slow down some of these tier 2 sieges. Right one's a foregone conclusion. Snatty's nowhere to be seen. Big Slim stopping his back. So maybe it could be just a Phoenix siege here. If Chinfu can keep Dragon separated into the jungle, he should have vision on him now. Could make it easy to take away this bird.
Chinfu in the wall throws out one Veil, doesn't find much, but the right side Phoenix will go down regardless. Dragon eats a lot of damage, but he'll be able to get on out for now, but Diesel crashes back. Sada has the Deathbane to find his way out and the Blink. A lot expended by Dragon just to get himself out of the team fight. Right side bird is gone, and tier 2 and mid now looked at by the Weavers.
The Weavers are still so healthy. I think they can stick around, take out this tier 2, back up to the Primal, and then head back to base if they so choose, especially considering they've already got the minion wave. But it's a team fight, a Fire Giant, and a couple of towers in their back pocket, and 2,500 gold in hand for Diesel. It's an entire item. Might as well head back to base, not play any risky style here. Might as well just go ahead, work through all the guaranteeds, dot your I's, cross your T's, and then start your siege back up in earnest, which is exactly what they're going to do. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Primal Fury drop on the way to whichever tower they so choose. I'd like to see the Anansi Weavers go ahead and start down the left side of the map, and it seems they agree, as they are working their way that way. But the Tanuki getting over-aggressive again. They're so far up in the jungle.
Bitey almost caught out by Mando, but had the dash to get away. Nayu uses his leap to try and separate himself from the frontliners of the Weavers, while the backliners will take down the Primal Fury. So another objective goes the way of the Weavers, and with all 5 on the left side of the map, should be an easy tier 1 and potentially tier 2 tower, unless we see the Tanuki step up to defend.
Tanuki show presence of 2 on the right-hand side. Seems to me they're willing to make the trade, and it seems wrong. They immediately head back to base once they realize the Weavers are pushing down this left-hand side. Don't even take out that tier 1 tower. Rightfully so. They made short work of both tier 1 and tier 2 and are rapidly approaching the Phoenix. Dragon just now headed back to base. Keep your eyes on the initial siege, it might go quick.
Mando finds the silence on Snatty, who's down to a 3rd HP. Will be forced back to base. The airstrike already gone from Bitey, while Big Slim has been tanking up this Phoenix. And it's still standing on its last leg. I mean, there's one Talon holding this thing up at this point. It takes one auto from anybody who's got some damage to take it down.
Got it.
And finally will go down. The Weaver's a little delayed on that one. And now their Fire Giant buff, still with another minute 15 to go, could just take out this final tier 2 tower.
Yeah, minion wave pretty close by. The Weavers could grab that if they so choose before they start to approach this tier 2. Only one bird left standing for the Tanuki, so you gotta think they're gonna dig in their heels soon. Not on the tier 2, preferably on the Phoenix, but far up positioning and a good initiation from Snatty will isolate one.
Snatty does get one, Bitey low, and the revive is not going to be enough to save him out just yet. Does manage to get out, but Sops finds Dragon all the while. Snatty still pushing Mando out, and is making sure to keep this team fight alive for his team specifically. Big Jim gets pulled back, but he'll be fine. It's a wall instead that goes off Snatty, and Sops will pick up the double.
2-for-1 trade. Diesel will fall down, so the best part of the Weavers' push, the ability to remove these structures, is lost out a fair bit. If they are allowed to get Chinfu close to the Phoenix, it will go down pretty quickly, but otherwise, it's going to be a slow burn in the 4v3.
He has some decent clear to hold back. Hurrywin rooted, but will dash away, and Sops will immune the axe toss by jumping up into the sky. Now, Fire Giant wearing off in just a few seconds. The Weavers will back themselves away and take their prize. They got the right side Phoenix and a left side Phoenix a little bit further delayed, and that should be enough for them to make the reset, wait for Diesel to come back, and get set up for the next Fire Giant.
And looking at the Fire Minion waves where they stand on the map, it is going to be very difficult for the Tanuki to defend the Fire Giant and their base at the same time. Fortunately, right side Phoenix will be spawning very shortly, only 1 or 2 more Fire Minion waves contend with there, but that left side Phoenix being as pushed as it is, literally approaching the Titan as we speak, it's going to be difficult. I think the Tanuki have got maybe enough time to push out 1 or 2 waves on the left-hand side, but Diesel, already showing presence on the left, could just go ahead and pressure there himself and then TP over to the Fire Giant if his team so needs. Considering you've got a clean out with Bumba's Spear, you don't really need your ADC to do the objective. I've kind of talked myself into it. I like that play. I'd like to see Diesel put some pressure on the left side of the map, force one member of the Tanuki to rotate over, defend their Titan, and then just TP to the fight. But instead, standard. Let's get all 5 here. Why risk it? You're playing with like 14,000 gold in the lead.
Big Slim eats some damage from Snatty and Nehu. They don't necessarily need Diesel because they got a Trebuchet in his place to start pushing up that left side. Mighty will push up a couple of minion waves and leave the rest to the defense of his own minions. Will now rejoin back at the base and join up with his team. But Fire Giant's already at half HP. It's an enhanced Fire Giant at that. This could be the game-ending objective. Mando Warrior goes to the back line, finds some good damage onto Neu. Does find the ultimate to hold him in place. But Neu gets revived back, and Big Slim makes sure to have the wall to close off an escape path. But maybe that was to seal his own fate, surrounded by 3, but still living through Santa Dragon. Goes down to Chinfu in the first casualty of the fight.
What a clean wall from Jim there. Just blocks his own Fearless. He would have been pushed way deep in enemy territory, but from there, Santa Dragon says, we can't just let him get away. Like, we have to find something. This is the only guy who's in range. He's the only one who's got any bit of follow-up potential on him, so he utilizes that Circuit ultimate. But when you ult an enemy, you're stood exactly where they are, and he decides to stand still inside of a clean out ultimate. Chinfu's damage output just too high for this Circuit to deal with. Now the Weavers back up to the fire, re-pull, drop it low.
It's going to be up to Hurrywin to steal this one away, and that Rising Dawn doesn't do a whole lot of damage. Enhanced Fire Giant goes to the Anansi Weavers, and Neu had to stick to the left side to defend against the Fire Minion Waves and the Trebuchet. Right Phoenix healed up a little bit, back to around 40% HP, but it's a weakened Phoenix. It'd be an easy pickings for the Weavers. At least for the time, they're going to group up around mid.
And if they are allowed to touch this Phoenix, it will evaporate. Enhanced Fire Giant means you don't need to worry about backdoor protections. 5, 6 autos from Diesel will do it.
Mando in the back finds 2 with the ult, but both of them able to find a leap to get on out, but they weren't the target. It was the Phoenix that went down. Snatty finds a Fearless onto just Big Slim, who will be able to walk away with the rest of the team. Both side Phoenixes have respawned, but as mentioned earlier, they're both weakened and will go down very quickly.
Diesel does lose his bead, so he's got a target on his back now. If Yomi Tanuki can close gap on this Chernobog, it could be one way in.
Chinfu finding a lot of damage against Santa Dragon. The 1v1 of the junglers goes heavily in favor of the Weavers, and so does the left Phoenix. That one falls just as quickly as it had respawned, and the Weavers will regroup themselves to the right side. The Yomi Tanuki will have all 3 Phoenixes down should the Weavers get their way on this right side team fight. Big Slim stunned out, but he'll be fine just for now. Sops rooted in the back line, but it's a Fearless, or it's a Lawbringer, I should say, to the back by Sandy. Gets pushed back and finds a lot of damage up against Sops. Diesel down to a quarter HP. Santa Dragon trying to find the one pick for his team, the one pick that they need. The revive is good to keep Santa Dragon alive, but Diesel still lives throughout all of it.
Mando Warrior forced to use his ultimate for damage mitigation, still dropped to 10% HP. The Phoenix is finally taken off the map, but can the Weavers make it out alive? Big Tim, Sops, both creating a little bit of space, but Chinfu may have stuck around a little too long. Both ADCs, the Tanuki, staring him down, and Diesel goes in. This guy's crazy.
Diesel went into 3, but he has his dash to get on out. Chinfu still there, and a few members very healthy. Everybody is re-engaging into the fight, though. Big Slim is not a healthy one. He's down to 1 more auto from Bitey to take him down. And Santa Dragon now in the back line. Sandy finds a good push up against Diesel, and Santa Dragon finds the killing blow. Now it's Sopsu's low, and Bitey goes down. Shinfu's putting out a lot of damage and finds the double kill in the midst of the 2v1. Sandy finds a good push, but the Angel will hold on for Chinfu. Sops finds the kill up against Snatty, and that's 3 more down from the Tanuki.
3 strong on the Weavers, and Hurrywin now caught out. A good fear buys a little bit of time for the rest of the Weavers to close gap, but not enough for them to finish off the kill. Mando Warrior's tanky, though. He can do this indefinitely.
Mando Warrior holding on to Neu, and Neu has to go back to the fountain. The Anansi Weavers will push in at the end of it all. 35 minutes in, and 22 kills to their name to take game 1.
Just clean team fights towards the mid-game, and around that 13-minute mark, the pace really started to pick up and started favoring the Weavers pretty greatly. The front line really is the difference maker, though. Snatty has a great performance. I will not take away from that tier, but Mando Warrior similarly surviving 2v1s inside the lane, rotating through, finding 4-man ultimates, setting up with 3-man fears. This Hades, they might have just earned a ban.
Well, the Weavers find themselves some success in game number 1. We'll see if they can continue that trend in game number 2 right after this.
Welcome to Quick Trip. Need a dog sitter? Need a hand? Need your wallet? Need some milk? Need a slice?
Need some roller therapy?
Need an extra large? Woo!
Need me to get that spider out of your car?
I'm not going in there.
Yeah, that actually happened.
If you need it, we have it. QT, more than a gas station.
But when I go for a ride, no matter how perfect the momentum, the rotation, it all comes down to one thing: tires you can trust.
Michelin, motion for life.
11, are you listening?
She's our friend and she's crazy!
Your suffering is at an end.
Let's go.
Bada, bada, boom!
What's up, Jake from State Farm?
Sup, Ash?
Finding the right makeup is never easy. So there I was, my last lecture of the day, and everyone is being so quiet. And then the student raises his hand. Professor, you've got a little... Thanks. That makeup didn't make the cut. And you don't have to try them all to find the ones that do. Visit me, Beauty Professor, on the LTK app, where you can shop thousands of products tried and styled by real people.
Introducing the all-new Wanna Get Away Plus fare. Want to give your flight credit to your mom so she can visit?
Go for it.
Want to turn your trips into rewards flights faster?
Be our guest.
Want to plus up your trip? Now you can. The all-new Wanna Get Away Plus fare. It's still bags fly free and no change or cancel fees, plus so much more.
Anansi Weavers able to find themselves a win in game number 1 to get themselves a nice start in this best of 3 up against the Yomi Tanuki. The mid and late game team fight presence of the Weaver squad just a little too much for the Tanuki handle. There was some fight back, at least on the side of Tanuki, but maybe just not enough. And maybe kind of a callback to what you were calling for very early in the game, Iflin, which was some answer to the sustain that was on the side of the Weavers. Only, from what I could tell, a single anti-heal item picked up to try and deal with it. And it's on the Uller, maybe not the best applicator of it, but at the end, the team fighting from the Weavers really did just seem to be a little bit better.
I think it was frontline diff, man. The front line of the Weavers had to worry about one type of offense, and it was physical. So they went straight down the physical defense tree, whereas the Yomi Tanuki's front line legitimately just wasn't as tanky. They weren't allowed to make as many mistakes. They weren't allowed to initiate nearly as aggressively. So even when opportunities arose, the Weavers could at least deal some damage back to the front line. Or if Hurrywin went out of position or tried to initiate a fight, he just died. Big Tim Slim Jim, or whatever his name is, could just walk in, get fearless, get slammed by 8 dudes against his own wall, eat a Surcat ultimate, and he's still just walking out. Quad physical drafts just ain't it. Unless your one magic damage like does damage, but it was a Capri.
Like the Habwa or Poseidon or something like that in the jungle. But we didn't see one of those this time, and probably one of the least damaging Guardians that you could have drafted for something similar to that in the Kepri. Now, Hurrywin did have some clutch ultimates, did have some great plays.
His ults were great.
But unfortunately, when it is just all this physical damage, there was, what, 2 Witchblades picked up, Spectral Armors galore as well. It's just not enough it's not enough offense from the Yomi Tanuki to break through the front line of the Weavers.
No, but individual plays, I think you do have to sing the praises of some of these players. I mean, in particular, I really liked what we saw from Snatty. What was it, one team fight where he gets a 3-man fearless into a 2-man fearless into a 1-man fearless and nobody that he Fearless died, but it was still awesome.
Yeah,
Like, it was a great
cool.
initiation, even towards a team fight that doesn't go so great for them a little bit later on. You're going to notice a thread. Most of the team fights weren't going the way of the Tanuki, but it was a two-man Fearless initiation from Snatty in the enemy Tier 1 mid tower that really sets up. And even then, nobody he Fearless dies because you don't have any damage built behind you. But as far as mechanical plays go, Tanuki had it. They're playing just fine. The play on field is there. I think they lost in the draft.
Well, we'll have to see if they can change up that draft for Pix and Bans, at least in game number 2. Maybe draft a little bit more magical damage into their pockets, or if they are going for this quad physical, maybe some actual magic damage instead of just a lone Khepri to kind of be that facilitator in that instance. Though, I think you're right to talk about Snatty. Maybe not necessarily warranting a ban on this tier. It definitely doesn't feel good as a top 3 to ban the tier. Maybe in the bottom 2 in that kind of instance for the Weavers, because Snatty was putting up big damage, some big defense. I think he had 30,000 player damage of his own, second highest on his team. Definitely a highlight player amongst there, but the Weavers cannot just get, or the Tanuki cannot make a draft like that again and allow the Weavers to have everything that they got.
Agreed. I had maybe thought we'd see a Hades ban, considering how just immaculate the performance was from Mando Warrior, but not the case this time around. Yomi Tanuki can continue down just a standard tree. Baron Samdi, Chernobog, Jingwei from them. On the other side, Nemesis, Mercury, and Yamoja. So across the board, these are bans that you could see in any SPL match or any high-tier ranked game. These gods are very good, and they can really just win you a game on their own, so we're going to remove them from the table. And in that situation, Tanuki take Ull first for themselves, some flex potential, could go back towards mid if they so choose, could be the Soul Hunter for this draft and play towards that duo lane. The only thing that taking Ull in the first slot tells you is that Ull's in the game. You could say the same thing about Kleena, but Kleena was flanked by Bastet, so it is a little bit more likely that we will see.
to Athens.
Wow, it isn't more likely for either one, but considering the history, maybe Kleena jungle.
Yeah, I think based off of last game and also the history of Mando Warrior, who really has been playing a lot of this Bastet in Season 9, I'd likely slant my bets over towards Bastet going to the solo lane, but then again, still that flexibility and the ambiguity between those two. But on the other side, Yomi Tanuki, they grabbed an Athena, which we've been seeing traditionally towards the support role, but then a Khepri right after, so Athena jungle, or maybe even Athena solo possibly out here for the Tanuki.
Yeah, I'd want to see the rest of the draft before I make a quality statement on where this Athena is going to go, but assuming that it isn't support, and I don't think that's an assumption when Khepri's locked in, he doesn't really have the same level of flex that everybody else does in that Guardian tab, but Athena jungle's got pretty decent early game. The shield bash is a really good initiation tool, does deceptive damage. If you're auto-canceling with reach, you've got pretty decent range as well as burst potential. Now the Confound has damage on it as well. She really does fit that style of play. Similarly, we've seen her in the Soul Lane, as you were talking about just a moment ago. That was, I believe, Ducky, who has some great performances on Athena solo previously. Uzi's got a couple games on it. That time, when you're playing her there, it's all about the global presence. It's all about getting pressure over towards the duo lane, forcing fights where your enemy Soul Laner can't keep up with you, can't follow you. But with Gold Fury as strong as it is now and so difficult to clear throughout the early portions of the game, I think I might prefer to see this Athena in the jungle.
Well, just about everything on the Weavers draft is the same from the last game. The only difference is that Bastet has made its way instead of the Hades that was prior. Then Kleena, Kabrakan, and Hugh Wong. Gonna be on the side of the Weavers, though. Now with the Chernobog gone, it will have to be a new look for the Hunter at the very least. Meanwhile, Yomi Tanuki have rounded out their draft with a Hou-Yi and a King Arthur, so this Athena will be slotting itself over to the jungle, and then a Hachiman to round out the draft. We haven't seen Hachiman in a little bit of time here, Mifflin.
No, but he still is just fine. Like, Hachiman, I feel like, is always going to be either very good or just fine. And right now, we're in a just fine phase, where his damage output's all right, his wave clear's okay, he's got a pretty decent team stim with the Heavenly Banner, but he's mainly just incredibly survivable, harkening back to when he was the most survivable hunter in the game, alongside Jingwei. But then Heimdall came out, and he was like, I'm the most, and that's just the case.
And now we know who, at least in your opinion,
Oh,
that's
and
maybe the
Charybdis.
top 3 safe. Oh, now we have Charybdis.
God, hunters just get safe picks, man.
They really do.
Must be nice.
Now Yu Huang gets a really nice safety tool in his third ability with that lead.
Where are safe assassins at? Robin, I guess?
I mean, yeah, Robin, ultimate, overhead kick. Those are both pretty good. Ratatoskir's got a dash and then an ultimate that takes him pretty far.
Well, that's all initiation.
But also, you got to take a while to get up to those ultimates, whereas some of these other ones are pretty instantaneous. But game number 2 between the Tanuki and the Weavers. Weavers up 1-0 from their victory in game number 1. And a new look for Snatty. It was on the tier, this time swapping over to a different stance switcher in the King Arthur in that solo lane. Still starting with that Bluestone startup.
Yeah, King Arthur, I think, is really good in the current meta, going towards Sovereignty immediately. Glad Shield, if you so choose, really allowing you to act as that lane bully, utilizing Bluestone, which is now back in the meta. You have just more abilities than everybody else, which means you've got more ways to proc that passive. Just really, really good damage output. And I've not been too experienced in the King Arthur versus Kleena matchup, but I have to assume that it's pretty hard to deal with as the Kleena. King Arthur just has ways to deal with those channeled abilities. He's got pretty consistent damage output. He's going to clear the wave a little bit faster as well. Generally, Kleena solos will max out the flickering visions. I'm assuming that we're going to see that here yet again, which means fight potential is all going to go to King Arthur as well as clear, at least for the first 6 or 7 levels.
Well, in the duo lane, pressure is at least towards Hurrywind and Bitey this time around. So instead of Jingwei for Bitey, now moving over to the Ho Yi, which we've been seeing a little bit of a rise up whenever it came to this 9.5, especially with the bonus that he gets from that Mark of the Golden Crow. We'll see how he can do against some of these tankier targets, or maybe not so tanky targets. I mean, Mando Warrior back on the Bastet solo, Chinfu taking the Kleena. The only true frontline damage, or the frontline tank, I should say, for the Weavers is going to be Big Slim on this Cabrakan.
J-Mac, I have to apologize to you and the fans at home. It's not Kleena solo. That's a Bastet. They're both effeminate assassins, and I'm going to stick my ground.
One's a cat and one's a ghost.
So if you guys were curious about what Kleena versus King Arthur is like, I've broken it down, and now I get to talk about it with Bastet. It's the same. It's the same. King Arthur's going to own that matchup.
Might even be easier for the King Arthur in that case. Chinfu does get pulled back before he can get into the wall. The silence will push Snatty away. But the blue buff will still go the way of the Yomi Tanuki. A solid invade by the Order side team to get themselves an early lead. And they've been able to start it out. 400 gold up with no kills just yet. This is just coming from the farm play of the Tanuki.
Tanuki doing a good job of controlling the majority of farm on the map. And I think it's mostly just pushing these waves into tower, especially over towards that soul lane. Every single wave so far has gone into tower for Mando Warrior. He's losing out on at least 2 to 3 minions worth of gold for the most part. As he's starting to approach level 4, level 5, it's going to become a little bit easier for this Bastet to keep these waves out. But as of now, Snatty doing a great job of just utilizing that pressure and maintaining a slight golden experience lead.
Snatty will put up some pressure up against Mando. Mando going for the Soul Eater rush after his blue stone so he can get some extra sustain to go alongside of his passive in order to keep alive in that lane where Snatty has a lot of options available to him. We've seen Sovereignty, we've seen Stone of Gaia, Glad Shield. Those are all 3 items that we've been seeing from these King Arthurs time and time again. Curious as to which one he'll start first. I believe the last set that we had a King Arthur, it was a Stone of Gaia first item, but Sovereignty's always been right there with it.
Yeah, looking at the gods on the Anansi Weavers, there's not really too much that's going to proc Stone of Gaia, as Big Tim has been pulled in and Athena's dunked down. That's a lot of damage, and first blood over to the Tanuki. That's the presence of Athena. It's not dissimilar to a Thor in that anytime they're on the map, every time that ultimate's available, you have to be concerned about the presence. But it might be a little bit stronger. Anywhere on the map, at all times, at any point, she could show up in some of these fights. You step too far forward even once, you initiate a fight, and you're not thinking about the fact that Sada Dragon can be there, well, that's probably when he's going to show up. And he does so this time around, and that's first blood for his team.
Chinfu taunted in by Sada. We'll get a little bit of poke from the Athena jungle. Not quite having his full item online for either of the junglers so far. Snatty will try and get aggressive back towards this blue buff as it is respawned. Chinfu going to do his best to hold that one out. It does get secured by the Weavers, and Snatty may have stepped a little too far forward. He's going to need some help from his jungler, but the taunt just off the mark by Sada. Snatty is still fighting back, but should go down to Chinfu and Mando Warrior. The question is who's going to get the kill? It'll be Mando.
Chinfu forced to use his beads, though, as Snatty's able to get that one out of him with the piercing thrust. Just a great ultimate placement from King Arthur, able to separate that fight. I'm not certain that you need to beads that. Chinfu beads it because he wants the kill and he doesn't want Mando Warrior to get it for himself. So now 2 minutes until Chinfu's got any form of CC immunity available to himself. Could be that Hurrywind could abduct him, make it a little bit easier to set up for the rest of his team there. An axe from Nehu, a taunt from Sada Dragon. A little greedy play from the jungler. The Weavers might come back and bite him. Keep your eye on that relic timer. We'll see.
For now, Sada Dragon will just go back and farm up his speed buff. It looks like it's going to be a few stacking items across the board for the Weavers. Mando goes back to get his Soul Leader Transcendence on the horizon for Chinfu as soon as he can get back, and then a Warlock Staff for Sops. Diesel not going to go with a stacking option in the duo lane. We've been seeing it usually kind of coupled with the Death's Toll, but this time it's going to be Letter Cal into Iqbal for the Hachiman.
Still bringing the same level of boxing potential. Maybe not as much sustain as a Death's Toll would have brought at this portion, but the upgrade options for the Cal just so much better, I think, than what you're going to get from the stats as a hunter of like a Death's Embrace or a Death's Temper, which is why we're starting to see this itemization early on. And up against Bitey, who is playing Hou Yi, coined the anti-hunter hunter. I suppose this is just a fine build path. Diesel will likely get the better end of the majority of 1v1s, and if things get hairy, we've already talked about how safe Hachiman is. And, well, he might need that safety if this is how the lane's going to go.
Yeah, Bitey's just going to throw out ricochets on cooldown and find those stuns up against Diesel, though. Diesel should be fine under his tier 1 tower. You know what, I say that, but then I also have to say that that's not true because it is a Hou Yi. One bad ricochet could double or triple tap somebody
Or
and
a
take
good
them
ricochet.
out. A good ricochet could do so.
Yeah, it's all about perspective.
Snatty in danger at the blue, picked up by the cat and has to use the bead. Satyr Dragon's here a little bit earlier in the wall from Big Slim will lock Snatty down. The King Arthur will fall one more time, and this time yet again to Mando Warrior.
The Anansi Weavers have fought back time and time again on this blue buff now twice. I don't know why I said it like that. It's only been the 2 times, but both times the blue buff has been approached by Tanuki. It has not gone their way. Bede's going to be coming back up in about 30 seconds for Chinfu, who has not played any more cautiously since he's lost them, so it won't be a difference in decision-making. As Satyr Dragon may have stepped too far forward, does not use the dash, so he's maintained it. Thought maybe we'd see him trying to approach with a reach and steal away that blue buff, but he thinks better of it and will disengage. The Weavers doing a good job controlling some of that farm on the right-hand side of the map and facilitating Mando Warrior on this Bastet, making sure that he's not falling too far behind. Snatty was getting the better end of every single trade on the right-hand side, and if you look at the charts now, he's a level down.
Yeah, full defense item for Snatty with the Sovereignty and then the tier 1 round shield picked up, so should be able to sustain at least a little bit better during these matchups. So Amanda Warrior the better end of the experience, though even though experience does favor them on the right side, that being the Weavers, the Tanuki are still maintaining a 1,000 gold lead. They've been able to find their farm elsewhere, even despite the fact that Snatty's been bullied so much in that lane.
Yeah, it's been a lot of around the duo lane. It's almost exactly what Snatty was doing, right? Both side lanes for Tanuki are just leveraging pressure, and the Weavers have decided to, well, deal with Snatty, I suppose. They've been having him be rotated on. Chinfu's been there consistently. We've seen Sops make a couple rotations over towards that lane. Big Slim was legitimately just there. Whereas Diesel, on the other hand, has been left alone on an island. I imagine communication was like, hey guys, Mando Warrior's doing okay now. He's got like a level lead. Maybe come over here, help me a little bit. And there has been no attempt. He has just been stuck in that tier 1 tower.
And Diesel hasn't gotten to do much. And we see where at least some of that net worth has been popping in. It was about a 500 gold lead earlier from what I spotted between those 2 hunters because Bitey's had all that pressure, all those left side Harpy camps and that castle camp been going the way of the Tanuki's hunter. We do see Transcendence nearly finished up for Bitey. That'll be a big power spike for him. A little bit of CDR added to the mix. Goes a long way whenever you have this Hou Yi getting those suns online just a little bit more often.
It does, but I gotta assume if he's gonna continually sit on tower line, eventually someone's gonna rotate over from the Weavers. It's not as if Hou Yi is like an incredibly safe pick. He's got a leap, a stun, and a slow. That's like it. That's it for self-peel. 1 bead stops literally all of that. So if he continually just sits on that tower line, if he tries to continually put some pressure out onto Diesel, could open the door for Chinfu to make his rotation over, but the last 10 minutes have indicated to me that Chinfu's got higher concerns, and it's the blue buff. It's the enemy blue buff for the most part. I don't even know that he's made a rotation past the red of his own team even once so far this game.
And he finds an ult up against Mando Warrior. Mando used the second part of his leap to go backwards, used the ult to pick up Snatty, but Snatty beats it instantly and should be able to find the solo kill. Needs 1 more hit. And Snatty turns it around, evens up the XP in the solo lane with a pick of his own. Satyr Dragon goes in, finds a double taunt. And Big Slim is to separate himself from Chinfu, pull in by Hurrywin. Not going to get a whole lot of follow-up from there, and sends a lot of follow-up back onto the Khepri. And Hurrywin uses his ult to disengage.
Yeah, using it essentially as a cleanse there. Not really a whole lot of damage, but I suppose better safe than sorry in that exchange. Satyr Dragon connects the taunt onto the Kabrakan, but maybe bites off more than he can chew. Does avoid the dueling dragons, and does eat the wall from Big Slim, but will survive nonetheless. Satyr Dragon just not even worse for the wear there. Spear of Desolation to the first slot, can be looking towards a Breastplate of Valor pretty soon. This Athena might just be acting as a secondary warrior an initiator for his team. This is a very bruiser-style build. Surprising, considering the history of Satadragon just going for completely glass cannon-style builds, even when he does elect to play warriors in the jungle. I suppose he likes the ability to initiate for his squad.
He goes back in because he's got backup from Satadragon. A Blink Taunt finds Chin Fu. Saddy finds a good bit of damage up against this clean dash in from Sata, but he's lost vision on Chin Fu. Instead, they'll turn their sights over towards Mando Warrior. Ultimate out, but ultimate missed by the Bastet solo. For now, both the Weavers will get out, but they lost a good bit in trying to find their way out.
Yeah, every time we tune in over to the duo lane, we'll notice Bitey has been on this tower line, and things have not changed. I suppose we've seen good reason now why the Weavers are putting so much emphasis on the solo. Snatty from 0-2 was able to take out a 2-0 Mando Warrior. Tanuki, though, will be taking the pressure on the right-hand side. Pyromancer dropped low, and not a single Weaver in sight.
Tanuki grab the Pyro, and they'll be able to extend their gold now. 2,500 up for the Yomi Tanuki, 1,500 experience. Not a whole lot at this stage of the game. Mostly just using that experience from what they were down earlier, especially in solo lane when Snatty was a level and a half down from Mando. He's closed that up, even built himself a small lead. Spidey continues to find pressure up against Diesel, even going for the Serpent Camp steal. Diesel is just defaulted to have to clearing out his own camps on the depths of his jungle.
I'm starting to get a little frustrated, J-Mac.
If
I'm Diesel here, I'm throwing
yelling.
my head like, come on, guys. He's allowed to do whatever he wants. I can't even go for my own Naga. Like, can somebody show up? Bitey's just doing literally whatever he wants. He has not concerned himself a single time. And even looking at the ward coverage, like he's got 2 wards on the left side of the map. That's pretty easy for a jungler to get past, especially one that actually walks through walls. Legitimately does not concern herself with the geography of the map. Just walks through them. Regardless, Bitey's been allowed to put out pressure. Power to Bitey. But it's not like the Weavers are like even dominating the other side of the map. Like Chinfu isn't dedicating his time to something like a greater cause. Like he's not slamming objectives or like owning Snatty. Snatty's doing just fine. I don't know. Get somebody over there. Somebody control this guy.
They were owning the right side of the map for a little while, and then Snatty found a solo kill, and now they're not owning the right side of the map. Instead, it's Snatty owning Mando Warrior, and yet another 1v1 finds him with the ultimate and forces a leap out of Mando Warrior. Rotation from the Weavers, at least hinted at by the ping there, but not going to follow up. The Tanuki solo laner, Snatty, is just allowed to do whatever he wants in solo lane, similar to how Bitey's just allowed to do whatever he wants in duo.
No. Difference is Chinfu's on the right side of the map, all right? Like, Chinfu could get involved in the solo lane if he so chooses. He hasn't, not in a little while. Instead, he's been spending a lot of his time farming up, which is why he's got a slight advantage over Satadragon. Athena at level 11, Chinfu now at 12. And, well, Satadragon's getting involved.
And Mando Warrior down. Didn't even need the actual damage from Satadragon's ultimate. Just there as an assist and a little bit of mitigation for the solo laner to find yet another solo kill up against
Diesel
Mando.
Doesn't know?
So it took
Neither of them
people, neither of them paying attention to each other. Bitey on the worst end of that trade. Diesel goes up onto the cavalry, but Bitey jumps out a little too early. Has to use the beats and the Aegis to get away. The Sun's in response by Bitey. And now we see the first rotation to the dual lane. It's Big Slim walking over. And that's all he's gonna do is just walk over.
Did he not? He must have had like the 1 for some additional movement speed. Let me look at the ultimate. Yeah, his little gems filled up.
He just walked over.
He just
casually strolled by.
Bro, Bitey must be unkillable. This guy must be unkillable, bro. He's just gotta be. Nobody wants to look at him. He's like John Cena, bro. Like it doesn't make any sense, dude.
Big Slim will start at the purple buff, so that way Diesel can at least get some farm. But again, Diesel forcing to split to get any farm at this point. Oh, by the way, Bitey's back, fully resustained in lane, and with a
2 levels up.
1.5 level lead up over Diesel. Hurrywin will pick up at least one of the offerings, which I even forgot that was a thing with how much has been going on literally everywhere else on the map. There's a Trebuchet in the Tanuki's dual lane. At any point, Bitey could say, okay, I'm bored of this lane. I'm just going to send this to do my work instead.
Yeah, or he might just go push with it because no one's going to show up to defend it if history's been any indicator.
Maybe that's the one thing that gets them over there is, guys, we got to kill the Trebuchet at least.
Maybe, and that's why he hasn't spawned it up just yet. Similarly, both side lanes for Yomi Tanuki just putting out infinite pressure. Tier 1 tower was taken a little bit earlier away from the Nancy Weaver soul laner, and this gold lead is continually spiraled out of control. Gotta think the first team to rotate over to the dual lane is just going to get Gold Fury, and I'm thinking maybe it's going to be the Tanuki with this double hunter composition. Heavy posturing for now. Dragon acting as frontline. A taunt could be the difference maker with all this damage that Nehu's already got stacked up.
Shinfu expends his passive to walk into the wall, thinking maybe a fight would break out, maybe the Oracles, but Tanuki recognizes him there, and they wait till he leaves to pick up the Oracle Harpies. D-Ward as well, so complete control of the vision around the Gold Fury goes to the Tanuki as Snatty has even rotated over towards this mid lane, but will immediately rotate himself back as Mando Warrior has not really shown himself on the right side of the map just yet, but should be showing himself here in just a moment.
Pyromancer spawning up, and the Anansi Weavers still hovering the right side of the map. Chinfu making sure that, sure, one Pyromancer got away, the second one will not, without at least Selena getting some sort of word in edgewise. And will be coming up very shortly. Neither one of these teams really getting overly proactive. We haven't seen too many dive attempts, too many invade attempts. Seems like both squads are pretty content to just farm up throughout the early portions of the game. But as we're approaching the 20-minute mark, the early portion of the game is slipping away. And it's the Tanuki over to the Pyromancer first. Yet again, the Weavers have to show up.
Chinfu's here, passes back up so he can walk into the wall, drops one Veil, and the Pyromancer is pulled away from it. Chinfu's still holding on to the second one, but the Tanuki do manage to get the Pyro, but Chinfu finds some good damage up against Neyu. Axe toss a little bit shy, but the Tanuki grab another objective. They find their path out, and they even 4,000 gold lead.
Yeah, I thought maybe we just see like Sops throw out the instant ultimate to try and displace the two targets that he had just slammed with the rest of his kit, both about 10% HP, but instead holds on to that cooldown. Maybe more so concerned with this team fight. It's the Weavers forcing a fight around the gold.
Gold Fury started and immediately leashed as Dragon has joined the fight. Big Slim in danger, has to back himself out. The Dragons go through but don't find a target. Instead it's Bitey losing his beats. The ultimate from Mando. Stun does it. Mando gets his beats out. And the Bastet is out, but Snatty frontlining on this King Arthur, putting out a lot of damage with Neyu jumping in aggressively, finds the stun onto one, and finds the death onto that same one, making a double kill for the mid laner of the Yomi Tanuki, and Neyu has not stopped just yet. The Axe Toss misses against Sops, and that will be enough for Neyu to stop.
The instant stun from Nehu to stop the return stun from the Kabrakan buys time for Snatty to rotate through, gets the double knock-up on the Diesel and Big Slim, separating that team fight so incredibly well. And the Tanuki put themselves in a very nice winning position, a comfortable one at that. Reset, you could potentially just go over towards the Fire Giants, a little bit quicker pace than what we're used to seeing, but this is a pretty large lead for the 18.5-minute mark. The Trebuchet in mid is already starting to work on that tier 1 tower of the Weavers. This has just been convincing team fights for the Yomi Tanuki, and I think it's all around two people. When Snatty's there, things are looking pretty good for Tanuki, and Nehu has really stepped up in game 2. This Ull is putting out insane damage.
And once again, Snatty putting pressure on Blue. Doesn't steal it away, but at least forces both of the assassins back yet again. Pressure in mid by Nehu and Hurrywin to keep 2 under the tier 1 tower. And Snatty with already have taken a tower earlier from his rotation from Dragon has complete control of that lane. This level 17 King Arthur, after taking a couple of early spills, feels like he's hitting that unkillable point.
And doesn't it feel like every time we hear from Soul Laners, it's like, Warriors are bad? I feel like that's all they say. Warriors are bad. And then I look at King Arthur and I'm like, Warriors can't be bad. It just can't be the case. He has been dominating this Bastet, who has got a fully stacked Soul Eater and Transcendence, so sustain and damage favoring the Bastet. Still can't keep up with the output of Snatty. Maybe it's player diff, right? Like a user error or something along those lines, but Warriors are looking pretty good right now, and I'm not going to be putting up with the propaganda anymore.
Well, Snatty will go back, pick up a Spirit Robe matched by Mando Warrior, but Mando's about a half an item down at the very least in the solo lane. Still able to maintain at least a pretty close lead, even though considering just earlier on in the game, that lead was flipped the other way. Snatty 2, 2, and 2 on the King Arthur. Both those 2 deaths came from, I think, 3 7-minute fights over at those blue buffs, and from that 7-minute point onward, it has been all uphill for Snatty on the King Arthur, and continuing that trend as he continues his chase up against Mando Warrior, gets another full charge ultimate up against him, and Snatty's not going to stop.
No, not at all. All right, well, now that I'm seeing the King Arthur damage, maybe Warriors are bad, because that was not a whole lot. Just kidding, by the way.
He has 1 damage item picked up. Leave him alone. Okay,
You're
and
right.
a blue stone, so 2 damage items, quote unquote.
We'll call it 1.2. And you're right to say that. It is not, and it's not even a dedicated damage item with Glad Shield, but surprised that his damage output on the Manda Warrior is as low as it was. But with Spirit Robe and Silver Breastplate, the ultimate from King Arthur acting as hard CC will proc the Spirit Robe passive. Maybe it makes sense why he's ticking for like 25 in the air and slamming for 75. But once he starts connecting onto Diesel, or if he's able to close gap on a Sops or Chinfu, then we'll get a better look at what this King Arthur's damage output is. Or maybe we'll just have the Yomi Tanuki win out on macro gameplay. Tier 1 tower in the dual lane falls down, as does the Tier 2. Zero defense from the Weaver.
Big Slim's here, blinks past the root from Hurrywin, but Bitey should be fine, especially with Sada Dragon returning through. Stun on the Big Slim, and a wall comes through. Chinfu inside the wall. We'll find some good damage. Sada Dragon very low, but not going down just yet. Does have the dash to disengage. Manda Warrior jumped in, and will now jump back out. Somehow, at the end of the day, Sada Dragon able to squeak out.
So Tier 1 and Tier 2 tower go down, and there is zero response from the Weavers. Nearly able to pick up a kill on a Sada Dragon, but not the case this time around. And, all right, yeah, Snatty does damage. I take it back. He hits pretty hard. Chinfu's not super pleased with how that exchange goes. And that's a fight, by the way, that Tanuki nearly turned around without the presence of Snatty. So now that the fight is going to erupt on the right-hand side of the map as Pyromancer is respawning, we'll see what this King Arthur can do in a 5-on-5 engagement. Chinfu still has not made his way back to base. He might not be here for the fight.
Now, Bitey.
What fight?
Rotating over.
No fight.
Snatty, or Sada Dragon, I should say, will take up the Pyromancer, and that one will go down quickly. So Tanuki get another unanswered objective. And Mifflin, the gold is spiraled out of control. It was 4,000 gold earlier. We're sitting at 9K right now, 22 minutes in.
It's Fire Giant time. They just go.
Just
go to the fight. I mean, let's talk about Pyromancer. What is it? Was that the third or the fourth one we've seen go down this game? And I'm not certain that the Weavers have been at any of them so far. So there are 2 blind spots on the map for the Weavers. The Fire Giant pit and wherever Bitey is. Yeah. Maybe play around those 2 things.
Maybe so. We did see some aggression, at least at the second spawn of it, but everything gets pulled away. Sops did get some good damage throughout that, but the Tanuki were able to disengage. Now, a level 20 Snatty will walk himself over to the dual lane, which is more than what most of the Weavers have been able to do so far this game. Snatty charging forward with Sada Dragon in tow. Ultimate from Big Slim will zone away the carries for a little bit. Maybe that's all that they needed. Axe toss by Neu is good, but not enough to take down the Cabrakan. Weaver's support will walk out for now.
And he will have to go all the way back to his own fountain. Tanuki do not really have an opportunity to look towards the Phoenix, but the Primal Fury's up, and they can back up to that relatively easily. Have Snatty act as an iron wall, make sure Manda Warrior can't rotate in. Instead, he decides to clear out some of those midways, and Manda Warrior takes the bait. Primal Fury will fall down, and the Anansi Weavers are aware of it. They got vision of the entire process, but can't do anything about it nonetheless. So another objective does go to the Tanuki. Gotta think Fire Giant's on the menu. Just head on over. Hurrywin's a little bit low, but we're not so concerned about that.
Chinfu for now will steal away some back camps and then be met by Sada Dragon on the side of the jungle. Taunt is good, gets the beads out of Chinfu. Snatty will cut off the path on the upper side, but now Chinfu is stuck into the wall with every single person from the Tanuki waiting. They have created a pentagram to wait for him to pop out. It's Nehu who finds him, probably the worst one that he could have gone to. Chinfu's out.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only way Chinfu gets out of there, right? Is if he goes through the Fire Giant pit. That's the only separation that he could have hoped for, but just gets caught out stealing away some back camps. He got those back camps, but it cost him his life, and it cost his team the largest neutral objective on the map. Snatty's been doing what he's been doing for 24 uninterrupted minutes, which is putting pressure on the solo side as he approaches the Tier 2 tower. This time, though, flanked by his allies, will be able to continue his onslaught. 2 present on the left-hand side of the map from the Anansi Weavers. Both Manda Warrior and Diesel just now starting their backs, which means yet another objective will go uncontested for Tanuki. And we are up to a 12,000 gold lead. That's about 500 gold a minute, if my math is not bad. You're nodding at me, and you're an engineer, so I trust you.
I'm not an engineer.
Are you not?
I was a graphic designer.
What?
Yeah.
My headcanon just changed for J-Mac Tucker. That's crazy.
Where did you think I was an engineer from?
You were like doing electrical stuff.
I did electrical. That's not necessarily engineer.
Just take credit for it.
You know what? I was an electrical engineer. Well,
Is that true?
No, I was just an electrician.
Understood.
No, I did graphic design in college and then put none of that to use and jumped straight into electrical when I got out.
That's like STEM field, though, right?
Some math involved in there.
And that's what I like
There
to
we
hear,
go.
which that's all I needed. Fire Giant on 5 members.
There's some lore for the fans today.
The young men on Tanuki are in a very, very good winning condition here. The base defense of the Anansi Weavers is a little bit mitigated in that double assassin composition. Sop's playing a pseudo-standard mage, means that he's not really going to be the best at keeping these minion waves out of the base. It's going to be a difficult defense. I think this is offense is the best defense situation. If the Weavers can get into the back line of Yomi Tanuki and try and force him off that way, that might be their only way to keep the base alive.
Hurrywin splitting off with the 2 carries of the Tanuki towards the left side of the map. Tier 2 and mid does go down. A split decision on the Weavers as to where to send their priority. It's only 2 now on the left side. Body's doing some good damage to the Phoenix, but with 4 of the Weavers standing by and 3 now in the mid lane for the Tanuki, this back and forth that the Weavers are pulling is not quite the offense that you might be looking for, Mifflin.
Keep your eyes on Sada Dragon. Those poly procs are going to ring true. Chinfu dropped low.
And Shinfu picked up and probably slammed right back into the grave by Snatty. 1 already down for the Weavers, and so is the mid lane Phoenix. That one goes down swiftly to the double hunters. Diesel forced to ult all the way back to the fountain of his own. And Snatty tanking up the brunt of the damage. Now with Sada Dragon, who was low at the last fight, can ult right back in for the next one as the Phoenix in the left side goes down. And Sada Dragon dashes forward.
Sops loses his 3rd ability, so if anybody else can close gap onto him, and it might just be Snatty, that could be it for the Yu Huang. Loses out on the beads and the ultimate. Ultimate no good, but the beads will keep him alive. 4 members of the Anansi Weavers huddled inside their own base. Only 1 bird standing between Yomi Tanuki and a completely exposed Titan room. Fire Giant's got an entire minute to play with.
No, Sada gets taunted in. Luckily not enough follow-up damage to take down the Yuwang just yet. Mando leaps away. Sada Dragon goes back in, finds another taunt up against Mando Warrior, forced to use the beads, and the root will catch him out. Now Snatty closing in the gap towards Mando Warrior, but will Beyblade himself on back to the team as the 3rd and final Phoenix of the Anansi Weavers goes down.
Only 30 seconds left on the Fire Giant power play, so the Yomi Tanuki will reset themselves back to neutral. Might be a minute before we see them regroup on the Titan yet again, but the Weavers, they've got a little bit of time to lick their wounds and try their best to put themselves in a position where they might try and defend the Fire Giant. They don't show up to neutral objectives for the most part, at least in game 2, so probably won't defend the Fire Giant, especially with all 3 of their Phoenixes down, but they can at least push out some of those waves. Buy a little bit of time, make it a little bit easier to defend, buy some time for those birds to respawn. But with the odds as they are, and the odds are pretty crazy, I'm not a betting man, but I might call this like a 99.9%er.
For now, the Tanuki will use that free time that they've got before the Fire Giant comes up to try and push back some of those waves that the Weavers have just spent so much time to get up to the front. Primal Fury is available to take, but it doesn't seem that the carries are too interested in that. Neu will go up and pick up his red buff while Bitey is grouped up with Sada, as the Fire Giant is only a few seconds away from coming back in, about another half a minute until that one crashes down, but there's no one from the Weavers to really respond. I mean, Chinfu might be one of the best bets if he can find himself in the wall and get some good damage out that way.
Last time he went into a wall, he got pentagrammed.
Yeah.
That's a J Mac Tucker quote.
It was the summoning circle. They summoned him out of the wall to his death.
Yeah, and he did die immediately afterward. But you're right to say that that is a very good situation for Chinfu, where he can almost instill a true coin toss. If he can get into the wall right behind Fire Giant, there's no way for Yomi Tanuki to stop him. He can just sit in there for a pretty long time. The only real answer is to stop DPS on the Fire Giant until the Kleena is forced out of the wall, thanks to that damage. But if they don't, Chinfu might just be able to set up an ultimate, potentially steal. Not the case, though. He's, like, in his own base.
Well, Fire Giant stopped. Seems that the Tanuki have other interests in mind than the Fire Giant. Everybody on the Weavers are spread out across this map. Most of the grouping over on this mid-right side. Hurrywin and Bitey will go back to the Fire Giant, start that one up, and there shouldn't be any answer back from the Weavers, especially with how delayed the Tanuki have made this Fire Giant. Phoenixes will be coming back up in about 45 seconds, at least on the left and the mid.
Well, they were waiting on
might
enhanced.
not be enough time. Enhanced Fire Giant.
That's
right as at 30:01.
Yep, so now backdoor protections, no longer something they need to concern themselves with. Not that there are any Phoenixes to siege just yet. Mid Phoenix will be the first one up, and Snatty's already on the job, has the minion wave right behind him. I think it's all going to come down to Titan defense. I don't imagine the Weavers are trying their best to fight around these birds, especially now that they've been as weakened as they have been.
Big Slim spotted. Will have to walk himself back to the throne room at the least. Chinfu inside the wall. Will not find the silence up against Snatty. Snatty won't find any of the damage up against him either, as he's been blinded by that flickering spirits. Mid lane, Phoenix respawn and immediately disappear. I didn't even realize it respawned. It went back down so quickly. And the same should happen to the left one as soon as it pops back up. All 5 of the Weavers grouped up. All 5 of them push back to their throne room as Snatty is the lone front line for the Tanuki to push him back.
This Titan is weak. If everybody on Tanuki just sinks some damage into it, it will fall down.
Sada Dragon finds a big taunt against Sops in the back line. Both relics expended, and so have the Suns from Bitey. The Titan not taking a whole lot of damage, although Mando Warrior is taking a lot. He goes down, but Shinfu finds one up against Neyu. Diesel low, gets up on the horse, and will be able to make it back to the Founder, regenerate himself. Titan finally being looked at by the Tanuki as Sada Dragon finds 1 kill up against Sops. Diesel down to half HP and pushed back by Snatty. And the Titan goes down. The Yomi Tanuki come back with a fire in game 2 to tie up the set.
A convincing game 2 at that. It may have been 31 and a half minutes, but they were in control from like minute 15. It was all victory lap from there. Every single objective goes their way. They're taking away towers with 0 response, and this will go to a 3rd game in the set. Game 1, you could say, or at least I did, Yomi Tanuki probably lost just on draft alone. Game 2, a little bit more even play on field, was looking good from both squads, but map presence from the Weavers, putting so much emphasis towards that soul lane. Felt like Chinfu kind of got lost in his own farm for a little while there. And, well, it's pretty easy to get involved as an Athena jungle. Just when somebody needs help, you ult them.
Yeah.
So, play on field does favor Yomi Tanuki in game 2, and will lead us to a game 3.
With that, game 3 on the horizon. Can the Yomi Tanuki get the reverse sweep, or can the Weavers pull it back in game number 3 to take the set? We'll have to find out right after this break.
But he had the horsey, and horsey, don't you stop! Fido care! Fido
I gave up dabbing for Lynn.
Cool. No more dabbing for Final. He looked at me and said, I'm going to be on that stage next year. I'm going to become a world champion. Ripping through! Titan down, ball 3! A double cover!
If there's one thing we have in common, it's that we only get so many steps in life. So as a boot company, who are we to say it's only the ones we take in boots that count? After all, for 135 years, we've taken every step like it could be our last. What will you do with yours? Wolverine, because every step counts.
to the North American SCC. Game number 3 now up for both of these two teams to try and take and find themselves a win. The Yomi Tanuki, a convincing game number 2 out of them to put down the Anansi Weavers and tie up the set in game number 2. And a lot of that just from the maybe kind of lack of presence on the map from the Weavers. All of that pressure got thrown into solo lane in the very early midst of the game. Diesel never really got any help. Duo lane necessarily itself didn't get entirely out of control, but when Diesel doesn't get to step up, when Diesel doesn't get to play the game, it makes it hard for these late game defenses.
Yeah, when you look up and an ADC is down like 3 to 4 levels and they haven't died, you got to think to yourself, well, what went wrong? Well, he was inside of his tower for the most part. He's getting poked out every single wave. Nobody showed up to help him because they were worried about this guy who was doing the exact same thing to your soul laner. On the other side lane pressure is what wins Yomi Tanuki game 2, and continuous pressure seemed to be the only thing on the minds of these players, just everywhere, every single opportunity on this towers. I don't know why I said everywhere, because it was one place. It was on tower line every single time in both of these side lanes. I feel like we didn't even really get an opportunity throughout the duration of this match to even look at mid lane. Nothing was happening there. No. Snooze fest in the center of the map, whereas the sides were really just bully central.
It was all about the solo lane for these two teams, and unfortunately only one of those solo lanes was going crazy once we got past the 10 or so minute mark, and that was the Yomi Tanukis. Then once we started transitioning past 15 to 20 minutes, then we got to see what Nehu was able to do on this cooler. They're waiting for, this is the Chinfu play, where he got surrounded by everybody and then comes out of the wall to the one person who had the stun ready to go on lock.
Unfortunate. Chinfu, just not the greatest performance from him in game 2. I think you could really chop up a lot of the lack of presence to the jungler. 1, 2, and 2 throughout the duration of that game, and I believe those 3 affected kills were within the first 15 or so minutes of the match. Since then, didn't really get much rolling for his squad. Only 11,000 damage, as opposed to Sada Dragon playing a unorthodox, air quotes, jungler in Athena, putting out 20,000 for his squad, utilizing that global presence, initiating a lot of those fights as well. Got to see more from Chinfu. Worth noting, though, this is a role swap for Chinfu. This guy was originally playing ADC and now is in jungle for the first time at the competitive level, and he looked good in game 1. I want to see more of that and less of what we just got.
Well, maybe we can see if they can make some adjustments. Picks and bans, game number 3, ready to go. Last time around, it was a first pick Bastet and a first pick Quina for the Weavers. Those 2 picks didn't necessarily go so hot for them in game number 2. It started out great for them. We can't discount the fact that it started out great, maybe more so the overconfidence of Snatty, constantly diving in at those blue buffs, trying to take these 2v1s and losing those. But then once we got past that point, once Snatty had an actual item online to defend himself, it was pretty much curtain call from that point on. The Weavers now with first pick, they are not going to let Sada Dragon have that same level of global presence. Athena immediately banned away by the Weavers.
So the Athena was a massive difference maker in the earliest fights of the game. It was a rotation over towards the duo lane with that ultimate. I believe that was second blood, and he was able to get involved every single time Snatty was diving tower. He got over there, but I'm not certain that you're really that concerned about Athena in particular, because she was not the originator of the pressure. She was not the side laners that were just putting out infinite damage. Ull can do that. Will likely be headed towards mid if history's any indicator. Yamoja can do that. King Arthur's still out there as well, which is why I'm surprised to see this Baron Somni locked in first overall for the Weavers. Opportunities now. You could have this Baron Somni flex as 3 roles that he's very adept at playing: mid, solo, and support. Can go to any one of those 3, as we haven't seen the rest of the draft. I'd like to see like a King Arthur lock in for the Weavers. Just take something away from Tanuki, something you know that can establish pressure. Hoyi's got all right pressure. Fenrir as well can get involved early on. If these are the adaptations, it's not the ones that I specifically called for, but they do fit a similar avenue of thought, rather. If you're getting just destroyed in the early, fight back in the early. These are all picks that could do that.
Fenrir locked alongside that Hoyi, and now an E-set for the Yomi Tanuki. Now, in most cases, this would be the argument between is this support, is this mid, but support's already locked in. But with the SCC, and even at some various points of the pro level, we can even say, is this E-set going mid, or is it going jungle for the Tanuki? For the moment, we'll have to see where the rest of the draft goes before we can kind of get a lockdown exactly on this E-set. Well, the Uller locked in still gives us that flex, so it's kind of all over the place. I think the only thing we can so far lock down for the Tanuki, at least, is that this Yamoja is going over to support.
God, I hope so. I hope that's true, man. You never know with these guys, but you're right to say traditional smite knowledge, classical smite knowledge would indicate Yamoja in that support role, but we can at least discuss how ESET affects a team composition and how she affects the pace of the game, regardless of role, support, jungle, solo, mid, doesn't matter. She always makes your team an objective-focused team. It's always about getting that circle protection onto Gold Furies, onto Pyromancers, of facilitating your team and having legitimately the best confirmation in the game. Inside of that circle, you have got damage mitigation, you've got the ability to heal once it bursts, it's got massive burst damage potential as well. If you are able to establish a defensive positioning on an objective with ESET, you might not survive the team fight afterward because you just utilized your mage's ultimate, but you're not losing the objective. And if you can do that continually, eventually you net yourself a lead.
Well, maybe a little bit more clarity with the draft so far at the Tanuki. Now the Cirquette locked in, ESET towards mid, Ullr towards the Hunter role in the duo lane with Yamoja, and then Cirquette over in the jungle. So saving final pick for Snatty, which a couple of those picks got taken away by the Anansi Weavers. King Arthur and Kleena both taken away, and then Kabrakan and Ares on the side of the Tanuki. And that leaves 2 final picks for the Weavers, and something we haven't seen in a while in the solo lane. Cerberus gonna be locked in, though. Could still be Cerberus support. I'll just keep that out there as a maybe potential. We have seen it, at least from Genetics over in the pro level, and then Assault to round out the draft as well.
Yeah, I suppose you could have those 2 flex, Fenrir and Cerberus, just depending on which one of them would prefer to play against Bastet. If Bastet's rushing Soul Eater, Cerberus has got the anti-heal matchup, which could help out a fair deal. Fenrir's got self-sustain to match some of that Soul Eater presence that Bastet could go towards. Either way, I would argue that it's a much more standard composition from the Weavers. They've got standard initiation, Stygian Torment, Ghastly Breath, Paralyzing Spit, all great initiation tools, Hou-Yi to control that space, whereas the Yomi Tanuki have come away with a draft that is a little bit more execution heavy.
Game number 1 went to the Weavers, game number 2 went to the Tanuki, and it's now all down to game number 3 to see which team comes out on top in our second week and our first NA set of that second week of play. And it will be Big Slim taking the Cerberus to the support role. Chin Fu going to be piloting that Fenrir for himself. And then Manda Warrior going to be on a mage this time around. Kind of going back to where he was with the Hades in the prior game, where he's able to make some strong strides. We'll see if he can reprise that with his Baron Samdi.
Warlock Staff Rush for the Baron Samdi, so maybe a little bit easier in the early game to shut him down if junglers want to show presence there. And Chinfu seems to like going towards the soul lane. Blue buff invades in all 3 games so far this set have been attempted. Well, not all 3. We haven't seen it just yet. But I'm predicting, and I suppose that's my job as a chair too. So expect to see Chinfu over towards the solo, maybe to help out Manda Warrior a fair deal. Sada Dragon, on the other hand, on this Circuit, is just going to have an advantage in jungle clear. The ability to farm the map is going to favor Sada Dragon, so long as Chinfu doesn't build Golden Blade. And Bumba's Dagger immediately into Morningstar is not a Golden Blade.
It is not. You are correct. You are correct in that one, that it is not going to be Golden Blade. Sada Dragon, the double assassin. This is something that we've seen in the past from teams when you see a Baron locked in first and you want to deal with him. A lot of teams have gone towards the double assassin to try and have enough damage early on to put that pressure. Bitey taking a lot of damage and getting some pressure back against him from the Weavers duo lane. The Weavers duo lane, more than anything, have been able to find some of that early pressure up in this lane, no matter really what they're against. You know, having a Kabrakan in the last couple of games, have been able to net themselves at least being able to put some pressure up against Hurrywin, against Bitey, but once it seems that Big Slim leaves this lane, Diesel has not been able to have nearly as much fun.
And here's the thing about when Big Slim leaves the lane. He don't come back.
No.
Big Slim does not look backwards. He's like a dog. You know how dogs can't look up? Big Slim can't look back.
Is that true? Can dogs not look up?
I don't know. Google it.
You want me to just trust what Google says immediately?
Well, have you ever seen a dog look up?
Yes, my dog.
Okay, well, I feel like you kind of blew up my spot here. That's fine.
I don't know where you heard that dogs can't look up.
I don't know, man. It's a saying.
I've never heard that saying before.
Hey, how about you cast the game, all right? And stop grilling me.
You know what? Big Slim uses Ghastly Breath. It doesn't get him much. Instead, he's the one who eats the stun by Hurrywin. A couple more autos would have been good.
Oof.
But a good stun out of him holds Bitey back. It's not quite enough damage to secure the kill. Yomi Tanuki, even despite, again, Diesel and Big Slim getting all that early pressure in that lane, it's Bitey and Hurrywin who come out on top.
Every bit of poke that the Weavers put out is mitigated. Hurrywin's playing Yamoja. He's going to resustain his ally every single time. Doesn't even need the Omi. Just land some auto attacks, and it's that simple. So, considering how much emphasis the Weavers have put towards poking in this lane, Taking a peek at the potions now. You're running low on Baron's Brew. HP pot still available to everybody on Yomi Tanuki. Both Bitey and Hurrywin full HP. Sure, you were able to establish a little bit of pressure early on for the Weavers, but things are changing, and they're changing pretty quickly. Yomi Tanuki should be able to start establishing pressure from here on out.
Is that an early health chalice that I see out of Dragon and not from Snatty? I can't recall the last time I've seen an early health chalice pick up in the jungle.
Never. Yeah, that's never, in the 10 years I've been playing this game, that has never once been the meta. Maybe Dragon is going to try his best to use his HP bar as a resource, like just attack in the enemy wave, take his poke, go back into the jungle, resustain. Has got to be the only guess I've got. It's just so expensive, though, right? Like, you are really slowing down your build. Strange stuff. Maybe, well, grand scheme, if you're planning on buying a whole lot of HP potions throughout the game, he's saving gold. Grand scheme.
But how often in jungle, after maybe the first 2 backs, are you trying to buy more and more health
I'm not,
potions?
all right?
I can't think of the last time I did. I can see on, like, your support picking this up early so you can have it. Solo lane for sure.
Solo lane for sure.
100% solo lane. I have no qualms about that, especially from the fact that you have, you know, a Baron's Brew on the opposite side. You need some kind of extra sustain that can renew itself similar to it. But well, let's see if this pays off for Dragon. He's tending a very expensive investment. That's also going to put back his Transcendence start. I mean, that's 300-400 gold that he has spent just to get these potions.
Well, you utilize all that additional HP to stay in the field longer, which means you're farming more throughout the course of the game. I'm really pushing myself to make this sound normal or decent. There is value. Having HP pots is not a bad thing. It's just so expensive.
Chinfu uses the ultimate, but doesn't get much value beyond there. No beads expended from the Yomi Tanuki off of that Ragnarok. We get a little bit of light, back to your dogs can't look up. That was actually, we got the word, it's from Shaun of the Dead. That was a quote from that movie. But it was immediately responded back by, okay, but dogs can look up. So we were both right in that instance. You're right that it was a saying from a movie.
I said movie?
Well, it was a saying.
I thought that was Bill Nye.
The science guy?
Of course.
The best.
Yeah,
I haven't seen
I thought he said it.
I haven't seen Bill Nye in so long. That used to be the best days of school, was walking in, you see the big tube TV stroll up in there.
Yeah.
You know it's going to be a good day, or you have a sub that day, one of the two.
That is, I think that is an experience, a universal experience for people in school. Because, like, generationally, you and I are in different generations, but I know exactly what you're talking about. Maybe that's just like a dig at the public school system, right? Like, we're still using the same gear, even though we were so far apart in age group. That's crazy. I'm getting political. I gotta stop.
I also remember walking in, like, I was part of a generation where, like, the smart boards were just, like, really just starting to get
smart board?
Yeah, the one, I can't even describe.
My college didn't even have those.
They're similar to, like, the telestrator that we have here, but they were inside the classrooms. Most of them were in, like, the math and science
I've seen them in movies.
Yeah, wait, you didn't have any in your school?
No, we had the tube TVs and the rolling carts and an AV guy who told us to get out.
Okay, I guess that's right. I will say, maybe I aged myself. I did own an overhead projector at one point in my life. I bought it for...
You're just flexing. You're not aging yourself. You're just flexing.
I bought it for $10 in college off a silent auction.
Silent auction?
Yeah. Do you know what a silent auction is?
No, dude. Cast Smite. Just cast some Smite.
I'm sorry, we derailed the early 6 minutes of this game. Maybe we can get some action going out at Chinfu and Dragon. Nope, never mind. That's done as soon as I get back to it. Dragon at half HP. Chinfu can re-engage. He got a bit of a reset from that Unchained earlier on, but Dragon too far back in the jungle now. 6.5 minutes in, gold essentially dead even. Chinfu goes up for the Ragnarok, picks up one, but Neu has the ultimate and a River's Rebuke to make sure that he's A-okay. Instead, it's Snatty who picks up the killing blow. Sops trades it in a 1-for-1, a leap away from Big Slim.
Oof.
Should get him out, especially with an ultimate from Snatty just off the mark.
Snatty should have some chase potential here. Hasn't finished up the Soul Eater just yet. Narrowly avoids the heal from Mando Warrior, which would have completely eliminated the kill potential on a Big Slim, but having to avoid it does the exact same thing. So it's a reset back to neutral from Snatty. Gotta shout out Nehu, though. That was a clean circle protection. He gets Ragnarok dropped on him, and Nehu says, all right, I'm just gonna drop circle protection, hurry win, spawn the walls up around me. They're gonna be stuck here. I'm at least surviving longer than I would have otherwise, and I'm applying a whole lot of damage. Chinfu and Big Slim slammed by that circle protection immediately. Resustains Nehu for a little while, but not enough to keep him alive throughout the fight, but does do enough damage to at least make it a 1-for-1.
Something I peeked over and noticed. Traditionally, when we've been seeing the mage hunters find their way in, the gods like Olorun and whatnot, it's typically been a gilded arrow as the startup for them, get them a little bit more basic attack power, but Sops is actually elected for a mannequin scepter early on. We haven't seen this in a while for these mage hunters.
Yeah, I think Mannequin's Mace is just like on its glow up period right now. Like everybody's finally starting to realize like Mannequin's Mace is actually a very good item, not only for 1v1s, but also for shredding down some of these objectives. As Big Slim tries his best to get involved. Hurry forced to use his beads, but he's already in the tower. He's pretty safe.
Returns some damage back at Slim. Bitey will also fire a few shots there on this Uhl. Chinfu, though, going for an invade on the purple buff and will be able to steal that one away right from under the noses of the Yomi Tanuki. And with that early First Blood, Tanuki do hold a very small goal lead for themselves, pretty much the entirety of the First Blood bounty. And while Chinfu was invading on the left side of the map, Satadragon's been making some waves on the right side.
Big Jim, Slimmy Tim, walking down the mid lane now, seeing if maybe he can connect with somebody on the map, but Nehu, privy to it, is behind his own tower. Diesel trying his best to give Bitey the Bitey treatment, putting some pressure out here, but caught behind his own minion wave. This could be a turnaround.
Bitey will be fine for now. Diesel, a few seconds till that leap should come back up. Axe toss just off the mark by Bitey, and Shinfu will go for the re-engage, picking up Bitey. Beads not available to Bitey any longer because he used them in the fight earlier, so that's an easy picking for Diesel and Shinfu.
It is. Chinfu making the rotation over towards the duo lane. Gotta think the VOD review between matches is Diesel begging for some jungle presence, and already it's paying for itself in dividends. Hurriwin's alone right now. He's pretty far up. This is not a 1v1.
Stun is going to be good, but Diesel's not going to be affected by the walls. Or instead, it might be Hurriwin going down. Finds a stun against one, but Slim picks him up, throws him back down, and gives Diesel his second kill of the game. And Diesel's got to be feeling a whole lot better this time now that he actually gets to play the game.
He does. It's a different style of build on the Ho Yi. We saw Transcendence Rush from Bitey. This time Diesel still sticks with his Ica Veil, but having the ability to box a little bit better, some additional attack speed, the 1v1 potential with a lead now up against Bitey could start to add itself up. Now down the balance blade tree as well. Diesel 2-0 in a very good position. Chinfu's got a couple of avenues ahead of him now. He can either continually try and put some presence over towards that duo lane. Still 90 seconds left on Bitey's beads coming back up, and Chinfu's already halfway to Ragnarok. Could try and put some pressure on this Uhl once more, or you could just trust Diesel with a 2-level lead to either zone Bitey away or keep the pressure up. Either way, it's a very good position for the Weavers.
It's a very different look from them in game number 3. Being able to reprise some of what they had in game 1 now. But Diesel still up very far into enemy territory. Does have some backup from Chinfu. With Satadragon and Hurry's rotation over, it'll make it a 3 versus 3 if need be. But none of the Weavers want to continue any further forward. They'll just recuperate themselves and move over back towards mid, unless they can find a pick on a Satadragon. With that spit off the mark and the leap good, most of the damage from the Weavers has now been mitigated.
Yeah, Satadragon able to narrowly evade death there. Or not death, probably would have dropped him down to about 50% HP. Chinfu had full runes, so the stun would have been followed up by yet another stun. But Sarkat's also one of the most mobile assassins in the game, even with the slight reworks that she's received recently. Less range on the dash. Not as tanky as she once was either. Still incredibly survivable, and Satadragon is able to avoid that scenario. Both teams now in a neutral state. Gold not really separated whatsoever. Jay will ebb and flow with the jungle camps. Experience even as well. Gotta think the first team fight, and really it's Yomi Tanuki that's looking for that first team fight, would really transition in towards an objective. We talked about it during P's and B's. When ESET is in your draft, you want to be looking at golds. You want to be looking at pyros. Even from an even state, I think circle protection is enough of an advantage that you can at least try to take away an objective, sneak one away for yourself, even before the team fight. So far, haven't seen any attempts.
Not one just yet. Maybe if we see a rotation from Bitey, or at least a decent grouping from the Tanuki, then that could be the call. Hurriwin will go back to base, so probably won't see a Pyromancer at least yet, unless Hurry sticks around. Nehu does de-ward on the lower right side of that mid-camp, and well, now as soon as we call it, a group up by the Yomi Tanuki around the Pyromancer. Nehu does have ultimate, and we'll drop it down to make sure that they can secure it away. Yomi Tanuki get the Pyro, but can Sat and Snatty find a path out. Big Slim jives into the back line, and the Ghastly Breath will be enough to bring down the solo laner. So it's a 1-kill trade, but Tanuki still get the objective.
Pyro for one's a trade that you should be willing to take every single time. That's enough to equalize the goal and get experience slightly in favor of the Tanuki. So, what can the Weavers do with 20 seconds left on Snatty's respawn? Chinfu showing some presence on the left side of the map. Will be able to put some pressure towards Bitey. Mando Warrior, he's caught alone.
And a beads from Sada Dragon makes sure that the coffin will not get its full duration stun. So, a solo kill for Sada Dragon on the right-hand side. And then beads burned by Bitey, who got hit by Chinfu's Ragnarok. Gold Fury, though, started up by the Anansi Weavers. It's Big Slim to try and play zone duty up against Hurry and Neu. The Gold Fury is only at half. It's not burning as quickly as they would like. Yomi Tanuki have the chance to get in there and take it away, and they will do so! The Suns rain down from Diesel to find a path on out, but Big Slim only has his leap left, and now that Snatty has joined the fight on the backside, it'll be a kill onto the support, and maybe more if Bitey can find an axe toss on Sops.
Gold Fury in 1 for 0. Red buff is up, and Chinfu's too low to put up any defense. Diesel steps pretty far forward there. Thought maybe we'd see a higher commitment from Yomi Tanuki. It's Hail of Arrows that steals away the Gold Fury. Bitey showing some presence, and that is massive for his team. Now 2,000 golden lead, 14 some odd minutes into the game. Expect the things to slow down though. There's not much left for them to force. You're not really in a position for either one of these teams to put pressure towards these tier 1 towers, especially this early into the game. Both Pyromancer and Gold Fury falling so close to each other, it could lead to a situation where on the next rotation of neutral objectives, the teams will split them. One squad goes to Pyro, the other to the Gold, or vice versa. But just by nature of having ESET, there's something about this god, something magical about this god.
She is magical.
She is quite literally magical. I'm looking at her items now, and that is news to me. You could potentially look at an early Fire Giant. I'm talking like 16, 17 minutes into the game, if you find a pick first. And the perfect storm scenario is Mando Warrior is not a full dedicated defense god just yet. This Baron Somdi is not as tanky as he might be. It's not incredibly mobile. If you can find a pick onto this Baron, it could open the door for a Fire Giant pretty early on.
I mean, you can see what Snatty is just able to do by himself against Mando Warrior against this wave. A third of his HP chunked away, and one of those abilities didn't even land onto Mando Warrior at that point. So Snatty can keep up that poke and keep up that pressure. Maybe we can't see an early objective. But it's the Weaver still playing proactive in enemy territory. Sops is up basically by himself. Big Slim off to the upper side of the jungle. He's been spotted out. Somebody knows that he's there. There's not much more that can be had. It was a red buff attempt at a steal by Sops. Maybe try to utilize some of that Mannequin Scepter, but not able to find it.
Big Tim, Slimmy Jim caught in deadly territory here. Does avoid the stun from Hurrywin, but not before losing 40% of his own HP bar. Yomi Tanuki not going to stick around, not going to keep up their pressure. Again, things are slowed down. There's not much to fight over as of now, but any poke, any pick might be enough to open up the opportunity to look at some of these towers, especially if the damage is like that. Spirit Ball doing 30% of Sops' HP bar.
Yeah, that's definitely not fun. And double stacking from Neu as he's went Book of Thoth and now Warlocks and now under fire. Spirit Ball a little bit wide. Sops gets pulled back in by the Riptide, but not quite enough. Big Slim does find 2 with the ultimate. Chinfu finds 1 with his, and Sops able to get the returning kill. But Sada Dragon trades out to grab 1. Chinfu grabs a second one, and Neu's one is low. Circle Protection used early. Gets a bit of a heal, but not enough. And not nearly the amount that he was looking for. Mando Warrior brings it in for a 3-kill for 1 trade.
Strange time for Yomi Tanuki to decide, hey, we have to dive. We need to get this kill. You'd already done so much to Sops that allowing him to go back to base would have net you a TKO, which is essentially the same thing. Would have likely led to a tier 1 tower siege, but instead it's an overcommitment. Snatty's into the tier 2 tower, picked up by Chinfu. Sada Dragon sacrifices himself to finish off the kill on the Sops, and Nehu dies the counter rotation. All leading up to a 3-for-1 trade where the Anansi Weavers are the ones walking away with a tier 1 mid tower. And the Pyromancer on the respawn shortly. What was a massive gold lead for the Yomi Tanuki just moments before has been largely equalized yet again. Experience still favoring the Order side. Could be this Pyromancer goes the way of the Weavers, and we're looking at an advantage state to the Order team off the brink. Yomi Tanuki just getting impatient.
Snatty walks over to try and stop the tier 1 solo from going down. And I thought Snatty would have gone for a full commit up against Chinfu with how much damage he put up against this Fenrir. But at the very least, tier 1 tower in mid and solo gone from the Yomi Tanuki. Bitey was able to mitigate some of that by taking tier 1 on the left side, but it's the Tanuki. First one's up to bat yet again at the Pyromancer, and there's not any answer from the Weavers. Nobody is here to stop this one, and the Tanuki have mitigated all of the gold that the Weavers had just got back.
Just a strange pace to this one. I mean, that's not even a circle protection play. They just walk up themselves. Snatty now isolated by 3, should fall down. Chinfu dedicating the Ragnarok. That's a team fight tool loss, so Snatty able to take away something from the Anansi Weavers. Both Big Slim and Chinfu losing out on their ultimates means that even in a 5 versus 4, Tanuki has got an opportunity to fight in.
Hurrywin stunned, but Fire Giant not dying as quickly as the Weavers may have hoped. Neu does also eat a stun. The sun's come through. The coffin pulls in. Neu gets a decent heal back, but again, it's not enough of a heal. Sops finds the last hit, and all the while, what is Bitey doing yet again? Split pushing on the left side. It doesn't seem that anybody is going back to stop this one. Hurrywin is keeping everybody except for Chinfu busy. Fire Giant now has the rivers thrown up. That's going to catch at least one inside. It's Mando Warrior who will be slowed down. Bitey gets about half of that Phoenix's health before he's forced to go back.
Yeah, Chinfu will make the rotation over to stop this siege in its tracks, but a phenomenal play from Hurrywin and Sada Dragon to slow down that Fire Giant siege. Mando Warrior narrowly avoids death, able to limp himself out of there. Sops had to disengage fully with the Saporate, utilizing it to get through the wall of the Riptide, but that is unfortunate timing for the Weavers, who would have loved to have kept up their aggression there. They're in a very good position to either fully dedicate themselves to chasing out either Hurry or Sada, or coin toss the Fire Giant. It's a weighted coin toss, as both Hurry and Sada have not got the best steal potential, but instead, it was a split attention. A couple of people stick to the Fire Giant, a couple of people try and go for the chase, and when a team is divided, they can't really get any of their goals accomplished. And the Anansi Weavers now find themselves in a dead neutral state yet again, where the Yomi Tanuki have still maintained the gold lead. Experience advantage not so significant for the Weavers that you're really concerned about it. All that rotation and all that counter, or split pushing rather, from Bitey has closed up a good deal. The level gap that Diesel had established for himself, Yomi Tanuki actually come out ahead off of that fight.
But no pressure towards the Fire any further, at least from the Tanuki. Bitey has not really left this left side of the map. He has been sticking here for the majority of this game. I don't even know if I've seen him make a rotation over towards mid just yet. He pushed down a tier 1 tower the last time a tier 1 had sprung up, and then whenever the fight around, the right side of the map is going on in the Fire, Bitey stuck to the left side yet again, pushed a tier 2 tower and got about half of that Phoenix. Now there's a catapult, or a trebuchet, pushing up in the left that once again Bitey will have to deal with. So the Weavers might have an opportunity to find a pick or an objective.
Its presence around the Oni Fury as of now, but the Tanuki have got the Oracle Vision. So Weavers, although in a good position to pull it, would not want to do so under the eye, the watchful eye of Yomi Tanuki. So it's all about slowing down this pace and waiting for that Oracle Vision to disapparate, and it has done so now. Nazi Weavers could try and pull out the objective, but Big Jim taking a good deal of poke here.
Cerberus will be eating the brunt of what Neu has been throwing out. These spear balls have mostly been on point. Hurrywin used the River's Rebuke. It's only going to catch one inside, and that's the Cerberus, who's rather tanky. The coffin comes out from Mando to try and pull anybody in, but it's not going to find a home just yet. Neu able to hold out long enough. Circle protection expended during that, but Big Slim finds one with the ult. It's going to be Neu who pays the price yet again. Chinfu, credit to the kill. Diesel dove into the backline against 3. And is able to find a dive back in as Chinfu goes down with his own Ragnarok. Still standing, finds the leap to find a way out. And the cat needs a little bit more damage. Chinfu, with the help of Sops, makes sure that the cat doesn't take him down.
Mando Warrior now isolated in the backline, lines up against Bitey, who splits his attention, drops Mando to half, and Big Slim down to 30%. Yomi Tanuki still 4 strong and resustaining with the help of Hurrywin. Should be able to maintain presence and even pull out the Oni Fury if they so choose. Vision, still good for the Weavers. It's a complete reset from both of these teams. Curiouser and curiouser. I just feel like the Yomi Tanuki had a position where they could have pulled the objective. They had realized at least 2 members of the Weavers had back. They had vision on the 2, but maybe they're concerned about the immediate rotation over towards Fire Giant. Chinfu has got good damage. Sops as well. Good damage towards these objectives. So instead, it's a complete reset. But if they were worried about the Fire Giant, Tanuki that is, they're not showing it because they've immediately regrouped and headed back towards the gold.
They do get the Oracle, so vision is in their control. And now with Neu walking over, this could be another gold Fury. Chinfu will probably be the last one to be able to make it towards the fight, along with Diesel, who's still far back. Mando has teleport, but doesn't really have a great tower to teleport to get to that side of the map as easily. But as soon as the Tanuki group up, they get the oracles, they see what's going on, they've all backed themselves away and reset.
Everybody playing cautiously as of now. I'm looking at Tanuki, man, and we just got to make sure, if you're a Tanuki fan, that Nehu is surviving some of these fights. 0-4-3 for the E-set, who has gone for an incredibly aggressive build, Polynomicon in the third slot, double stack, Book of Thoth, and Warlock Staff. That's a lot of magic power, which means that Polynomicon has got a pretty decent oomph behind it, but we haven't seen it proc just yet as Sops.
Good lord.
He realizes 9-5 made Gold Fury real strong.
Yeah, and even Mando is feeling just how much damage it can do, as he has already been put down to 40% with just some damage from Bitey. Static gets caught out on the left side as a leap in by Chinfu, who will pick up one. It's yet again, this time it's actually Snatty going down first in the fight. Diesel credit to that kill. Hurrywin pulled into the coffin, but Hurrywin's got some tools to get himself out. Not enough, as Sops is able to close out the kill. Now, it's a 5 versus 3 around the Gold Fury, but Bitey and Nehu still full HP.
And Bitey's putting out a good deal of damage, but I'm thinking 30 seconds left on the respawn. You shouldn't be concerned about Gold Fury. That's a 2-for-0 trade. Have everybody go back to base and gun down the Fire Giant. And that seems to be the call here for the Anansi Weavers, who are now starting to work their way over to that right-hand side of the map. Both Nehu and Sada Dragon maintain their ultimate, so there's some fight potential here. But in a 5 versus 3, you got to think the Weavers are pretty heavily favored. It's not a Fire Giant call. I have lost the thread, man. I'm out of touch. I don't know what these guys are up to.
I don't even know if it's necessarily you. I don't even know if they know exactly what they want to go for. Right now, they've rotated 3 to the left side to start up the Oni Fury, but again, it's Sops tanking it, and Sops is getting annihilated by this Fury. He has lost most of his HP to just the initial offhand damage from it. And now with all 5 grouped up from the Weavers, the Oni Fury will go their way. And all of that fighting from earlier, that 2-for-none trade, now finally will net the Weavers an objective. Oni Fury goes down.
So enhanced minions will be working their way across the map. Generally, if we're going by the OG Sanguine / Leviathan's win condition, this is where you start to look towards that Fire Giant. With this composition, the Weavers could make pretty short work of it. It all depends on whether or not Yomi Tanuki show presence on the map. If Bitey resets back towards the duo lane, you gotta think the Weavers are gonna immediately pull out the Fire Giant themselves, or at least put some presence towards this Pyromancer. Seems to be the call yet again. The Weavers still playing with a gold deficit, but it seems like momentum is completely on their side.
Pyro teased at the least by the Weavers. Diesel will start up and jump out. Chinfu in the back line. Doesn't grab anybody with the Ragnarok on initial go, and won't find anybody with it this time around, as the Riptides were enough to get Hurrywind out of danger. And that's one team fight tool down for the Weavers. The Tanuki still spread out a little bit, but grouping up on this right side.
Chinfu will have that cooldown back sooner rather than later, already at 40% CDR with that Bumbus Hammer now finished up. It is unfortunate that he's not able to burn away any beads or at least pick up one of those targets. Seems like he thought he grabbed him with the initial bite, started running towards his team, realizes he had whiffed it slightly, and tries his best to reclose that gap. But with Hurrywin there, Riptides will reposition them pretty easily. Yomi Tanuki now showing presence around the Pyromancer. They've got the defensive positioning, and they've got an E-set on their side. So if they can pull out either one of these objectives, could go their way. But we saw it earlier, and we talked about it during P's and B's. You might get the objective, but the fight afterward is never guaranteed.
Snatty has to leap away from Big Slim. The Ghastly Breath is starting to put its work in. Shinfu dives in the middle of 4, and then just gets to walk himself right on out. The Tanuki regrouping. Sada Dragon missed the taunt onto Chinfu, and that will allow the Fenrir to walk out.
Sops takes a lot of damage in that trade. It was all damage from Bitey, Hail of Arrow plus Bladed Arrow at max distance. Drops the Soul player down to half HP as Chinfu goes in yet again, this time losing his ultimate and his beads.
The Coffin tries to pull in Hurrywin, but the River's Rebuke is going to slow that one down. Snatty loses about 30% of his health on the trade out. The Yomi Tanuki are still rather healthy. A few low health bars on the Weavers. Big Slim has the beads to get away from the onslaught further in. The Suns rain down from Diesel. All ultimates off the board for both teams, but that allows Nehu to push in with the Wing Guts, get some decent damage in. Riptide finds 2, forced to leap out. Mando Warrior down to 30% health. The Spirit Ball will clip Chinfu, and that should be the death of the Fenrir, but the Aegis comes out just in time to keep him alive.
Someone's gotta die, man. Every single ultimate down in the game, the majority of relics lost, the Anansi Weavers, but Yomi Tanuki do not mistake it, do come out ahead on that trade. Every single one of them still healthy. So the Fire Giant is pulled out and dropped low. Just Diesel in range to defend as of now. Manda Warrior turning the corner. Coin toss.
It's going to be close. Manda Warrior's got to get the steal. He will not do so. The Yomi Tanuki get the Fire Giant and may just pick up an extra kill alongside. Sada used his ult to try and immune the Ragnarok. It'll trade out as a 1-for-1. Sada finds Manda Warrior and takes him down. Chinfu down low HP. He should go down with one more hit, but he's not going to go. Instead, it stops the first one out. Big Slim in the middle of 4. No chance that this Cerberus makes out. Spirit Ball just off the mark, but Bitey and the rest of the team to rally around should take down the Cerberus and make it a 4-for-1 trade plus a Fire Giant. Or maybe, no, okay, now he goes down.
No, it was cool. Like, it was a 3-man Stygian Torment and a 4-man stun. If anybody was alive besides Chinfu, that probably would have been a turnaround fight. But at the end of the day, Yomi Tanuki, and in the initial engagement, force out every single resource from the Anansi Weavers. Fall back to the Fire Giant, pull it out, win the coin toss, and then the Weavers present around the Fire Giant, now without resources, all their beads, their Aegises, their ultimates down. It's the Yomi Tanuki who come out ahead in trades. Snatty, unfortunately, does lose his life and the Fire Giant buff, but the rest of the Tanuki are incredibly strong and now can start up their siege. Only 3 towers still standing for the Anansi Weavers, and they've got decent ability to keep the waves at bay. Both Manda Warrior and Sop should be able to keep the minion waves out of their base, but initiation has got to be the concern now. In the simplified game state of a base siege or offense, it very often is just a tried and true 5-on-5 engagement. If Big Slim Immy Jim walks in, he's just gonna die, right? Like, it's a lot of single target CC on the side of Yomi Tanuki. We've seen now that Chinfu's been struggling just to apply his own CC, and now struggling to walk back towards his own side of the base. You gotta be worried about the Weaver's ability to engage these fights.
Oh no, Ultimate catches Chinfu, and that's gonna be a worst case for him. Both Ragnarok and Beads are gone. H is still for another 25 seconds. And it's not just Chinfu's ultimate, it was also Sop's to help on the disengage. Now 2 ults on cooldown for the Anansi Weavers as they have to defend up against these Phoenixes. Both towers in mid shredded away while all of that fighting was happening. And with a wave close by on the left side, the Yomi Tanuki will start their movement towards the left lane.
Keep your eyes on Big's limped Jimmy Jams as he tries to find some sort of initiation on the left-hand side. It's going to have to come shortly if he wants to keep that Phoenix alive. Meanwhile, Chinfu takes the fight to Sada Dragon and wins that. So now Yomi Tanuki, without even having to deal with Big's limped Immy Jim, will just be able to walk themselves out of there. But that's not exactly the ideal Fire Giant power play.
No, it is not. 3 with the Fire Giant for another minute, and seems the rest of what they'll be able to do is go for a Fury, but this won't be a free Fury, as everybody else on the Weavers have shown right back up. And will continue the chase. Beads taken away from the Cerberus. Big Slim will zone everyone else out.
The Cerberus, who's that?
The Cerberus, Big Slim.
No, that's Big's limped.
Bill's Lim?
Bill's Lim Jimmy Tim.
This has just gone completely spiraled out of control with just his name alone.
Yeah, well, that's what he wanted.
I think we walked into this game knowing that was going to happen.
Yeah, he wanted that, and he got what he wanted.
Yeah, he got
like Big Slim Timmy Jim normally does.
Exactly. Nancy Weavers at least able to maintain the kill lead, still down in gold just a little bit, but as we start getting to our final builds, that matters less and less. 3K gold and XP separating them. Mid laners very close in each other towards their builds. It's actually a nimble Rada Tahuti picked up for Sops to give him a little bit of extra attack speed to now couple alongside this Mannequin's Mace that he's been able to upgrade.
So his damage output is incredibly high, as well as his attack speed. So if he's able, Sops that is, to close gap onto these structures, onto these objectives, he will shred them away with relative ease and expeditious nature to the death of these objectives. But it has not been the Anansi Weavers being the aggressor on the objectives, not for a long time. Yomi Tanuki being at a kill disadvantage, still maintain and nurse their gold and experience leads. 1 level, the only thing separating these 2 teams, but the gold still certainly there, as well as Nehu on this E set. Fire Giant matters more and more the later the game goes, now that we're in the enhanced Fire Giant state post 30 minutes. Trading Nehu's life for an enhanced Fire Giant might just be value. That's just enough for your team. The Anansi Weavers have taken notice, though. They will not allow Yomi Tanuki to set up that defensive positioning.
Jinfu again with the Ragnarok, finds Bitey. Bitey doesn't have his
Lives?
speed, but has his ages as soon as he lands back, and will find a way out. But it does cost Neu his ultimate to help him out.
Bro, Sops and Diesel were there both. That is crazy. I guess no lucky crits for Diesel, only like 20% crit chance. Sops misses a couple auto attacks, but that is a fully channeled Ragnarok onto an Ull at the 33-minute mark.
With no beads.
But he does survive. Does at least lose the Aegis on the tail end. And as you said, Nehu has to use his ultimate to peel out there. But I just gotta think that's a fumble.
With it, the Weavers do have some pressure around Fire Giant. Makes them off to the left. Chinfu finds Sada Dragon. Will get the leap out of one. And another ultimate used by Chinfu. But not going to pick up Snatty until the second time away. The beads burned away as the coffin continues to channel by Mando. Will pull in Hurry Win. And then the route after, but a Rivers Rebuke will separate the team fight. Mando Warrior brought back into the Rivers, but he'll be able to find a path back out. It's only the Cerberus taking the brunt of the damage.
Hurry Win and Snatty both lose their beads, so Chinfu, who's already ulted multiple times this fight, if he gets one more, has got a couple of targets that he could put his ire towards. Snatty, a little bit tanky, as is Hurry Win. Both would likely survive the Ragnarok if Bitey's able to do so. So, the Weaver's jungler will have to be choosy with his ultimates here. Mando Warrior, similarly, will have his ultimate available very shortly, and, well, he doesn't get the option to be as choosy with that Life of the Party ultimate. And with all that said, it still is Yomi Tanuki pushing their way forward.
Spirit Ball from downtown does clip Sops. Sops will be able to heal a little bit of that. Riptide finds Big Slim. He'll be able to leap away from the rest of that, but that's about 40% of his health bar gone. And a reset from the support of the Weavers. Snatty stops that back to delay it a little bit longer. Curious as to why he would stop it instead of just letting him go back and then put his team in an advantageous spot for Fire.
Just slowing him down and being annoying has got to be the strategy there. Fire Giant now finally pulled out, but immediately reset afterward. Bitey takes a little bit of damage, maybe more so than he's willing to, but luckily has a Yamoja at his side. Both teams poking and prodding, but neither one finding any bit of payment. Neither one hitting pay dirt. We're at commentator bedrock right now, man. I'm struggling and just biding my time and waiting and sitting on the edge of my seat for the first pick, the first fight, the first anything to separate these two teams. Because as it stands, what we had seen originally was a double beads pull. Beads are already coming back up now from Yomi Tanuki. Every single ultimate is back and available as well. Both of these teams are waiting for the other one to make a mistake.
Here's how long it's been, Myth. Aegis is back up for Bitey in 2 seconds.
That owns.
And that was used at the start of all of this. Chinfu will start the fight once again by picking up Hurry Win, but Hurry Win will find a way back out. It's Mando caught in the midst of the Rivers, and Snatty's the one to grab the kill. Riptide still holding Diesel and Sops back, and a charge in Spirit Ball is going to get both relics from Diesel, but those relics are not going to be enough. He is low, and Sada Dragon will finish the job. The poison is spread over to Big Slim, and Sops has lost his half his HP, but another Riptide from Hurry Win is just devastating everything that the Weavers have put forward. Sops tries to box back in, but he doesn't find it. Chinfu helps Big Slim to find one kill, but it's just the two of them left up against four. Chinfu finds a way out, and so does Big Slim. 3 for 1 trade for the Tanuki.
Yomi Tanuki, 4 strong, though, are able to start their siege up on this mid-Phoenix. No Fire Giant to either of these teams, so it is a slow roll here on the Phoenix itself. The Weavers have thought better of it, will not walk themselves in. So the Yomi Tanuki take the team fight dub. Chinfu picking up Hurry Wind has gotta be a throw, man. We knew he wasn't killing Bitey earlier, so how are you killing a full tank Yamoja with a circle protection on her feet? It's just not happening. Shell maintained through the fight. Beads maintained for Hurry Wind. And now, they work their way over towards the Oni Fury. I suppose with Bitey dead, and no ultimate is available for Nehu. The damage output's pretty slow. Yeah, sure. Oni Fury separating the map, getting a little bit more golden experience for your team as you wait for your ADC to respawn. Then you can start the siege all over again on the Fire Giant itself. Mid-Phoenix, though, now the separator between these two teams. Not a worst-case scenario, though, for the Weavers. It's pretty easy to keep Fire Minion Waves out of the middle lane and simultaneously defend the Fire Giant. But it is an advantage, nonetheless, over to Tanuki.
Game 1 was a slow 35-minute burn from the Weavers to find their success. A convincing and dominating 31.5-minute Game 2 from the Tanuki. And now as we push towards the 37.5-minute mark for an even longer Game 3 and even more back and forth battle, Snatty picked up by Chinfu. But once again, beads are available to the Bastet. And Chinfu will just have to walk away, knowing that he at least got one relic out of this ult.
I'd love to see just some like initiations from Big Slim Timmy Jim. If he could just get in there and burn the beads himself, it wouldn't be up to Chinfu, who has to sacrifice all of his HP every time.
Fire started up, being burned by the Tanuki, and Circle Protection is there to confirm it. And finally, Enhanced Fire Giant goes down after all this dancing on this right side of the map. But how many of the Weavers can find a way out? It seems the answer to that will be all of them, as the Tanuki are giving kind of a half-hearted chase on this right side.
If they can stop some backs, Minion Wave's already in towards the Titan room, but every single member of the Weavers will make their way all the way back towards base. Yomi Tanuki take the scenic route to the tier 2 tower on the right-hand side. Dragon gonna try his best to split all the way across the map. Tanuki need to play it slow on the right because it's already shown that Dragon's not here.
Mando tries to pull in Neva, will not do so. Neu now with no beads gets thrown right back into death the second he lands. Mando, credit to the kill. Hurrywin using the Riptide to bump himself out of the fight. Bitey will separate himself from the support. But take a look at the two assassins on the Tanuki. Minions are about to push back in towards the mid lane. Dragon and Snatty could just end this game if nobody goes back. But the Weavers will at least turn back, realize that this could happen. The left side Phoenix should go down, but the Tanuki have at least been slowed down.
They have been. So now 2 Phoenixes down, and both assassins in unison leap their way out of there. Mando Warrior was the only one who could make his way back to base. Had Yomi Tanuki just slow-played it on the right side of the map and allowed time for that left side to get pushed into the burn, it would have either split the attention of the Weavers or they would have got the left side Phoenix for free. But instead, overactive, I would say, from Yomi Tanuki, getting a little too close, flying a little too close to the sun, getting too close to the bird, and immediately lose their lives. Only 2, though. Fire Giant maintained by the other 3, Dragon, Snatty, and Bitey maintaining their buffs. Should be able to try and siege out on the right-hand side again, so long as they survive.
Chinfu picks up Snatty, a lot of damage thrown back through. Chinfu will re-engage in the fight, and Ultimate immuned away by Big Slim, but that's going to be the beads off of the Cerberus now. Good turnaround by Snatty.
Forgot this guy had beads. It feels like it's been so long he's had to use them, but Big Slim does utilize that relic to maintain his life. Had he got picked out there, could have very well have been the game. Yomi Tanuki now 5 strong, 3 with Enhanced Fire Giant, can start sieging yet again. Mid Phoenix respawning very shortly, and Relic Roundup, only 1 set of beads down for Tanuki. Nehu's gonna have that back in about 30 seconds. I take that back. Bitey's also missing his for another 35. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Weavers have got the majority of their relics available, barring Big Slim, which we just saw used his beads just a moment ago. Both teams fighting at nearly full strength.
Chinfu is targeting Snatty for most of these. Ragnarok again gonna go for Snatty, but not find the bite this time. Instead, it's Dragon fighting an ultimate on towards Chinfu. Aegis will buy Chinfu some extra time to find a way out. But the Yomi Tanuki at full strength now can start pushing up the right side. Phoenix, minion wave right behind. Dragon pushing himself over towards the middle of the map. He can make his pathway back in very quickly. Sun's Rain down to keep the minions at bay, and the Yomi Tanuki cannot continue their push into the Phoenix.
Right side Phoenix is peppered with damage, taking him off about 15%. That's about 1 auto attack, I'd say, from Bitey that is able to do that. But we've seen now that Big Slim is not as tanky as he once was. If Yomi Tanuki can focus fire onto him, they will remove him from the game incredibly quickly. Keep your eyes on Dragon. He's got the 1v1 up against Chinfu. No beads or Aegis to the Fenrir. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's a 4v4 core. It seems like the Weavers are able to keep him back.
Bitey spending some of his resources to poke Diesel and Sops. Ricochet just off the mark by Diesel, but half HP on the Ho Yi. A little bit of health coming back as Mando Warrior did clip 1 with his own heal. But it's just a slow poke battle. Meanwhile, all the way on the left side, minions are starting to make their way in. The Coffin will not pull in Hurrywin. Chinfu picks up Dragon with the beads from the Circuit, will get him out. Chinfu eats a Spirit Ball, a lot of damage thrown back up against this Fenrir, but the Tanuki are still standing strong on the right Phoenix.
Minion wave now in the base, so Chinfu will be forced to defend there. Opportunity over to Tanuki, but Dragon nowhere nearby, has to resustain in the jungle. The Anansi Weavers have maintained their base another time. Fire Giant power play still has a little bit of time left on it, I thought, but no, it is respawning very shortly. 20 or 30 seconds away until that one comes back up. So difference is, last time on the Fire Giant dance, it was just the mid-Phoenix loss for the Anansi Weavers. Since then, mid-Phoenix has come back up, but the left side bird is now down. The most valuable Phoenix in the game, the one furthest from the Fire Giant. If someone's going to show presence on this side of the map, it will be an indicator to Yomi Tanuki that they've got a numbers advantage. But with Mando Warrior being that one, he's got the heroic teleport available to him. He can join the fight at a moment's notice. This is not as simple as it might appear.
Grouping around the Fire Giant, crashing back down. So we approach 43 minutes now on this third game. The Yomi Tanuki need one team fight. The Anansi Weavers need one team fight to turn this entire game back around. Maybe close this one out. Fire Giant started half HP. Snatty in the backline. Shinfu goes up to the Ragnarok to pull anybody, but he's stuck inside the rivers. Neu will use his ultimate, and the Tanuki get the Fire Giant once again. Shinfu blown up. The instant he gets to the backline, it's a triple ult by Big Slim, but he's not going to find the follow-up that he was looking for. It's Snatty finding the kill up against Diesel. Neu still surviving throughout all of it. Sops goes down to Bitey, and it's just the frontliners left. Mando Warrior doing everything he can to fight back, but he doesn't have enough as this lone Baron, and now it's only the Cerberus left, and there's no shot that Neu is going to let him go back to base. The Yomi Tanuki wipe out 4. They can march right up the mid lane and should be able to take game number 3.
Clean team fight. It's the conversation we've been having the entire time. Circle protection will get you the objective, but it does not guarantee you the team fight afterward. Yomi Tanuki shows what happens if you get the objective and the team fight. 4 for 0 trade as Nehu tries to clean up a bit of his KDA and will likely do so as long as his teammates don't end the game first. A hard-fought 44-minute battle does go over to Yomi Tanuki, who take it in 3.
Took them the full 3 as they lost game number 1. Picked it back up pretty convincingly in game 2, and then this back and forth battle. Close the entire way through in game number 3, but then down to the one team fight. And multiple times we're seeing Hurrywin use this River's Rebuke to just deny the Ragnarok. Every time in these last fights that Shinfu came in, it was Hurrywin. Drop the ult. Well, now where are you going to take him?
Nowhere, because Phantom Shell wasn't picked up, I don't believe. So that means you are stuck once those walls are spawned up, and Hurrywin made perfect use of that multiple times throughout the duration of this game. A convincing battle at the very end, but maybe not the most convincing set, I'd say. Yomi Tanuki should obviously be proud of what they accomplished here, but some changes need to be made, some advancements from both of these squads. But considering both of these teams have also got some roster swaps, some role swaps as well, I think you could expect some growing pains for the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit of time before both these teams are really raring and ready to go. So we get a first look at kind of the newly formed squad, some of the players over in some of those new roles out there. Good performances across the board, but I think you're right to say maybe at least a little bit of cleanup throughout there. Diesel, once he was finally able to get active in these games, shows just how valuable a Hunter player can be once we get to these late game team fights. Shinfu, I got to give credit for how many times he tried to get these initiations going. A couple of whiffed Ragnaroks though in the mid game, put the team behind just a little bit. And even in these late games, still able to find some relics, but unfortunately he was finding the wrong targets in these late game fights.
Yeah, it seemed like for the most part, the one thing that both of these teams were struggling with were the initiations. Who's starting the fight? How are we starting the fight? And it was that 7-minute long Fire Giant dance at around the 32-minute mark where it's whoever started the fight just lost it. And that seemed to have been true, and I believe it was Chinfu who had started up that engagement and immediately lost his life for picking up Hurrywin on this Yamoja. Outside of that, individual plays and laning plays clean from both of these teams, both showing that they're capable of establishing pressure. Both side lanes at various points throughout this set were dominating on either team. So, with all that said, it's all about cleaning up that late game team fight. It's all about getting ready and gearing up to play against the best in the league, be that the SCC or the SPL when those opportunities arrive. And seeing how these two teams played here today, I've got high hopes.
Much closer this game across the board for the slash lines are concerned. Snatty and Nehu were both off to a bit of a rough game, to say the least. It was an 0-4 Nehu, a 1-4 Snatty. But once the late game team fights came through, they were able to find some extra picks for themselves. I mean, looking just across the damage charts, still pretty even, except for, well, Bitey, who kind of popped off and did 53,000 damage on an Uller, which is not something we see often. That's typically reserved for your more traditional crit hunters, even gods like AMC, who can apply bees to just about everybody in a fight consistently. Not often we see an Uller with those kind of numbers.
Bitey was like a precision scalpel in some of these engagements, just making sure every single time Sops stepped up that he was dropped low. It felt like Sops was worried about the CC. He should have just been worried about the damage that was coming his way. Hail of arrows, bladed arrows from downtown really made it hard to operate on that soul pick.
And with that victory with the Yomi Tanuki, we do have an interview standing by. We've got Billy talking with the jungler, Dragon, for our post-game interview.
All right, hello everyone. I am Billy, basically the world's best replay guy here doing interviews for the first time in ever. Today, I'm joined by the jungler for the Yomi Tanuki, Dragon. How you doing today, big guy?
Doing pretty well. How about you?
I'm doing all right, but I'm not the one who just won an SCC game. You took 2-1 over the Weavers here today because I can read things. And you did it with a very different roster than you did the last time you faced this team. Can you give me an eye behind what's going on here between this whole roster drama?
Sure. So the last time we faced them, we were playing with Bomber and support. And we made a few swaps along the way. It looks we picked up Nehu for mid. We picked up Leon for support. Kicked Leon. Picked up Herwind for support. And then Bitey was subbing in today for Hydrogen due to a power outage at Hydrogen's house. You know, it's really important for us for a team environment to be a positive place and to be productive, whether that's through like during scrims, during games, and all that. And you know, while Leon was an amazing player, and he really was very impressive as a player, he wasn't always the best team player, and I feel like that really reflected in our team environment and how our results panned out in the first 2 weeks of the season and during LAN. And so we ended up making the decision to switch him out for Herwind, and at the same time we decided to pick up who I think is basically the best available free agent mid laner, Nehu, who had just come off of winning a SCC Masters LAN with what are now the Hounds, essentially. And we felt that he was a very strong free agent and deserved the pickup.
Well, hey, you guys showed your stuff here today, getting the win with a sub and 2 new roster additions. That is something we haven't seen in a minute. But you did talk about how the team environment has changed with the subs, so I'm wondering what's kind of the mojo that both Herwin, former SPL player, former, you know, top of the line mid laner turned support, turned SCC prodigy here, and Nehu, someone we haven't really seen since those days back on Sleekness, the old version of the Hounds, which we saw not too long ago. But what are those two bringing that wasn't brought before for the Tanuki?
You know, both of them are bringing the wealth of experience that Leon brought, but they're bringing it in a very positive way. You know, they're constantly in call with us. They're talking after scrims. You know, when we're losing, it's all stay positive. Here's how we're winning. Here's our win conditions. This is what we need to do. You know, so they're bringing a lot of they're really just bringing a lot of experience to the table on this is how our drafts should go. This is how we should adjust stuff after this loss, right, and stuff along those lines.
Yeah, it's definitely shown. You guys won the last two games of this set. You guys adapted very quickly, and it looked like they provided a lot to you guys. So, one final question, at least in terms of the game of Smite itself, is last split, you guys were in a 3-way tie to make it to the Masters. You did qualify at the last second, well, the last few matches, I guess. But what's different this time around? Are you guys going to make Masters with no contestation? Are you guys going to win Masters? What's next for the Tanuki?
Yeah, you know, I think it's going to be an easy 4-1 as our record from here on out. We'll just take the clean first place. Yeah, if we're going based off of scrims, you know, we're not going to be losing any games. So,
all right, a little bit of confidence, and one final question because I need to know. A few days before this interview takes place, in my Zen tweets, Dragon pisses me off, man. You respond, join the club. The membership list is getting pretty long. How big is this list? What are we talking about here? And who's on it, really?
You know, I've kicked a lot of people this year. I think I'm at wait. I'm at 5. I've at 5 kicks this year. So, you know, but yeah, that one was just a little post-scrim tweet. I don't think he was too happy about how the scrim set went. He might have gotten a little bit of a camp treatment.
It's what you got to do sometimes. But anyway, thank you for your time. If you have anything to shout out, go ahead.
Atlas, best dog, just got uncomp banned as well. Very excited.
Let's go. I can't wait to see him in some matches. Anyway, this has been Dragon, Yomi Tanuki, Billy, basically I do everything at this point, and I will see you guys at the next interview. Des Boys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Billy and Dragon, for the post-game interview. Some confidence out of Dragon, even though despite the fact that he's got a whole new roster of teams, out of everything that really got picked up, it's the fact that at the very end of the interview says, I kicked 5 players.
Smiling, by the way, and
giggling. Giggling and smiling.
That's crazy.
I wonder if those 5 players can form a full team to go back up against Dragon.
Yeah, dude, I created 5 supervillains who now have me at the top of their hit list. I don't know, it's a little wild to me. A little wild. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Having some fun, maybe feeling confident for the rest of the season. We'll see if they can hold that 4-1 moniker that he's holding up his team to in this phase. At least for today, they do find the win up against the Anansi Weavers. And our next set will be the Callan Wardens and the Athenian Sages. And then we'll round out the rest of NA on Saturday with the Eldritch Hounds and the Shibboleth Storm kicking off at 11 a.m. We're going to take a look at the standings to see how that will kind of all affect itself with our first little wins out here. Tanuki has solidly put themselves in the middle of the pack now with a 1-1 record. The Weavers with an 0-2 will now be the first team to drop down into the 6th seed.
So impressive stuff here as the Anansi Weavers have now got themselves a bit of a hole that they're going to have to climb out of. But considering how close that set was, I wouldn't be surprised if the next couple are wins for them or if they were to clean up some of the small mistakes that we saw throughout the duration of that set. I'm sure their standings will start to reflect that as well. Yomi Tanuki, I'm sure, can feel a little bit assured in their decision to make some of these roster swaps as they are able to find a win here today. Congratulations to everyone so far, but you know what? I'm looking at the clock. It's like 5:04 p.m., but I'm pretty sure we got one more, right?
Yeah, we still have one more set to go. Our 4th and final set and our second NA set of the day coming up right next after this break.
Do you think we need more chips?
Think beyond the snack rack, Jeff. Blend yourself some for real milkshake goodness. You're buying, right?
You're the unique among the uncommon. You fought for our freedoms. Your bravery and leadership is celebrated by all Americans. At Grand Canyon University, we recognize your commitment to excellence. Our commitment is to deliver modern, online degree programs that can help you or your spouse pursue the next step in your journey. We salute you. God bless America. Find your purpose at GCU. Private, Christian, affordable. Visit gcu.edu/military.
Ever imagined falling in love with your cat litter? Introducing BoxyCat, the cleanest litter box experience. BoxyCat litter has a secret weapon, flat top clumps. It instantly forms rock-hard clumps at the top of the litter box, locking in odors and keeping it ultra clean. Easy to scoop, no more scraping. Plus, BoxyCat is longer lasting, so you'll toss less and save more. Shop BoxyCat on Amazon and fall in love with flat top clumps.
for our fourth and final set of the day. It's the SCC, and we are still in North America. It's going to be the Sages, the team behind me, and the Wardens, the team over there behind Trelly. It's Gore and Trelly. I just said your name, so I can say it twice. And we're going to be taking you through here as we have some fun, I think, in North America. Because, Trelly, we've been seeing, I think, a lot of variety from these teams so far, and I don't think, like, we've started to see more consistent gods that are quote-unquote meta, but I think there's still a lot of flexibility that 9-5 is allowing, that I don't know that anything's completely written in stone yet.
Yeah, there's definitely some things that people are like, okay, we don't want to face that, so let's make sure that's banned away. But besides that, everything seems to be fair game. People are sort of just, you know, throwing their strats at the wall, seeing what sticks, that sort of thing. We have the tried and true characters like, you know, Fenrir are always going to be pretty decent if you want to focus around a pick style comp, but everything else I think is a pretty fair game.
Now this is going to be, I think, a very fun one to watch unfolding in the Wardens taking on the Sages. Hounds and Storm will be playing, for those of you curious about that, Saturday morning, just before the SBL. So you'll have to wait a day, but I promise you the patience will be well rewarded, because you'll get up on a nice Saturday morning, you have a couple hours for cartoons, and then you get to watch the SCC, and you can watch SBL. And then if you want to, there's maybe Saturday night cartoons, who knows? We'll see how the standings change, though, here. The Wardens, maybe surprising, at least me a little bit, because they gravitated towards the bottom after the first week. It's only 0-1. It's not the end of the road, but it's definitely not where you want to start out.
Yeah, it's interesting because whenever I look at this Wardens roster, I've said this a few times on the desk, it just seems like a team that should definitely be up there. But you know, their opponents, the Sages, are definitely no slouches either. I like to think of them playing out of the mid lane more often than not. Briz has just been such a dynamic player on this squad. Not really playing, as you mentioned, you know, there's these picks that are on top of on top of the ladder, right? Things that you want to be looking at more often than not. And then Briz just doesn't really care about those meta picks. He's like, I just want to play Agni. I'm going to pick it whenever. I don't care who gets through. You know, people are playing Hunters in the mid lane. Not Briz. He's just going to stick to his Agni, maybe the Thought, that sort of thing. He just wants to get pressure in that lane, and it seems like the team likes playing through that.
And honestly, that might be necessary for this set, because, as it turns out, Slash, typically playing with this team, not going to be here for just this set. And so, of course, their coach, Taco, is going to be stepping in for them. And the way this has worked for them is that Snoopy's going to swap over there to the solo lane, taking Slash's place, and Taco's going to go over into where she is very comfortable, in the taco role, the ADC role. Yeah, the taco role.
She's going to make tacos
it was made for her specifically. No, yeah, over there in the carry role. And so that's going to be a little bit of a change-up. That means that your core three, Privative, Briz, Jengaru, still playing together, still playing consistently. But these pillars that you have on the outside are maybe going to have a different look than what we're used to seeing.
Yeah, I mean, Snoopy's been around for a while, and he's played a few roles.
He's played a lot.
He's played a few roles in his time as well. So I have to imagine that he's got some solo laners in the back pocket, as well as the fact that you can just play Hunters over there as well. So maybe we'll just see Snoopy say, I'm just going to be playing solo duo lane. I'll just pick the Chernobyls, that sort of thing in this lane. It's not going to affect our team play that much at all.
It is... It's actually really funny that because we watched him, like one of his highlights was just playing Chernobyl.
Yeah.
He'd just do that over there now if he really wanted to. They're going to be going up against the Wardens, though. And this is a team that is difficult to beat, to say the least. Again, why I'm so surprised that they ended up getting taken down last week. Although, of course, they were up against the Hounds, which is simultaneously another team that is really, really hard to beat. This is going to be your relentless one. Sino, Moswall, Gino, Griff, like a lot of hard hitters that line up on this roster.
And it's definitely not easy to pick or ban against them either. I mean, we've already talked in great detail about how odd the picks and bans are right now for any team, but a team like the Wardens, where you just never know if Sino's going to say...
where they were already picking weird things.
Yeah, it's like, Sino's playing Scotty jungle or E-set jungle, and it's obviously that strange, but now you never know what could be played at this point. Are you going to be dealing with a typical style of solo pick? Obviously, the Relentless one has been going more towards those tried and true warriors with the Glad Shield buff, stuff like that, but it's just never something you're able to count out, and you have to just, take it as one step at a time in the picks and bans, really. Not letting any sort of pick say, okay, that's definitely going one place. You sort of just have to, just go through the emotions and say, we don't really know where everything's lining up just yet.
And I'm curious how picks and bans are going to go for this one. In fact, you know what? We can just go ahead and find out by jumping into them. Because it feels like for the Wardens, like you said, trying to ban picks against this team, it's very difficult to do. Do you target Sino, who has a million gods in his god pool? Do you target Griff, who seemingly has a million gods in their god pool, right? Like they've got too much. Or, and then I guess, conversely for the Wardens, do you ban out solo laners? Do you ban out carries? Like, where do you target them? I think you had highlighted the jungle earlier for this Aegis, and the mid lane maybe. But so far it's the Yamoja, what is that, a Matarasu, as well as a Nemesis. And a Matarasu, maybe kind of raising some flags there, because I don't think we've seen that as a ban all day.
Yeah, it's just targeted towards Relentless One. He loves this Ama on that solo lane, and usually is able to get some pretty solid pressure, but you're up against Mazwal in the mid lane as Riz, and he's leaning towards those Outwashes and the Zeuses, things like that. That's never something you want to waste a ban on, but also you just have to accept there's going to be a ton of AoE teamfight presence and a lot of anti-heal. But Mercury is something that's been on the top of the picks and bans list for quite some time, and Chernobog right there as well. But the Wards are going to grab Thoth, which does not immediately scream to me a Mazwal pick, but he's got to have one in the back pocket, right?
Oh, yeah, at this point, right? Like you've played too much Smite for too long and done too well in the past to not be able to play a Thoth. And I think we might have seen one in like phase 1. There was that weird period where Thoth was like really good. Everyone wanted to play him, but also simultaneously no one wanted to play him because you could just potentially find easy ganks. They get that in the Chernobog, and we were talking about that as a potential for Snoopy to try and pick up. So stripping away something that could have been an asset here for this Aegis while they have this swap going on, and maybe making things a little more awkward for them in their entire pick and ban phase.
Yeah, I think that was a smart option there. Just taking that away and making sure that Snoopy can't use this ADC in the solo lane if that is the option. But it looks like the ESET and the Jingwei are going to be locked in here. ESET could be taking away from Sino on the other side, but now that we see the Erlong probably going into the jungle more often than not, we have seen a bit of the solo laner Erlong shed.
Yeah.
Not the best look, I don't think. Your lane pressure's not the best, and you are pretty susceptible to these ganks. You're forced into beats, especially up against a Mercury. There's just so much CC. So for my money, probably going to sign on the jungle. So nothing weird yet. But given the fact that we're seeing the Gab ban, things like that, I don't think this ESET will be going to the support role. Probably going to mid. And it's interesting because for a while, it was just ESET support. That's all we're going to see. But now that the SPL has been going for a bit, and we've seen after the Masters, ESET's been going more towards that mid role as well.
I was thinking, unless Wardens have it. Like, if Wardens have it, then it's mid, support, or jungle, and it changes everything. A lot of support-centric bans, though. The Athena, the Ares, the Geb you had mentioned. Shiva gets banned. Again, someone else that we haven't seen in weeks at this rate. I mean, he has been gone since the end of phase 1. We saw a couple of teams picking him up, but it has just dropped off the face of the battlegrounds, I guess, not the earth. Maybe the earth, too.
Both, but as we expected from the Sages, we're seeing double Hunters. So it looks like either Snoopy or Taco are taking either the Jingwei or the Heimdall, respectively, to one of those lanes, just saying, we're just making the solo lane an extra duo lane at this point. We put our ADC over there because of the fact that Slash is out. Might as well make the best use of that. Chernobog's gone. Jingwei gets a free teleport in that sense, and Heimdall also gets a free teleport. So either one of them could play that solo lane pretty effectively up against what I can only assume is going to be the Bastet or the Erlang. I think they're pretty interchangeable in that regard, but a lot of damage coming from the Wardens and a lot of not much CC coming from the Sages is what I'm trying to say here. They have no real tanks. It's just an ESET and an ADC.
Well, they will hit really hard when they get there. We'll see how it works out in game, though. As we jump into the map, this is going to be a fun one to watch because I think we have seen compositions like the Sages are running absolutely steamroll teams. And we have seen them just get demolished. It feels like there is no in-between. There's no, we're going to drag you out to 50 minutes of gameplay because it's so back and forth. Like, you are going to do one or the other. And a lot of it is going to depend on specifically whether or not Privative is able to bring that strength that an ESET and support can. I think we've seen it a little recently. A lot of focus from Jake, I want to say, not too long ago, a couple of weeks ago. Didn't look too great, I'm going to be honest, in that set. Like, there are moments that it has its strengths, but it does not necessarily stand out. Now laning with Taco as opposed to Snoopy, someone that Privative's gotten at least a little used to, maybe changes up the dynamic of how that lane's going to feel.
Yeah, I'm one of the bigger ESET support haters that we have on the casting team because I think that ESET really does just need damage to be able to make use out of circle protection. There is a lot of CC to be had, and the lockdown is good and the peel is decent, but said as a solo tank is my issue, right? There's a few tanks that I think excel in being the one tank of the squad. If you're going to have this ADC in the solo lane, if you're going to say, I'm going to be the sole member of my team standing at the forefront of the fight, and everyone else is going to be backliners, you know, things like Kumba, things like, you know, anything that has a lot of CC and ways to get out, ESET is either in or out, so you're either winning that fight or you're losing that fight. That's sort of the issue with this pick. But Primitive going into the beads and going for the Gauntlet Deep Start is going to help out as Relentless One, taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, this is fun to watch. Snoopy just controlling the lane. Looks like... Oh no, he's going to play it aggressively. Not going to find the auto. And so Relentless One creating just enough space there. In fact, going back in for the fight. We'll see how this ends up working out for either of them. Looks like Snoopy now is going to be the one on the back foot. And this is maybe the most, I want to say, interesting lane that they're going to have going on for them. A little bit of pressure early on for the Wardens in the dual lane. So Snoopy may be able to make up for that by being able to box out a Bastet. Not a matchup I think that Relentless One has had to face in a while. Is up against a Heimdall of all things.
Yeah, I would assume we haven't seen the Bastet v Heimdall lane in your scrims that many times, but it is going to be a beautiful pull in. Riv's going to take a fair bit of damage here, but has the Dispel Magic that just gives a nice health shield, and ESET pretty slippery in her own right in this lane, so should be just fine with that pull in. But I'm expecting to see Sino get very active because you already highlighted it. This team has 3 ADCs in the sense of, you know, 2 Hunters and a Mercury. Getting to late game is where it really is going to shine. The Wardens want to try to put the brakes on that as much as possible, and Sino has the Blink. I'm expecting to see this Erlong get very aggressive. It looks like he's posturing towards a purple buff invade on the way now. And Priven, Taco, both have their beads up, but here goes.
Yeah, that's going to be an easy route, easy kill on the Priven. Now Taco, surrounded by 3 Jengarus here, might be able to find some peel. This is not necessarily the strength of a Mercury 3 minutes in. Maybe going to be looking for the defense on the purple buff. Not going to be able to find it. Goes under the tier 2. And it's just first blood, but over to Griff. So the Wardens start off with a good start.
Yeah, that's not, I mean, I don't know who you want maybe if Gino got the last hit, that's who you want the first blood to go to. Anyone else.
Like worst case scenario.
Yeah, anyone else is going to be rough, and Griff is going to be able to run this lane. Already, Taco's on Jingwei, right, which doesn't get much lane pressure, doesn't love fighting until crit is built. Chernobog really doesn't love it either, but with a first blood, with Transcendence being stacked just so much earlier, Griff is going to be able to run this lane and then rotate to everyone else using that ultimate, that global presence, and just making everyone's life miserable. So I expect to see Sino on that purple buff on cooldown. Every time it's about to spawn in, we're going to see that Erlong over there, unless Griff just has just an overwhelming amount of pressure, then probably can just do it himself.
That's going to be difficult, I think, to match up to. Once the trans comes online, Snoopy looking for a little more. No, takes the crystal away. I thought we were about to see maybe something, well, I was going to say something fancy. We already saw the fancy thing, Relentless One.
Just jumping over the
Jumping over the ult is pretty fancy. And Snoopy can't make any magic work after that one, so he just falls back.
Yeah, it was, I foresaw the opportunity, right? Right off the Galler Horn, you got the knock up, you have a chance to go for that ult, but hesitated a little bit, was like, wait, should I do this? I'm going to go for it, and then missed it. So now Snoopy probably has to play a lot safer in the lane, but given the fact that neither of them have back, Relentless One probably wants to stack up that Soul Eater as quickly as possible, while Snoopy wants to get that Transcendence, or maybe even the Dominance start. Either one is going to be solid here. You're not looking to get too aggressive until you've backed at that point. There's no teleport, so they're just going to be clearing the wave, maybe throwing some abilities at each other, but unless these junglers get active, which finally Jengar takes over to level 5, there is an opportunity for that Sonic Boom to set up some pressure in that lane. We're gonna see some abilities being thrown, maybe some ultimates missed. Who really cares at this point?
Yeah, that's the thing about the Mercury though, is you know, like you said, it does feel so almost so late game that it hurts sometimes, right? Like right now, you know, you hit your level 5, you get yourself the Golden Blade, you're feeling like you got a good power spike. Sino's just better though. Like this god at this period of time is just gonna do better things than what you can accomplish. Good displacement though, good ults. And so I'm excited to see what Jengar can do. I also wanted to compliment you. I almost forgot about it, but you had said like 3 ADCs and you threw Mercury out there because like it's very, I think we use it so much in like placement of just saying like the hunter.
Yeah.
That it's easy to forget that it's attack damage carry. That's like that's what Mercury does to a T. That just made me happy.
Well,
I wanted you to know that.
Well, I appreciate you appreciating me, because a lot of people, they'll come in and they'll say, "What does ADC even stand for?" A lot of people don't even know what it means. They just have highlighted that as, it's like short for hunter, I guess. I don't know, but yeah, attack, damage, carry. They use auto attacks, and that's what Merc does. But it looks like Jengaru could be going for a Harpy on the right side of the map, but also could be looking for any sort of gank onto this Bastet. Unless Relentless One ults and beats and has the jump down, I'm not seeing a golden opportunity for a Mercury to gank this solo lane. It looks like Jengaru stepped over a ward on the way over, so I don't think Relentless One is going to create that opportunity anytime soon.
Yeah, it still has the leap. Should be fine. I'm just keeping my eyes on Jengaru. It's a heavy should, because I'm like, all right, where's Jengaru going to go? This one's getting aggressive. There's the Heimdall ult, but it's going to end up not connecting the way you want. Dash forward. Jengaru's here, but doesn't have the lockdown. So ult for ult trade, and then a missed Sonic Boom just off the mark. And Relentless One, you can throw out some taunts in this one. Control of the lane goes to Bastet.
Yeah, I've done that a few times where you miss the dash, and then you're like, it's okay, I'll make up for it with the ult. Then you ult in, and then you're like, can we just stop? Like, can we just call this gank off before it gets worse? There's not many more abilities that you can really miss on Mercury. But that is one of the benefits of this Mercury, is that you can farm very quickly. You can traverse the map very quickly. You have that golden blade. You have your speed buff. So wasting some abilities here and there, you're not going to get too far down behind in farm. Sino does take over to level 8 as we see a 1v1 opportunity.
Yeah, Taco hitting the shots. Chernobog goes up in the air. You either go somewhere, potentially get chased down. He's going to go somewhere. Oh, the Spirit Ball just off the mark, so Griff gets out of there. If he comes crashing back down, though, probably dies. So it's the better option of the two. Now it's a dive onto Briz. Briz takes a lot. The push from the Dragon does a little bit. And then uses the self-banish, gets away for now. Jengaru creates some space, has Sino up against the wall. But with Gino here, with Moswall here, the Sages don't feel too confident in their capabilities to fight this.
Yeah, this is an interesting invade here. Sino, Gino, and Relentless One all at the speed buff on the opposite side of the map. All the camps have been taken away at this point, so not wanting to stick around too much longer. And that's such an interesting opportunity. Whenever we see these Chernobyls go up into the ult, it's a game of chess. Am I going to go back down? Am I going to go to the weakest member of your team to try and survive? In that instance, Priv does not have any damage built, just 20 stacks on a Gauntlet of Thebes. Even if every ability connected there, Griff still had the beads and probably would have been able to dash out of the circle of protection. So chose the right option. No one else was around the E set there to try and follow up. Taco probably one or two more autos, was able to clean that one up as well. So gonna have a little bit of more pressure in that lane.
Yeah.
We saw the Chernobog fly away, so the Jingwei gets to farm freely during that time. And then a solid fight behind the tower. We saw Briz almost die, gets up into that Celestial Flight, and then just gets out of dodge there and is going to be just fine. So a good opportunity for some gold. None to be had. It's just going to be a full reset here as we see once again Jengaru going solo.
Ooh, the ult just short, though. The dash misses, leaped over by Relentless One. 2 ganks and 2 nothings coming out from the right-hand side so far.
I mean, this is what I was talking about. Unless Relentless One ults, beats, and jumps, I see no reason for Jengaru to be over here. And twice we've seen a special delivery and a major and a Sonic Boom miss, and twice we've seen really nothing netted. And it looks like Sino's not getting active on the opposite side of the map, which usually is the threat, right? If we're going to waste a gank on the right side, the left side opens up. We haven't seen too much of that. Sino really got active in mid lane last time, and that was about it. So Jengaru not wasting his time. Gino gonna take a fair bit of damage here as well. No anti-heal built just yet for this squad, so the Sages, all their poke onto a Sylvanas isn't really gonna stick. I imagine as the game peters on, maybe a Divine Ruin in the future for Briz.
Yeah, I think, outside of First Blood, Sino hasn't really, actually no one really has ventured over to the left-hand side of the map. It's been devoid, except for the 2 carries that are hanging out there. I also think, and this is just props that I think need to be given to the Sages, typically, even when it's a sub, even when you have players like Snoopy and Taco that are playing, usually the kind of matchup gets one-sided a lot quicker, right? Like, you go into competitive, even if you're playing at the same ranked with these dudes all the time, it gets a little more heavy-handed, especially against a team like the Warden. So I think it's actually kind of phenomenal watching them hold their own to an extent, and the only reason there's an asterisk on it is because they are 2,000, 2,500 now gold behind, which is going to cause a lot of disruptions. 10 minutes in, that's a very good lead for the Wardens to just passively be picking up. But this Pyromancer, at least is going to equalize some of that. Good rotation, good damage numbers. should help them, and you had mentioned it earlier, but with Circle of Protection, most early objectives are going to be pretty easy to secure.
Yeah, I still think if anyone showed up, that could have been a toss-up because, again, Priv just has Gauntlet of Thieves. You need some damage to get the value out of that, as Priv does have the beads and will just be able to run away here unless a good pull-in by Gino has a 1v1 in. So, oh, man.
Taco, oh, no! That's not even the last hit from Griff. It's the minions that get the damage necessary. But the 1v1, that Atalanta's putting in the work early. The crits that were flying. And Griff just had a small advantage and able to find it. It's only 20% crit chance, but it's enough to find a solo and open up a Gold Fury. Just going to get the Wardens right back on top.
Yeah, I just got to say, this is the strength of these two build paths where you get the Itch of All and you think, okay, maybe I'll be able to trade pretty effectively, but Transcendence and Atalanta's Bow essentially means you might be hitting me more, but my auto attacks simply do more damage. You're 1 to 2 autos. Hold that touch, and Garter finds a great ult, and Moswell's forced to beads.
Now the chase is on. Good taunt, but again, beads are going to be there. Briz is so low, but Briz gets up into that Celestial height. Unfortunately, Jengaru does not have the same option and is now dead. The Warden's not going to continue. Well, they're going to continue a little bit. Thought that's too much range, but not enough damage just yet.
This is the other part about this Mercury pick that I hate. You have no one else getting beads for you, so every time we see Jengaru land an ult and go in for the grab, the beads comes through, and then everyone just is able to turn onto the Mercury. Sino does steal away the speed buff, and is going to have to run away from Briz and Priv, and all it takes is the Mink, and he's going to be just fine running away. And now Griff going to take away the purple buff. The Wardens are essentially uncontested all over the map right now. Yeah. It's really just Jengaru trying to get active with these Sonic Booms, but without someone else forcing those relics, Moswell just beads, dashes away, and then the Mercury has used everything to get in, can't get out at that point. So great answer back. Now that gold lead climbing to, look at about 5,000 in favor of the Wardens at 13 minutes. That is massive.
Yeah. That's 1,000 per player, you know, give or take. Like, actual net worth probably varies who's going to be above who by that much. But you can see a very large chunk in favor of the Warden. Snoopy's one hit away. The rest of the team is getting knocked up. Circle of Protection not going to have enough healing here. Priv just trying to get out. Oh, and unfortunately, they're not going to make it there. Relentless One takes some damage in return, but there's not a single kill on the board just yet for the Sages.
Can I just say that was a invade onto a red buff, 5,000 gold down as Griff dashes in, 2 autos will do it and lands them, and Briz goes down as well.
With the fadeaway.
You can't pay to have this amount of confidence, and I'm talking about the Sages. They were invading that red buff 6k down and forgot, I guess, that Griff can just fly in whenever he wants. That 3v3 turns into a 4v3. And now it's just even more in favor of the Wardens. No neutral objectives to go for. I can't imagine a Fire Giant gets pulled this early on, but the Wardens can just, you know, decide wherever they want to push, wherever they want to force anything. That's 10,000 experience, Gore, at 14 minutes.
And now, I gotta do some math. I'll pull my calculator out here, but that's a lot. Like, I think generally if you say 10,000 across 14, your calculator does just say, damn, that's wild. And that's all they're feeling. Snoopy also saying, damn, that's wild. Like, that's, I mean, that's just all she wrote. No beads, no Aegis. And Aussie passive can only get you so much. I like the presence. I even kind of like the draft from the Sages here, but it definitely is starting to feel Trelly. You know, 8,000 gold up, 14, 15 minutes in, that things are maybe getting a little too out of hand for the Sages.
Yeah, I personally don't like the draft. It could work. It's just, I think Priv is one of the most mechanically gifted supports in this league. And putting him on the E set, the solo tank of the squad, it's not a great engage, right? If you have one tank, why be someone that wants to sit back, right? Usually you'd think, like, okay, we have one tank, it's a Blink Sylvanas, this is our initiate, we're gonna go in off that sort of thing. ESET essentially has to sit back and peel for the squad, maybe hit a good Spirit Ball to set something up, but besides that, it puts a lot of weight on Jengaru's shoulders, and I think that's why we've seen these Sonic Booms been flying through, you know, every time they're off cooldown, essentially trying to find something. Here is an ult on Sino,
yeah,
though.
Might be able to finally change that goose egg. Nope, there's a beads from Sino. And now the question is more, can you get out that rage? Putting in some work with the crits. Priv isolated, alone, circle protection, drop that damage, that healing, not gonna be enough. And Griff is going to be able to find the kill. The other two get out of there, so support's doing their best job. This one maybe once more. Still finds some damage, is looking to leap in. And just putting out pressure. Tier 1 and right went down earlier. Tier 1 and mid goes down 16 minutes in. And the Wardens are now exploring the jungle freely as they have full reign. It feels like anything beyond the tier 2 side of the map for the Sages.
Yeah, I like how Relentless One jumped in and you phrased it as like Relentless One once more ? But who's gonna stop him? Like, who's gonna show up and be able to put down this Bastet? At the moment, no one even has the damage to try and out DPS the Soul Eater, the Glad Shield, the Spirit Robe that this Bastet has. Looking at Sino, 4 levels up in the jungle, but it looks like we might see a little 1v1 opportunity here, but the Bifrost does Bifrost things, and Snoopy will be able to get out of there just in the nick of time. But either way, Relentless One is going largely uncontested right now wherever he decides to show up. I'm not seeing many kill opportunities for anyone on the Wardens unless Gino just steps up a little bit too far. There's 3 shells on the side of the Warden, so since you're up against the triple ADC comp, you have a lot of auto attack blocking in that regard as well. These are going to start to get upgraded throughout the game, and it's going to get even worse. So the Sages have a steep hill to climb to get these ADCs online.
I mean, it's difficult. I think it is the path ahead of the Sages here. 8,000 gold though. It hadn't moved much further beyond that. Although not without effort. They're going to try for it over here. Finally, someone's going to pick up a kill. Taco takes down Griff. It looks like they're going to end up losing Priv in the process, but it's a kill that Taco gets 2 levels down, plus the Fury.
Yeah.
And that's going to open up a lot for him.
Yeah, Priv got gold. Taco gets the shutdown kill onto Griff. That's a 6-0 shutdown, by the way. So the Jingwei should be able to get some items all the while in the right lane. Jengaru and Snoopy were just pushing up this right side as maybe Relentless One could walk into a trap here. Well,
it's going to be...
Gonna have some time to think about it.
Yeah, where are you gonna land and what are you gonna do here? Relentless One throws him against the wall. There's the leap. And I'm starting to have flashbacks to what you said. If the ult is up, if the leap is up, maybe you get out of there. But no, the knockup's still going to be there. There's going to be some CC immunity, but only for a little bit. Knockup's good from Gino. The healing is keeping him going. And they're going to turn around one of these kills. Jingaru goes down. Relentless One, no mana to work with. And Snoopy does not have the power to continue chasing this. In fact, it's going to be the turnaround. 3 surrounding him. Oh, and the 2v1 turns to a 3v2 too quickly. They go down, and the Wardens are starting up an FG. And
no one from the Sages are even close. And I love the thought process there. Bastet's got no beads. We have a CC chain here. We can send him up to Niflheim. We have so much time to just try and CC chain this Bastet. But Soul Eater's a thing, and anti-heal is not a thing. So unfortunately, Relentless One is able to stall so much until Gino comes in. I just realized how poetic it was that his brother was able to shell him, save him, and then they just turn in, and they get the kill as well. So great answer back. Snoopy was forced into a 3rd item, Toxic Blade. Not something you want on Heimdall really ever. There's a couple core items in the ADC build right now, and Toxic Blade is not one of them, but you have a Mercury as your jungle, who also cannot build into anti-heal very well. Maybe the Shadow Steel Shuriken, but there's a lot of items on Mercury that you want.
Yeah.
Wind Demon and Deathbringer being 2 of them, and since you've already itemized into the Golden Blade and the Rage, there's no room for anti-heal, so Snoopy forced into it. You're up against so much healing and you can't really deal with it. That's the main issue I'm seeing right now with these ganks. Maybe you've got the damage to CC someone down, but the sustain is there, and it's just, that's not going to work out.
Just trying to figure out. At this point, it's watching the Wardens play with the map where they want. The line of scrimmage, typically, I like to think of it as like the middle of the map right at the beginning of the game. Pretty much like right where that crack, that water is, that goes across, mid? I think it goes across duo as well. And I don't like playing solo lane, so I can't tell you anything about over there. But it's moved, typically you see the advantage. We'll get bumped back to the tier 1s.
Right.
It's on the tier 2s. 20 minutes in, I don't think you want to go further past them unless you need to.
Yeah, you can't even go for your red buff after a Fire Giant goes down because that's just where the ganks will set in. Relentless One is actually defending your green buff at this point, so you can't leave your Phoenixes. The Sages are going to have some time to try and grab some gold on the right side of the map, but left side Phoenix is getting run down.
Yeah, they are just moving forward, barreling down. They've got a Trebuchet up in this lane soon. There's going to be the taunt from Sino onto Priv. They aren't going to find the kill off of it yet, but the relics popped. Privative missing theirs. Jengaru just dead. And the Phoenix is still going to go down in the 5v4. The Wardens are moving forward, trying to chase this down. Griff goes in with the ult, and when you're 8-1, you absolutely feel like you have the power to make sure that that happens. Stun from Privative is going to slow them down, but the Trebuchet is here. Doesn't seem like that's going to be enough to give the Wardens the confidence that they can knock this down. 10,000 gold. They're going to continue the fight. Relentless Ones isolated a little bit, but the healing's too strong. You called it earlier. Now Snoopy, Taco too low. Taken down and eliminated there in the 2v5. 10 seconds for Jangaru. Can they hold out long enough? And can the Mercury get something done for them? Priv one auto away. The stun's good, but the kill's a little bit better. The Titan has not taken a lot of damage just yet.
Sino is getting
Wardens
towers.
are playing with it. Look at this Jangaru. Oh, he's coming back and might be the resurgence. Yeah, Sino just left the fight earlier, by the way. And it seems like that's going to be the call for the rest of the Wardens. He gets the tower. Now they're going for the Phoenix.
Sino said that Titan is too tanky. I will go get towers while you guys try to farm them in well. Now, the mid lane Phoenix will go down as Sino goes in on a Jangaru here. Maybe this will be the call to back off, but Gino wants to try and find a little bit more, and finally the Wardens will make that call to retreat.
30 seconds without Relentless One, 10 seconds, and now less, 5 for everyone else to respawn here on the Sages. It is exactly as you said. 35 seconds left on the power play. Let's get out of here. Let's see what we can do elsewhere. We got minions starting to knock on the right side, Phoenix, if you're the Wardens here. And that's actually maybe the most impressive thing. 2 Phoenixes down, 2 kills to 16, 11,000 gold. And yet the Sages have still put themselves in a spot where there's technically a win condition. And I only say technically because there's a lot of work to do to get to that point. But one good team fight around an FG while you maintain these, waves in mid and left, you could win.
And Snoopy won lane, as far as I'm concerned. That tier 2 tower still stands tall in the right lane, and, Relentless Ones is down. Sino getting very low, but Snoopy, oh my gosh.
Well, that's definitely going to put a stop in the plans, a wrench in the plans. 2 people dead, 40 seconds without Snoopy or Jangaru. A couple of ults maybe invested from the Wardens. What more can they find?
Taco's dashing in.
Taco dashes in, and she finds the kill onto Griff. Another shutdown, now 9-2, and is able to get out alive. That should be some big spending, and might just be the only equalizer they could have around an FG after losing 2 members.
All right, say what you want about this match, but Taco has Griff's number. I mean, every time that there's a shutdown to be had.
Almost got the solo kill earlier as well.
Yeah, she's finding those opportunities at the very least, trying to claw this team back in, getting some gold online. The Jingwei is certainly the hard carry here. Snoopy is itemized more in a way that helps the other physical damage dealers on this squad do damage in the sense of the Executioner, shredding some protections. You do have Priv as well with the peel and the setup. Fire Giant, this is not enhanced. This is only 23 minutes into the game, so the Sages have some avenues to try and throw the brakes on what the Wardens are doing, trying to stall, get these ADCs online. There's only one member that's level 20 on the left side of the map, and it will be the Jingwei, so an upgraded starter could be in the future as well.
And right now, a lot of it is just deal with the Oni Fire minions in left, the Oni Fire minions in mid. Those are 2 strong pleas. And then, the just regular Oni minions over there on right that are going to be a little troublesome. Snoopy, Jangaru, and now Griff all back. Griff has their ult, so that's something you have to be worried about. Griff has been very aggressive with this ult. We'll see whether or not they can make the difference. Fire Giant is hanging around there. Pyromancer as well respawned. It looks like it's going to be started up. Taco will spot this one out. Good shots on the Moswell, but there's the taunt, and that ult just barely gets her out of there. The pin damage not going to be able to connect. Griff, though, with 1 auto. That'll actually be Sino who finds the kill, shuts that down, and FG will get scooped up there. Snoopy looking for the fight. Stun going to be just wide from Priv. They've got the damage, but can they kill the Bastet? Seems like the leap is just enough to disengage. Snoopy's still here. Well, this one isn't backing off fully. The rest of the team surging down the right-hand lane. The knockup's going to be good. The damage needs to be there. You got to play it safe and careful. And they do so. They take down the solo laner here.
That was a 3v1 for so long.
Forward. That's wild.
They didn't have that much anti-heal. Even with the Toxic Blade, it was not enough. And now that right side Phoenix will be getting looked at here. The left side one respawn. The middle Phoenix is about to respawn as well, but the Wardens can just surgically pick apart the base of the Sages. They have so much time here to figure out what they want to do, as Jengaru's trying to get the minions out of there so that mid Phoenix won't have backdoor protections.
Yeah, I think with this mid Phoenix, it's going to respawn, fall down incredibly fast. Left side Phoenix, it's technically going to be able to heal, what, a little bit? But they should be able to collapse on that, only if they want to. What a shot from Moswall! Kills off Briz! Jengaru goes in with the ult, tries to save some for their team, but no Snoopy for another 5 seconds. Jengaru's pulling Sino away at the minimum. Spirit Ball not going to connect from Primitive. You've got Taco and Snoopy. A lot of damage between the two carries. Is it enough for this to be a 3v5? Jengaru's got to back and back fast. They're going to have the 4-man numbers. Circle of Protection dropped, and the Titan, its health bar is falling. The Wardens doing the damage necessary, and they are not looking like they will fall just yet. They get the kill, and they win the game to start off things with a 1-0.
Yeah, for me, I think it was just the one pick of taking away the Chernobog from the Sages draft really made it crumble. I have a feeling that was the go-to, right? Throw Snoopy into solo lane, get him on that Chernobog. Maybe they're able to split the map, but because Griff was able to get it for themselves, the Wardens take that global presence. Heimdall is just not the same. You can use that teleport to get yourself out of trouble, but you can't put it on a Gold Fury right away and just say, I'm going there. You have to place it at some point, and then you're losing all this farm. So the Heimdall just wasn't able to fulfill what that team comp really needed.
Well, we're going to be looking, I guess, through the breakdown, maybe the magnificent numbers there for the Wardens. I'm curious about their GPM, considering how well farmed they were. And, of course, maybe at the picks and bans and how the Sages will change things up. But before we get into all of that, we're going to kick it to a quick break. We'll be right back.
Incredible happens here. But it starts here. Pro Plan Sport, advanced nutrition for strength and stamina.
When life gets busy, sometimes your health takes a back seat. But we here at NutriCost have done our best to help you feel your best. Sometimes the healthiest choice isn't the easiest choice. But hopefully, NutriCost has a solution to make it just a little bit easier. From the time you get up to the time your head hits the pillow, NutriCost is here to help you with your health. NutriCost, health for every body.
Michelin is investing in plastic recycling to repurpose waste into tires starting in 2024. Michelin, motion for life.
When most fans think about gaming, they think of one name, and that's Cream Cheese.
Honestly, we'll probably win 7 championships.
He never met the expectations that he set for himself.
It's just a matter of time until Cream Cheese is no longer the face of the franchise.
I need to win a championship.
I want to win 1 year of my life.
I don't have that much time left.
right. The Wardens are up 1-0 after a pretty stellar performance. I think for a majority of the beginning of that game, it felt like it could be either way, although the gold just started slowly getting a little further and further and further ahead for the Wardens. And then eventually, it was a little bit too much, Trelia, and the kills, the whole of it, just really, really pulled themselves too far ahead. And unfortunately, did not seem like having, unfortunately, like Snoopy never could really get to the carry point. You had mentioned it, the build, a little bit too focused on making everybody else do too much damage. Taco got some great kills, but Jengaru never really got to completely push themselves forward. So it'll be interesting to see, I guess, how they adapt for game number 2.
Yeah, at this point, I think if you're not able to get one of these picks that finds some success in the solo lane, like Snoopy wants to play these ADCs, right? So if the Chernobog, the AMC, the Apollo, these are the sort of things we've seen in the SPL work to varying degrees of success. If those aren't on the option, I feel as if you're better off just putting him on a warrior and seeing what's going to happen there, because there was just no real engage for this squad, and it's just the Heimdall ult isn't enough. The Priv was not able to be that solo tank for the squad, getting behind early as well. Jengaru was trying to force these opportunities, trying to make some success happen. It just wasn't enough. I think if that's going to be your plan to try and get this ADC online, then maybe go a different way with the draft. There was some rays of success, as we mentioned. Taco and Briz were able to find a kill or two and go relatively even in the matchup, but just the squad as themselves, they just weren't able to get online, and just the goal deficit was just too much.
It just makes things too hard. Too much of an uphill battle. I mean, even here, you're looking at 8-0, down 8,000 gold, and they're still getting kills. They started getting very, very aggressive. And Shelly, I think it's something that, if you're the Sages, like, at any point, if you're playing with a sub, this is not something I think that you take to heart fully, right? You ride it, you say, look, Wardens were one of the top teams last phase. We can't necessarily, be upset that us with sub, despite how good Taco can be at Smite, it's not going to be the full flourish of what the Wardens can bring to the table. But they are going to be changing some things up going into game number 2. First, I want to look at these numbers mainly to see, one, the high amount of kills, 6-1 for Relentless One, 9-2, and then double 3-0 there for Sino and Mozball. So Gino doing the perfect support thing. Didn't get a single kill, has 15 total assists. But how did they do in their farming? That's what I'm looking at. The gold difference, the gold gaps. I see like 3K, 4K for a lot of players. And you can see that, 644 for Griff. They were having a good time while they were picking up all that gold. But they're going to be changing some things.
Hopefully.
And well, I know at least for a little bit. And so I have a question for you. So Snoopy as an ADC, we like that.
Right.
We've liked that since season 1. Like we really liked that for a long time.
Of course.
Privative and solo. How do you feel about that?
So you're saying what? Taco?
Well, Taco in the support role.
So Taco supports Priv and solo.
Taco support for Snoopy, and then Priv over in the solo lane.
I mean, I suppose it could work. Why?
That's because
that's what's in the. Are you telling me that's what's happening?
Yeah, it's in the desk content.
So I do like it, and I think they should try it. Is what I was gonna say. Okay, go on. Tell me that thing you were gonna tell me now.
Oh, that was it. I just wanted to see. I wanted to see how you felt about it.
That's what I thought. Good. So I predicted that, as we all saw live right here.
I'm interested to see how it ends up working out. I think this is, I'll even relate it to the media day yesterday as we get into picks and bans here. And that is that most of the supports were not shy about saying that they felt that they were just relic bots at the time. Like, you know what? If we hit our ult, we use our relics in a fight, and then we die, that's probably okay. Ideally, you'd probably get some CC off in there as well, but maybe not the same shining role that they want from themselves. Yeah. And so, in theory, when you describe it that way, it sounds dead easy to do. Admittedly, it's not as simple as those few words, but it does seem like it's going to be maybe a little bit more... I don't know. It's usually like if you're going to have that sub, you want to throw him into the role that theoretically... I think Taco's ADC was just fine, right? But we'll see, I guess, how her support is. I don't know if I've ever seen her play support. I mean, it's going to be a first for me.
Yeah, we're about to figure out. I think the big issue there was, again, they just couldn't get the right engage with the squad, and they will grab the Chernobog here. So, I mean, at this point, you could just run back to the old comp and say, all right, let's try this out, Snoopy in solo lane, because we know that Chernobog is able to be safe in this lane, is able to be global as well. But it looks like, you know, they should just use that Chernobog in the dual lane respectively and find that sort of pressure whether they need to be. But the Wardens are going to grab the Erlang Shen, and also the Jingwei is being hovered. They haven't grabbed it yet, so I can't. Okay, now they've grabbed the Jingwei. So answering back with a very solid matchup there. Whenever Chernobog goes into the wall, you can usually just place your updraft and just sort of wait and see where he's going to dash out and knock him up, that sort of thing. A lot of CC already for the Wardens, and it looks like not letting Relentless One go back to the Bastet as well. Going to lock that in second.
Now, here's the question for the Bastet, because like Erlang is also a little more shaky. Like he can go solo technically.
Dragons of
and
the rivers,
we saw
obey
Inbound
my
play him in
call.
support once, although maybe we don't want to talk
We've
about
seen
that
Inbound
too,
play a
too
few
much.
things in support.
Yeah, so I guess like there's a conversation to be had about Erlang and where they're going. But this Bastet, solo or jungle? What do you think you're feeling?
Well, at the moment,
I guess based on as long as everything was right, Privative Bastet or Jingaru Bastet is the options.
Well, if those are the options, I have no data about the Privative Bastet in this brain. I have some data about the Jingaru Bastet, and you know it's fine. Be able to hit your abilities, so I could certainly see it. It brings a little bit more CC. And
that's not the vote of confidence. So I'm a player out there. I just want you to know that's not the vote of confidence I want. Like if I'm locking in something and you go, yeah, so it's fine.
Well, I'm not here to empower them. I'm here to judge whose comp is better. And I think that Bastet has easier to hit CC than Mercury. There's going to be a Nemesis and a Geb following suit. So if it's between the Bastet and the Nemesis, I'd rather have the Bastet in solo, which tells me that Nem is probably going to the jungle, and then Geb just a singular blink engage could be solid, or you sit back, you just shield your teammates whenever the 9 turns blessing comes through. I think it's going to be a decent answer back. I like this comp a lot more than the previous one out of the Sages.
The Nemesis, someone that we've seen a lot of just in this meta. I mean, banned majority of it. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And my lightning
6? Yeah, just 6 for this week so far. That's a lot considering that's 8 games or something like that. Like,
that's most of them.
There's not a ton of Nemesis play that has been allowed. We also haven't been seeing a lot of Ratatosker or Zeus or Athena, admittedly. So a lot of fresh picks, I think, for the Wardens. Things that we've seen successful, things that we know what they can do in comp, but haven't been around for the last couple of weeks too much.
Yeah, Moswell is the only one that I really see playing this Zeus, and more often than not leaning towards the Outwash. But the Rat will have to see how they use that global presence around the map to try and counteract the Chernobog.
Yeah, typically it's what, Rat solo? So we'll see if it's going to be Rat solo, Erlang solo, because they both can kind of go back and forth. It is like a mutual handshake where Ratatosker has agreed upon, yes, I can be a solo laner, and Erlang, despite I think aggro's best efforts earlier this year, is still clinging as best as he can to the jungle. That's where Sino is going to be. And you were right, this is the Bastet for Privative. And this one, I feel like looking at it now, top down, with that emblem on the side of the screen. I feel like I have seen it in the past, but I could not tell you when or where I've seen Priv play Bastet. So that one might just be me having a fever dream.
You dream about Priv playing Bastet?
Yeah, like there's a point where like Smite invades every aspect of you. Like I always joke that Crab Rave follows me in my nightmares, but like it's not a true joke if it happens. If you're like laying down to bed and you just start going bum 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 ba dum ba dum ba, and you're just like, why?
Yeah, luckily for me, it still slaps. I'm just like,
yeah,
I'm a fan. But I have an interesting story, and it was more of a repressed memory, if you will.
An interesting story.
Yeah, my team made an SCC run back in the day, and Relentless One was playing Rat, and he was proxying the wave, between towers, and then he ulted to mid lane to murder me, and then just went back along his way and stole a bunch of farms. So this Rat, I've seen it before firsthand. I expect him to get some pressure in this lane, and then just start roaming and just making everyone else's life miserable. Briz is going to have his fingers ready on that Celestial Flight, trying to just fly away from this Rattle, because I expect it to get active pretty early on once that level 5 comes through.
Ooh, good knock up from Taco. First blood could be happening anywhere. Briz. Ooh, so low. Sino as well. Jingaru gets the slice and dice, gets the kill, but Detonate should. No, it's not up. He's level 2. And so they're going to get out of there. Briz walks back into the lane. Oh, and gives up a kill. So 1 for 1. First blood goes to the jungle for the Sages.
Yeah, now Moswell has detonate, but won't be able to use it because Jengaru said, I'm not getting near that Zeus. I don't want to try and battle that out. Maybe come and get the wave, but, you know, trying to dance with a triple detonate up against the Zeus very early on. Has restored artifact also. Didn't go the sands of time. Has no former starter. Just 60 power already. Means that Moswell is going to be doing a fair bit of damage, not wanting to deal with that. Probably smart, so it looks like Moswell's going to get that first blood, or actually not the first blood, the return kill because Jengaru got the first blood. Either way, that Zeus is going to be able to use that influence in the mid lane fairly well, as Jengaru will be able to finish that Golden Blade pretty early on here, earlier than Sino. Should be able to also use that influence, the movement speed you gain, the clear, the quick farm, I should say, is going to help out a ton in the early.
I had to double check because at the distance that I was looking at, it looked the same as the, what is it? That's the starter katana. But the starter for like Rage and Deathbringer, the short sword or
Hidden Dagger?
Yeah, Hidden Dagger. Very similar at distance, as it turns out, for the tier 1s here.
But man, one's way better.
Yeah, one is a lot better. If a tier 1, you have opinions on the tier 1?
Yeah, if you hover over the NEM's tier 1, it gives movement speed, it gives power. Not many items do that.
Oh wow, yeah. Wait, this is the best tier 1 that I might have seen in the game.
Hidden Dagger is just like, here's some power, and you don't even when you upgrade me, you're still not going to get anything else. Whereas Hidden Dagger, when you get that on with the Gilgamesh passive, you're in hog heaven. You get to zoom around the map even faster. It's great.
Hog heaven. Huh?
Yeah, you never heard that one? I'm sure you
I don't
have.
think well, maybe I have heard hog heaven. That seems like something my dad would say, if I'm being honest with you. But the thing is because it's Smite, you said that, and I'm like, yeah, hog heaven, where all hand of the gods went to die. And not, well, I guess, you know, in retrospect, that's a mean thing to say because the game got shut down.
I thought you were talking about the relic.
I was talking about the relic
Yeah.
that was used to steal all those objectives years and years and years ago. I guess it's still in there as a consumable, but
yeah, people use it
it's
on
not the same anymore.
No, it's not the same. You're not seeing any blink-in hogs on Fire Giant.
I'm not seeing a
game.
Guan Yu support played by Trixtank using the brand new 2014 convention skin as he goes in, drops down with like a 4-man stun, and hogs the Fire Giant for the steal. All right,
I want to see that.
That was launch tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it was
you can tell it's burned in my memory.
Say, it was a 2014 skin, so it was at least.
And I was jealous because I didn't have it yet.
Well, do you have it now?
Yeah. I got the code during the event. It's just they hadn't given them out to like the attendees yet. So I was sitting there watching you could see the new skin for Guan that was like the hey, you were here, but
you couldn't redeem it till you got home.
Yeah, because like I must have had it in my possession.
Yeah, you probably were holding it like I can't wait to load
But I was watching
game.
Trix play with it, and I was jealous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you realized once you got the skin, you weren't going to play like Trixtank.
No, not at all. Also, I still use Master Quan Fu, so it's like the only time I whip out the convention skins are Tomato Kali and then occasionally the 2012 Artemis. Right now, though, Taco, ooh, good stun. It's not going to get you out of there. Wardens put a second kill on the board right next to the mid camps. Griffin, Snoopy. Snoopy's a little low. Looks like they might want to fight. I'm kind of surprised by this. They've got the minions advantage, and you're up against the Ching Wei. Doesn't feel like it'll go your way, but there's going to be the combo. Not enough. Griff goes through the ult. Snoopy backs away.
Snoopy might be able to ult back in here. They're both trying to back. It's an interesting game of chess here because the Chernobog will back, and then Jingwei's like, I have to back quickly or else he can fly back in. But also, you don't have to start channeling your back until you see Snoopy start backing as well. So Griff and Snoopy are just playing a game of chicken where it doesn't look like Snoopy's going to be able to back up to base and ult in and try and get aggressive on the Griff. So it will just be the one kill going the way of the Wardens as Taco goes down. But Gino rotates over and says that purple buff will not be going your way for free. And just doesn't go to steal it either. Just says you can't get it yet. I'm not letting you get this farm. So I'm going to stick around, maybe watch and see until Jengaru forces the rotation over. And Gino still is going to try to steal this one away.
Now Jengaru should be able to clear this. Knock up from Taco. Thrown out. I was going to say maybe a little too early, but they're able to secure that one. Gino tries, but is not able to find what they need there. The slice and dice maybe a little bit too strong for them. Priv, it's time to check in over here. Has a level lead over Relentless One. We were thinking that the pressure was going to go the other way, but is already stacking up the Soul Eater, and seems pretty happy with it.
Yeah, at the moment, Rat doesn't clear the wave too easy, so it's going to take a bit. Once you have the upgraded Acorn, so you do get 2 charges of Flurry, one of Rat's strongest abilities, in my opinion. Just the Prot Shred and being able to steal them away is going to be pretty solid. But you're not be able to, you can't really trade with a Bastet with Soul Eater right now. You just have to sit there and sort of enjoy it. Griff, though, is going to get aggressive onto Snoopy once again, but this time an Athena's coming.
Griff has the backup. Chernobog, where are you going to go? You coming back down? Nope, flying all the way across the map. Looks like maybe a little bit of luck with how Moswell was moving. Is able to get through right there. And Jengaru finds Relentless One. There's the pressure from Priv. Finally paying off a little bit more. And what was, I think, a couple hundred in favor, at least in terms of net worth, is now only brought down to 70. Snoopy, though, tries to get out. He's going to get chased down here. Taco surrounded by 4, trying to decide, do they want the support, do they want Briz? They're going to go for the Geb. A good Cataclysm gets the disengage. Detonate doesn't have enough charges to get the damage. It's only going to be the 1 kill for the Wardens.
Yeah, so essentially a 1-for-1 trade, although one of the kills was completely on the right side of the map and not involved in this fight at all. Jengaru has been trying to really use that first blood influence we were talking about. This Nemesis able to just roam around the map pretty freely right now after finding that first kill and then another kill in the right lane. So playing through Priv, certainly an option that the Sages could go for. Right now you have a Bastet that doesn't have any kills to their name, but is ahead in lane 1 level, and obviously Relentless One missed out a fair bit of farm because of that gank. So once the Bastet can make those rotations in, you have a much better engage onto this Zeus, where Moswell's beats have been up pretty much since this game started.
Taco, Snoopy, maybe Jengaru, all over here on left. To what I thought was going to culminate in something a little more active.
I also
and
did. That's why I stopped.
Aggressive.
I was like,
but instead it's that purple buff. Got shown what for.
Oh yeah, I don't think that purple buff lived to tell the tale.
It never would have had a chance. It didn't see what was coming towards it. Barreling at it like a train.
We've seen some buffs win fights, but not this time around.
In beginning of the year, there was a surprising amount of player deaths to Fire Giant, but specifically Pyromancer. I remember, like, was that kickoff or was that week 1? Where
yeah,
like
it was
Barra,
It was Panda Cat,
Twig,
and then immediately after was Barra, and then Twig and Variety both were battling up against it and almost lost.
And that's wild to me. Yeah, that was this year. Feels like ages ago, at least as of right now.
I do have to correct myself because Panda Cat died to Gold Fury, and then Barra
You're
died.
right. Panda Cat died to the Gold
But Barra
Fury.
tweeted after I pulled a Panda Cat after he died to Pyromancer, so it still sort of counts. It's just, you know, if we're giving the kills to the objectives, the Gold Fury has 1 up and the Pyromancer has to be removed.
Was it? It couldn't have been yesterday. It must have been Sunday during SBL. Someone died to a Fire Giant. I remember that much. Taco
might
once
die to
again.
Zeus.
Cataclysm. There's some damage. Will they get the kill? The pin does a little bit. Moswell gets the last auto. That's going to be the Geb off the board. Relentless One is low. Looks like the distance is going to be enough. The Sages not able to close it down. They get rid of Sino, though, and that's a big pickup. 1 for 1. Support for jungle. Maybe a little bit more. Snoopy just caught out in the jungle. Killed off. Briz is low. So's Relentless One. Will they make this 2 for 2? So it's the dual lane for the right-hand side of the map as the trade.
Even given all of that, still, Jengaru the only one to have kills on the Sages. 4-0 is this Nemesis, and 4-5 is the Sages at the moment. So Jengaru might finally fall down because Moswell just has too much damage, has to wait for that shield. Only 2, it's not going to be enough.
That's just far enough away. Gino won't be able to close any gaps yet. Priv has to play it safe, though. 1 good taunt is all you need. Bana missing from Privative. There's the taunt. There's the shield, the chain lightning. Not enough damage, so Priv is going to be able to walk away just fine.
All the while, though, it looks like Grip was just pushing this left lane in. 2 levels up is the Jingwei over the Chernobog. 0-2 is Snoopy, and this wasn't 2 Grip, by the way. This was Snoopy rotating and ulting in, thinking he could help out the squad and getting caught out, where Grip just said, yeah, you could be 0-2 and 2, your assists are cool, but I'm simply going to farm the lane. I don't have to rotate in and help out my team to be winning these fights, and the Wardens are up in gold, and also Griff is winning lane pretty heavily now. Even picked up a Chalice. Why not? When you're up this much, when you hit level 12 at 11 minutes, just get some extra sustain in there. You can afford it.
Now, this is, so Charlie, I'm sorry, my brain's dumb, and so I have to say this.
Go ahead.
You said 0-2 and 2. I might have to wait a little bit. Nope, good, we're fine. As they back off here from the Sages. You said 0-2 and 2.
Correct.
And that has a very similar cadence in my ears that is immediately connected to AT&T. Sino is trying to get some damage done. We'll continue this bad joke, or maybe just leave it for dead where it is. Sino, dead where they are. Taken down. Snoopy gets to dash through the wall, gets out of there. We have aggression. Jengaru, Privative leading the way. There's going to be the Athena channeled ult. Knockup's going to be great. Moswall killed off. And this is the swap they need. A double kill for Jengaru at 6-0-1. This Nemesis is really helping lead the team forward.
But what are the Sages going to get with it? It looks like a possible Pyromancer pull. Gold Fury is too far away at this point, and it looks like too many of the Wardens are around, so Pyro will be pulled, and Relentless One is going to have to watch as it goes down. The Ratatosker doesn't have enough mana to try and contest. Finally, though, maybe Griff gets active, stops Snoopy's back, and we'll just be fine with letting him go away. Throw some autos over towards Briz as well, but Griff, probably the first bit of damage he's really done in this whole game. A little bit of 1v1 up against the enemy ADC, but this is the first time really getting active in these fights, trying to help out. The left lane has been pushed a bunch. We've seen a lot of those minions die, but the Jingwei actually making the presence known at the Gold Fury is going to be the case, and only Taco is here at the moment trying to stall.
Cataclysm does have a good base damage on it now, though. It's not available just yet. Can you buy time? Can you live is maybe the big thing. Shield! No, it goes onto Jengaru trying to shield yourself. Oh, the unfortunate nature of the targeter there, causing a little bit of trouble. Sino goes in. Sino takes a lot of poke. Fury dropped. So is the Lightning Storm. There's a good dunk in the background, and Relentless One is looking for a little bit more. Jengaru, the shield. It's creating some distance. Briz trying to find the root and create some space. Sino goes down. Snoopy goes down as the chase continues from the rat, but the kill won't be there for Relentless One. And they pick up what they need. Trade that out, what, 2 for 2 total?
Yeah, it was a massive shutdown that got avoided. Jengaru was able to live there, but Griff is still trying to keep the team off. The Sages were able to save that Gold Fury, and now possibly looking for a kill onto the Jingwei because Taco is back and has that Cataclysm available. There is no sort of engage here, and it will just be the full retreat as the Sages are happy with not losing the Gold Fury onto that one. So much damage coming out from Oswald, though, that you wouldn't expect this Obsidian Shard rush. But given the fact that there are some tanky targets here that you want to try and hit, Priv is still going in.
And Priv is doing a lot. I mean, if that knockup connects on Griff, that might just be a kill. Will they still be able to find more? The taunt is good. There's a Cataclysm onto 2. Taco tanking up the tower, goes deep. They need one more hit, but Priv is too low. This might be the turnaround. Snoopy comes crashing in with the ult and is able to find one. Goes deep towards the Phoenix, is going to run through the base and look to channel the back in a safe spot up into the air. There's the Ratatosker crashing down soon onto Priv. Snoopy is laying a trap. Do you have the damage? Can you kill off Gino? And it seems so far the answer is yes, but not enough just yet. There's the reach. It's going to stall the back.
Eventually, Moswell's coming.
And meanwhile, Relentless One still dancing between 3. Moswell's here. This should be the end. Yeah, Snoopy tries to get the kill where they can. He's going to die deep for their troubles. Takes out Griff, so that's the 1-for-1 there. Relentless One dies too deep. And the 3-on-1 for the Sages helps them out.
But what happened while that was going on? It seems like the Sages looked at Gold Fury, said, we can't really do this, our ADC's gone. Sino was on the right side of the map, finding all sorts of farm to take away, pushing the wave in solo as well, so getting a fair bit of farm for the Wardens. Jengaru's level 16, though. Pretty much dominating the map, 7-0 right now, a huge bounty on the head of the Nemesis, and it looks like Sino might be getting that Defender of Olympus on the way, but a blink for blink, I don't think they can chase this.
Oh, there's the pin. Ooh, and the ult from Priv is able to connect. Sino is the target, but a good taunt. Peels for the jungler. Gets that 9 turns blessing off and makes sure that the healing is there. Sino goes from almost dead with a little bit of gap for life, pretty much back to full health. And that stops the Sages from pushing forward. Trelly, all of this action, all these kills back and forth, what is it, a 3-kill lead? Yeah, and the gold is 200 between these two teams.
Can I just say that the engage of the Wardens is probably one of the most annoying I've seen in quite some time, where Sino goes in, gets a massive 9 turns blessing. We usually see 1 or 2 beats. And then immediately after the fact, Gino just dashes in and says, I'm going to re-taunt you after you've beads down the taunt. Maybe Taco has a shield for it, and then Jengaru says, all right, while you guys are getting taunted, I'm going to go to the back line. Gold Fury is going to be started up, and unless Griff has some fancy moves here, I think this is going to be good, pretty free.
Griff has a lot of fancy moves, just not fast enough, so it's not going to matter what could happen in that one. So Gold Fury, the Sages now pulling themselves to a point where this lead feels like it could be something. 16.5 minutes in, though, only, what, 1,000, a little over ahead. Is maybe not the craziest lead that you could have, especially with Privative in trouble. 2v1 under the tier 1 tower on right. Priv has no mana to work with, but there's Snoopy, and they are in a 2v4. Up on the tree is going to be Relentless One, crashing down. Great damage and setup. They use 3 ults to get the 1 kill. Feels like the Wardens may be over-investing for Priv.
Trying to just find any little bit of farm is going to help them out a lot, but what do the Sages do when those ults are down is the real question, because if they just wait and just sit back and say, hey, our Bastette's gone for 25 seconds, we don't really want to force up, that's not going to be your best option. But I think recognizing how much they invested on that gank, Pyromancer is being looked at here, but Defender of Olympus is channeled, and Gino's going to join the fight.
It has been an arduous game for both of these teams. There's a good Cataclysm. Stuns are solid. The numbers are about to be even. Up into the air goes Briz, dashes away. Uses that immunity. Taco paths towards the tier 1. Jengaru's going to get back in mid as well. Looks like almost safe ult. Had to be used by Briz. Make sure Relentless One stays away. Jengaru goes back in, and the damage was close, but not quite there. Snoopy, that Atalanta's rang true for 1 crit, but has not yet been enough. Sino blinks forward. Good knockup. There's the lightning storm. Snoopy finds the auto trade and kills off 1, but it's a trade in a 1-for-1 with Moswall picking up the enemy ADC. Gino trying to find the taunts. Relentless One looking for the knockups, trying to find the chase. Can they get more, or are they just alone? The damage from the Sage is not going to be enough, and Briz actually goes down. This could be the turnaround they need with Griff looking for more kills. Jengaru is going to get the back off. The Priv is now alone. With Taco in the nearby neighborhood to maybe help out with a shield.
Oh, that's going to be it. That's so much damage from Oswald.
Oh no, there's the 3rd charge. There's the detonator. Woo!
Not enough.
Surely they get out.
Not enough. The CAD shield was just enough protections there to make sure that Moswell doesn't clear that one. That was such a long fight. Remember, this started about the time that Pyromancer was going down. It's going to continue. I don't think this chase from Jengaru will net anything, as Priv is still alive, but Snoopy flies back in.
I mean, there's going to be a good stun. Relentless One is gone. Priv, alive, kicking, low on mana, low on health, but does not seem to be stopping anytime soon. Pulls back with the rest of the squad.
When did Moswell get more kills than Jengaru?
Who knows, man? I mean, wild that Moswell is... I don't even want to say silent. It's been a lot of damage. Their top player damage. It has just been sneaky for them to pick these up.
The chain lightnings have just been connecting, and Moswell, I was going to say, if Snoopy's asleep at the wheel here, maybe might even find another kill. But at this point, still a little bit of a lead for the Sages. There's a massive shutdown gold still on Jengaru's side. We've seen this Nem get very low as Priv has forced to beat, and we'll just jump out here and a swing and a miss on the ultimate. I don't think this Bastette's a great target, but it looks like the Wardens want him.
Yeah, the burn this time, yeah, it's enough. And they are able to find the kill on the Privative. Immediately the turn towards the FG. 20 minutes might be that magic marker. Ult is up for Moswell. That's been a good way to burn down FGs in the past. They've got the 3 charges. Taco, Jengaru, Briz, they're all here, and they see that it's going on.
And it looks like Taco will get taunted in. Could be deleted here, but has the shield. There is 3 charges, and Moswell is here to do the detonate.
Yeah, and that is a ton to close it out. There's the Storm, and there's Sino to be able to find the last hit. Briz used that immunity maybe too early. There's the Aegis of the Beads. All in vain, because you go down anyway. Snoopy's trying to get out of here. Ooh, Jengaru! Maybe he's helping save some of the day. Gets a single kill in return. But in a 1v4,
Jengaru wins these.
Oswald,
There's
honestly,
no way they can go for this, right?
Their
health is so low.
Zeus. Can you chase the Zeus?
I think Jengaru wins these. I'm going to be honest. If they pull this Fire Giant, I think Jengaru is going to be able to shut this down.
Fire Giant's pulled. Jengaru's around the corner. Jengaru throws the ult out on 1. And has Privative here as well. The damage is enough to get the Wardens away. And I thought there was going to be maybe a little bit more. I was excited. I thought there was going to be a fight to turn everything back for the Sages. Instead, 14 kills to 15, only 1 separating the 2, and the gold is pretty much even.
That's
it. That's the game.
You have recapped everything up to this point. We've seen a lot of kills. We've seen a lot of failed engages, successful engages, but what it has brought us to is simple. We're 20 minutes in. There's an Oni Fury on the left side of your map. There's a Pyromancer spawning in shortly on the right side of your map. No real advantage to either side right now, but you have a Zeus that has both relics up and hasn't been aggressed really at all because of how well the tanks have been playing on the side of the Wardens. And you have a Nemesis that's been relatively safe because of Taco, but finally, it looks like maybe Jengaru's health will go below half.
Yeah, the damage is there. Gino, or Sino, is able to get it. Gino chasing down with them. Oni Fury, it should be completed here pretty easily by the Wardens. They left me questioning. It was a little slower than I expected. But they got a massive kill at 8-0.
That is the
Turn to
kill.
the 8-1 is maybe the most important one on the board. Could be another one if they chase down Taco even more. Gino seems to want this. They're going to block the rollout. They've got pretty much everything other than the Cataclysm. Taco's going to get out alive, but the Wardens feel like they have an advantage. Snoopy, meanwhile, he's just split pushing.
Yeah, I think Snoopy wants to join the fight in a little bit, but might take his time because of the fact that they have a man advantage. Jengaru is not going to be to help, and it looks like Snoopy will just go for that tier 2 tower and left while Fire Giant is being looked at, and no one from the Sages decides to show face on that objective, and it looks like Snoopy actually will be able to get that tier 2 tower as no one from the Wardens wants to show face over on the left side of the map. I was thinking maybe you just see like a base race at this point, but Griff did back up and will be able to fly in and stop the pressure on this side of the map as Priv is hiding around the corner here.
Looks for a little bit more. Ult isn't going to connect though. Griff, maybe now on the chase. Priv has no mana. Snoopy's channeling a back. No, Snoopy's just playing Ring Around the Rosie. Knock up good, and the shots from Griff find the kill. And even though it's only 3 separating them, the last couple of kills for the Wardens have felt very impactful. Might feel even more impactful. Jengaru low one more time. Can they get it? Yes! Sino shuts him down. Sino's still alive. Briz might be able to find the root, some return damage, but won't get a kill. And the Wardens run away with quite literal murder.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage coming out of Briz, though. This mid lane, this Yu Huang, is still able to output a fair bit if you try and disrespect the amount of damage he has. And it looks like this tier 2 tower is on the table, but still Relentless One is diving the backline with literal no HP at this point. So weak and not afraid of anyone on the side of the Sages. And there's no way they're feeling confident enough to go for mid Phoenix because Griff is on the left side of the map, so they will back off and just decide to go for the tier 2 in right and the tier 2 in left simultaneously. They have quite a bit of time. Snoopy will be able to spawn in here and has the ultimate and try and chase someone down. With the position the Sage is in right now, probably just wants to farm up, wants to tick over to level 20, upgrade that starter, and then try and see how they're going to be able to siege a defense here. A very even game up until that Fire Giant, and now about 7,000 gold, close to 8 in favor of the Wardens.
Yeah, it is a lot of gold. And not a lot that you can do about it. Items starting to get 6 slotted. Admittedly matching up in some places if you look just straight down the board, but that's probably going to change on some of these backs. Yeah, items purchased. You get a nice little shillelagh picked up for a Relentless One. And then Death's Temper locked in, upgraded starters for every person on the Wardens. I had to double check to make sure Moswell had eventually bought a starter. Because I guess I missed it earlier when he did, but he does have it, has upgraded it. So they're feeling powerful in that regard, powerful in the extra gold, looking for 6th items. The Blackthorn Hammer gets finished. And they've got good relics going for them here, Trelly. I mean, they've only got 2 blinks that are down right now. Feels like they could definitely start the fights they want to and maybe start knocking on these Phoenixes with the minute and a half they have left in the power play.
Yeah, so remember when I was talking about the engage where Sino, blinks in, gets a big taunt, get the relics down, and then Gino can come in after the fact. And if you still haven't relicked at that point, also has the Sprout. The sprint route, if you will, to try and get even more.
I was trying to figure out. I'm glad you explained it. I was definitely left behind on that one. The Sprout.
Yeah, I mean it's just.
I like it. Yeah.
Route sprint, sprint route. Either way, Snoopy is gonna have to dodge out the stun, and Priv goes for the ult and just ulted up by the Ratatosk. Relentless One can stall for the team and then go in here.
Oh, there's a double knock-up from Relentless One. Then a double taunt coming down from Gino. There's the Lightning Storm. The damage is good. Taco barely gets out of there, drops the Cataclysm on no one. Snoopy dies on the left, so the peel wasn't there, and it doesn't matter anyway. Briz is low, Sino's deep, and gets the kill. 2-man taunt, Priv going to go down, and the Wardens are walking into the Titan room. How much do they care about the kills? Titan finally taking some damage, this time a little bit quicker than game number 1. Taco does not have anything to work with here. And the Wardens are going to take this set 2-0.
Yeah, but not before they try to take out Jengaru one more time. The blink will ensue. There's no way you can kill this Nemesis. And finally, the Titan will go down. Zeus, once with a lead, it is so difficult to try and defend because you're encouraged to group up and try and use your 5 to 6 man advantage if you're counting the Phoenix, but Chain Lightning just bounces throughout the squad when you do that, especially when you're up against the Titan.
Yeah, a lot of, I think, good control from the Wardens. They get good farm. I actually think the Sages show a lot of promise in game number 2 there. And again, that's with a sub, right? That is not the quote-unquote full force that you're going to have, and at least not what they're used to, what they've been practicing with over the last couple of weeks. It has been a fantastic game, though. And I think it's important to note how close it is. Again, 21 minutes into that, we're virtually even gold. It wasn't until that Fire Giant, really, for the Wardens that it started to explode in their favor. And it's just a couple of kills, Trelly, but sometimes that's all you need.
And I would say you essentially are counting it as 2 subs, right? Because 3 different players on this squad
in the same
were
roles.
forced into off-roll, right? Because you have Snoopy, who was playing solo in game number 1, and then Priv goes over to solo as well, just to switch around the whole team dynamic. So did look very solid there. The Wardens just obviously were able to get Moswell online, and then no one could really get to the Zeus besides the one time Moswell fell very early on. Besides that, vastly able to free cast, grouping up where the Sages just getting punished for the Chain Lightnings and these Lightning Storms. You had so much CC on the side of the Wardens to set up for it, so Moswell could just sit back and say, I can weasel my damage in wherever I really need to at this point.
Yeah, it was, even like surprising at one point when he was like 8-1, and we were like, I'm sorry, what?
Because Jengar was 7-0.
Yeah, where did you get all these kills? Moswell, what have you been doing? Well, it turns out just that. I mean, we got to see it a couple of times there. Ends the game at 10-1-7. Jangaro 8-2, so we saw the 8-0, and that was the last of it for Jangaro. 7-5-12. It's a good game, I think, from the Sages, all things considered, but the Wardens just played a little cleaner in game 1 and 2. Farm out a little stronger, and, give or take 32,000 damage from a Zeus is pretty helpful when it comes down to fighting.
Yeah, it's interesting because we have not seen the Zeus too much in the SPL as of recent. It's just one of those picks that sort of fell by the wayside. Very highly looked at for a while, and then sort of fell around. But he's still able to do crazy amounts of damage if you build a squad around it and say, we're gonna protect the Zeus, we're gonna set up for the Zeus, and then all these taunts coming in, Chain Lightning just gets so much more effective. So if you're able to navigate your squad like this, Moswell can just do whatever he wants essentially on that map.
Yeah, it ends up working out real well for the Wardens. Again, a team I was personally surprised that in the standings we're 0-1. But you'll be able to see after we look at the schedule and then look into the standings, things are going to be looking a little better for them. I expect them to be on the rise. 2-1 earlier, you watched between the Tanuki and the Weavers. 2-0. If you're just now tuning in, got bad news for you. The set's over. But the VOD is going to be available on Twitch like immediately after this. So you can just watch if you're really interested in it. Or if you're like, maybe not right now, just wait for a couple of days and go to youtube.com/SmitePro. Or sorry, Smite VOD.
Isn't it Smite Pro VODs?
Smite Pro has all of the media day content, behind the scenes stuff, anything we throw up there. Smite VOD.
Gotcha.
That has all the good old games. You can watch season 1, whatever you want. And of course, here's the standings for you, 1-1 for both the Sages and the Wardens. I will say, Sages already off to a better start than they were last phase. Last phase, definitely a rough start for them, but they had a tumultuous just weeks in terms of roster. I don't think it was until week 3, maybe even later than that. Snoopy joined in, so it was definitely kind of topsy-turvy for them, but tied up in the middle, and we'll see how they end up gravitating and where they go as we start to approach the, I guess, week 3, week 4, middle of phase 2, and then towards the end to see if the Sages can maybe bring things back from where they started this year.
But more interestingly than that, tomorrow, or not tomorrow, 2 days, Saturday, we will be able to see who's going to not be undefeated anymore, because the Storm and the Hounds will go up against each other, both 1-0, tied for first place at the moment. If you're taking in last phase to consideration, the Hounds should just be on top as they were all of last phase, but the Storm had some roster shakeups as well, and they've been looking pretty solid.
Not only on top all of last phase, they were the only SCC team to knock out an SPL team during Masters. They eliminated the Solar Scarabs, and so the Hounds, a team that you've got to keep your eyes on because of the talent that they showcased when they were here on LAN, when they were just down the hall from us, so it'll be interesting to see what they have. But again, SCC is not all that we have going on throughout this week. We also got the SPL starting tomorrow, 1 p.m. If you're wondering, 2 sets Friday, 2 sets Saturday, then the 3-fer starting at 11 on Sunday. Dragons and Bolts is what's going to kick us off. Mathematically, I got bad news for the Bolts, but I'm excited to see how that one's going to shake out. It has been a historic matchup for the Dragons almost every single time they meet. And that is something that has to be resting on the Bolts' shoulders. So I'm excited to see what the SBL has to offer. Of course, Europe's going to start us at 11 a.m. tomorrow, all right here. But for myself, from Trelly, thank you so much for tuning in today in the SCC. And we'll see you tomorrow bright and early for more. See you then. I lost it.
Hey guys, today I'm trying out the new Samsung Galaxy S22 Ultra. I'm so excited.
This is a must-have phone for gamers.
If you're a creature of the night like me, then you're going to love the low-light nightography. It is insane. So let's take a picture and you all will be able to see what the nightography kind of looks like. What? That's not the same picture, dude!
We're taking our S22 Ultras to the street. What's up, San Francisco?
The battery life is crazy. Now I can game out here with nothing to worry about.
This is changing the game, people.
Wherever your adventures take you, you can go there with confidence in a new Toyota. Because Toyota Care no-cost maintenance comes standard with every new Toyota. We make it easy. Toyota, let's go places.
Buffalo Wild Wings win-win value lineup gives you and your friends more for less. With buy one, get one half off traditional wings every Tuesday. Buy one, get one free boneless wings every Thursday. And $3 tolls every day. Only at Buffalo Wild Wings.
All right, girls, let's go. Let's go. Come on, ladies.
Tallulah, come on, the bus is about to leave.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready?
Yo, what's up, Spike Game? Welcome to the stream. Hope you have a marvelous, prosperous Thursday. How's everyone doing today? Hey, what's up, Anime? What's up, Scarlet? What's up, Spooky? Hey, how's it going, Chaotic Warrior? Hey, what's up, Hutzelka? How y'all doing today? Oh, I hope y'all enjoy the SCC games. They're fun to watch, yes. Also, shocker alert, I think I'm gonna run a bit of Clash. Hey, what's up, Sword Heathen? How's it going? And for those of you who have seen this face for the first time, hi, welcome to the stream. Welcome on in, everyone. My name is J Taruto. If you like to, if you enjoy the content and you'd like to drop a follow on my personal channel, there's the Twitch link. Feel free to drop a follow there or no. Become part of the Ruder clan. Come hang out with us sometime. I do also have a Discord and a YouTube channel if you'd like to further support the community. Discord, you can hang out with the community outside stream and also catch when I do post the latest stream news and know when I do go live. Hey, glad to hear you, Sword. Do you play quite a bit of Smite? Or are you just getting into the game? I might need to turn down my AC. That might be the play. Oh, very nice. How you enjoying the game so far, Sword? I was like, where's my game audio? Yeah, let me go turn on my AC right quick. And I'll start burning it up after a while. Super fun. Some people are kind of rude, but fun to play. Hey, glad to hear you having fun at it. And unfortunately, you know, just like any other game, that's what come with it. Mute button is a very powerful option. Hey, what's up, Fabs? Yeah, if you have any question, Sword, ask away. That's really great to hear that you're enjoying the game, and also seem like you're getting into Conquest. Yeah, it took a while for me to catch on to the game because there's a lot of mechanics involved with this game, but once you get it all down pat, It's a whole lot of fun to play. You always learn something new because the game consistently refreshes itself because of the patches. What's your favorite guys to play so far, Sword? Yo, we don't have a lance. What's going on? Are we trolling? Also, lance is ridiculous, yes. Hey, what's up, Victor? How's it going?
I was constructed and brought into his world to bring light and hope.
All right, I'm gonna go with Hey, what's up, I am Markadon. I'm having a pretty great day. How about yourself? I'm gonna go let a cow. Oh no, they're Persephone to make it into the game. How unfortunate for them. Yo, what's up, IMG? How's it going? Yeah, Persephone is pretty nice. She ain't my cup of tea when it comes to mages, but overall, she does pretty well in the team fight scenario, especially when you can just team to play off of a vote. Yeah, they had quite a bit of action happening across the board. Glad to hear you doing pretty good, I am. Oh yes, Colomop. You know what? We have to get started with our warm-up game on Hoi. That's in the terms and conditions of my self-imposed contract. I must have my Hoi game first game. Oh yes, I do. I'm saying, speaking of Koski, make sure my light is on. But yep, we out here repping that Koski. Our other question is what I'm gonna buy. I'm gonna just go with Rage Rush.
Excellent. Thank you.
Oh no, Earth 70 still missing. How unfortunate.
Minions have spawned.
Hey, what's up, Stickman? How's it going? No, they still got the rev up even though they're outnumbered. What's going on, guys?
Sounds.
Got life together. Don't know how, don't know when. Carlos will pay for that. Yo, do I need to take my game down do that? Your boy Lancelot was coming in a lot through the years. Yo, what's going on in this right lane? Nice, nice, nice.
Commendation unto you.
No, sir.
The jungle buff out of mana. On my way.
I'll head back to this left lane. Yep, all is well. I'm.
Your left tower.
Like, is he following me? You're adorable. But yeah, all is well with me, IMG. Been a pretty nice day. I also did find out when I'm gonna get my braces off.
Hello.
Which are RP to the braces. They're coming off in a couple of months. How about you, IMG?
The minions.
Yo, what's up, that really old dude? How's it going?
Well met, traveler.
Alright, let me pick this build real quick. Racking as somewhat tanky. Oh, some ice about to happen over here. Hot.
Keep alert.
Oh, Crucible Rush Emperor's armor. That's disgusting. Get you, get. Oh Oh, yes, Poppy. We did good. Yo, I knew some action was going to happen over here. That actually hit. Yo, squad. Yo, Squad of America, hello? Why are we over here diving that tower for something we can't get? We could have got that Kabrakan.
Take this jungle buff.
They over here diving that tower and it's like, Kabrakan's right behind us. We kill him, he's an easy kill.
Wow.
Also, I'm fighting for Giannis.
Great power.
Oh no, that really old dude. I hope your wife has a pretty speedy recovery. Yeah, I make sure to stay in quite a bit because that's been case has been quite picking up where I'm at. Yo, that's a lot riding around on this horse is annoying. Also, he needs a skin where his hair is long and flowy, almost like Achilles. All right, you're annoying, son. How about the stupid horse? I'm sorry, does Kabrakan have something against Giannis? Oh, glad to hear that, really old dude.
Attack left lane.
Oh, so hopefully it doesn't. Right. Can we kill this last lot? He's throwing me on the stupid horse. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What does Kabrakan have against Giannis? I'm sorry, sir. What are you doing? Yeah, y'all can just, you know. Okay, maybe not. Yo, we gotta do a better job protecting a yacht. Okay, mans. Not really, MG. You just pretty much go with whichever lane is up and available. Guys, give me a second. Just My Little Pony's riding around on this horse again. It's annoying me. It's annoying me because I don't have a horse. Right out, round one. I don't just bounce. Actually, I'm back. Yo, what's up, Slick? How's it going? But yeah, that really don't do. Hopefully she keeps having pretty smooth recovery. What's up there, cowboy? How you doing? Oh, let me go back. Should have picked Hachi. I should have.
Oh,
these Lancelots are making me jealous. Huh.
Juggernaut has been destroyed.
Come on, squad. Y'all could have kept that up for me. You know I back. But I don't see no Yu-Gi-Oh. It was a Yu-Gi-Oh and a euphemism sense. Oh, guys, come on. This is a 4v5. How are we losing? What's going on, life? What does his Chronos have? I was like, he looked like he's pretty stacked on HP. Can we kill this Kabrakan? Nope. Yo, if Persephone comes back, we're gonna be in real trouble. Okay, they ended up surrendering. Okay. I thought that game was playable. I mean, late game would have been all game over, but early game I thought that was playable for them. Ethan, the main changes between, I mean, there's been quite a bit of changes, but I'll probably say the whole boot system and starter item system are the main changes in how you farm in Conquest, but I don't think it'll be too difficult for you to jump back in. Oh, yes, I have. Yep, got the set of one here. And the Minato Kunai in the other. Yeah, Ethan, I don't think it'll be too difficult for you to get back into, because you do have some experience playing, but it's just a couple of things have shifted with the meta quite a bit. So hair reveal? Nah, not today. Maybe some other day, like never. I'll go bald before I do a hair reveal. I'm not saying fill out. For all my hair actually does fall out. Yeah, I said you should try to get back into it, Ethan. No, I don't want no mage or hunter. I want a mage. Although I guess because it's a whole part of my series backstory. Yeah, I'm not gonna play on run. I'll play a mage with some bursts. My favorite god at the moment, I would say it's
Interstellar Command.
What's that?
Do you read me?
I mean, I'm gonna go with hunter, of course. I don't know. I'll probably say I'm still loving on some X-Ball. Lately, I've been liking up on some on her. Actually, no, scratch that. I'll say favorite god at the moment is Artemis. I go through god rotations, where I have guys that move to the top of the list of being my favorite. Right now, it'll be Artemis. Just because I like how immobile she is, but also feels like she's in a pretty good spot right now. Do you wear behind in the bed or in the shower? Why don't do that? If you somehow conspicuously set up cameras around the house, more than likely I'm either in my one of my caps, beanie, or you know, out here rolling around with nothing on the head. Rayquaza. I love how he also has that type of skin. Oh, if we can get a Pokemon crossover, that'd be nice. Hey, what's up, Ariel Blow? How's it going? Hey, what's up, Kai? Yeah, new god is ridiculous. Especially whenever you get to late game. I just sitting in his within his range for like a split second, and all of a sudden my HP bar is like at almost 75%. Like, where did it all go?
I feel the strength in me building.
But I will say he is in a pretty solid spot. It's not that don't play because I actually played him once, and I felt like I'm actually gonna start Brookethal. I actually like I was able to get on his kit pretty well.
Exemplary.
That'll do nicely.
You got a quadra code and hit. Yep, sounds like that's a lot. All right. Oh, really, Final? Yeah, I don't ever play that much of this god. Who causes a once in a while type god for me?
This time.
I don't know why. I'll say I enjoy the hourglass. Did we get that? Was it worth it, Loki? Was it? I love how he took red buff, then he lost red buff. Things are going swimming for you guys. Same Kronos from last game. That's right, sit up in that, guys. Yes, perfect.
Not bad, not great, but not bad.
Oh, was that one voice line?
You did well.
That's Marcella. Rayquaza, blasting. Yeah, you never know what you're gonna do around here. I'll see nothing. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! bro. Doggy man! Burn my ult! Yo, I didn't even see the curls in that group.
Time to ride, old friend.
If I saw him, I would have paid more attention to his stat.
How dare you?
Not bad. Not great.
That's a lot of colors on the screen.
Okay.
Yeah, we got all the colors of the rainbow, including gray. There's just so much that didn't happen. If only I had an ult. No, I'm not planning anything. Sorry, Lancelot. You can come up. I love how aggressive this Amir is. Also, this poor Loki. Get away from me, you stupid girl.
Hello. On my way.
Enemies incoming. That keeps on getting.
Alright, we're gonna stay back this time because I'm about to get jumped again.
It's okay. This time.
That's too bad. Oh, I thought they were gonna come through there. I'm here for you, Mir. Show me the way. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and oh, for the love of Christ. For the love of Christ, man. For the love of Christ, man, I got jumped. Now, when I get this book of thoughts online, this game will pretty full. Wait, how did Mir get out of that? Hello, that one.
An enemy has been slain.
Also, why am I the one who's the primary focus of the team?
Apologies.
I'm building stacks. On my way.
An ally has been slain.
Hey, what's up, Loki? Oh, here we go.
Right back. Mana.
Bro, why am I being red at 24/7?
Enemy missing left and right.
I'm out of here. Phil, if you had to kill me, girl, I would have had you for dinner. I'm getting out of here before Loki shows up.
An enemy has been
Nice, nice. Yo, do I have a big fat target on back? What's going on here? Still over here dashing all aggressively in. I'm just over here minding my business back in the tower.
On my way. I feel the strength in me building.
Kamakukuo. Yeah, it's one of those things you have to take a shadow.
Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Oh, Carlos just burned us out. Why am I consistently being the one that's being focused, man? God, y'all can just hold that still. Thank you. I was like, you guys are moving it away from me. Where's Loki at? That's a real question. I'm not gonna hold you. I thought that was him. Bashing behind me. Oh my lord! Oh my lord! Die, Zilla, die! Yes! Our front line has killed it. Oops. Put this down right quick. Don't worry, man. I'll get this tower. I'll do ADC things, even though I'm not the ADC. Alright, I'm out. Oh, very nice, Lick. What do you plan on doing for your birthday? Also, happy early birthday. Oh, Cohen's over a second, so he's not gonna move. A blue one for me? Yo, why is our front line doing so well? What is nonsense? Colin, damn it, Lance. Watch yourself, Loki. I warned you, son.
Oops.
Bye. Yo, that Loki tried it for the umpteenth time. Yo, if you can just like stop moving, so that'd be nice. Thank you.
Killing spree.
Try to do a Harryville. Oh no. There won't be any Harryville. No, they like have some fun going on. Okay, never mind. Like some fun was about to go down. Oh snap! Oh snap! So what are you doing, girl? It all, ladies and gentlemen. What is Loki doing? I was gonna be that kill. Alright, I'm gonna go back. Dog it, man! I always just type it off. Actually, we should be able to kill Loki here. I'm gonna count a hay back.
This time.
Actually, I'm gonna go ahead back. Actually, no, I'm gonna back. I need. No, me, please. Please, hop to the tornadoes. Alright, now I'm gonna go back. You can't build one. We're not consistent. Exactly right, Belly. Yes. How's it going, right, Belly?
You did well.
Hey, what's up, watch out? Riku does well, especially whenever you can like one shot with him. I'm gonna go Spirit Desolation here. And Ratatouille. I'm gonna go Blink because I ain't no punk. Alright, you're fighting without me. I'm sad. I thought we had understanding. Dog it.
Set up an ambush here.
I should have blinked it closer. Oh, you okay, girl? Where you at? Where's Loki at? I'm not coming in from these to try to find Loki.
An enemy has been slain.
Yo, do I build German isolation? Do I be toxic with it? I'm gonna hold my 2 because I think Loki's ult is up. Just in case he ulted me, I was gonna pop it and then use it to kind of get away.
Thanks.
Yo, glad to hear it, right, Belly? Yo, that sounds good. I've been going all day. Happy tomorrow's Friday. Why, yes. It is almost the weekend. Also, where does this week go? Yep, Hunters are in a pretty great spot right now. Yo, what's up, Spooky Mars? Last time I saw. Hey, appreciate the compliment, Spooky Mars. How you doing today?
On my way.
I'm on it. Well, I thought the skin, he's not going to skin. Maybe said I'm the greatest.
Killing spree.
Dude, my front line is over there already.
On my way.
An enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. The enemy juggernaut has been
Yo, guys, y'all making me sad. Y'all fighting without me. I want some of the action too.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh, buddy, you're in trouble now, son. Doggy, man. Come on, they surrendered. You gotta be kidding me, man. I'm sorry, our front line was just ridiculous. They literally were just spending the entire game right. I got them. And their response was null and void. Hey, what's up, Captain Good? How's it going? Oh, yes. Today's been quite a eventful day. Also, we do have a couple of spots if anyone jump in. Hey, what's up, Pocket Ace? But I'm doing pretty good, Spooky Mars. How about yourself? Hey, what's up, Koozie? I'm so sad that they surrendered. I actually wanted to play out that game. All right, no problem, right, Belly. I'm gonna show I help us for you. But yeah, I got you, Captain Good. And Myron, yeah, if you want to go ahead and jump in, I can go ahead and put you in too. Go ahead, you had. No worries, right, Belly. Hey, what's up, Jamas? How's it going? They do. I don't ever play Cuckoo, so that was the one and only time where I do have you at it. That was the one and only time where I do play Cuckoo. It's like, you guys can at least let me live out to my full potential. No, I'm actually playing on NA servers. Yeah, I'll be in the US. Yo, what's up, CC? How's it going? All right. I feel like I should play a Joust game since we do have 3 people. And also we're able to play Joust. Pajamas, if you want to play, some people who do play on EU servers are able to queue up on NA servers without issues. Those people are few and far between, but you're more than welcome to give it a try, see if you can make it work. All right, we shall do the job since we have 3 people. I'm gonna chew bubble gum. Spits out the gum. I haven't had gum in so long. Yeah, I get my braces out in 2 months. I scheduled my appointment to get my braces removed and also my retainers. And so the first thing I will do after I get my braces off is head over to my local McDonald's. Not buy anything, but get every ketchup packet that they have and just open it all with my teeth. And then we shall move on to eating things that I couldn't eat, like, you know, big containers of popcorn, some gum here and there. I plan on wilding out when I get things off.
Where's your onesie?
Oh, yes, it does. I mean, I haven't suffered. I actually enjoyed having braces. I didn't mind it too much. But it's like, I look forward to having these food restrictions that I had taken away from me. This guy just wants to live. Exactly. I just want to live my life in peace. First thing, make out with everyone hype. Maybe not that far. Maybe we don't do. Maybe we don't do that. You know, confident this whole thing. All right, sounds good, John. Yeah, go ahead and add me. My name is the same as my my Twitch tag. Go ahead and add me in game, and I'll happily put you in. Hopefully, you're able to play without any lag. Oh, I'm sorry, Captain Good. Yeah, Cthulhu works fine with me. Oh, they have a hair. Perfect. You love to see it. They also have a sellback too. I knew I should have chosen someone else. Roughest match of my life incoming. Me consistently getting sellback plucked, then her dropping Argus on me. Yeah, I just got this Artemis skin and I was like, I gotta... Oh, you talking about the Cthulhu skin? Yeah, that is the best Cthulhu skin. Hunters are your worst nightmare, though. Yeah, it's about time the shoes on the other foot with Cthulhu. Whenever he first dropped, he was my worst nightmare. Because he was just running at me, doing all the damage. And now it's the other way around. I'm gonna go with Rage.
Are you mocking my onesie? How dare you? No, you can't hunt magical unicorns. We are
Every game has nothing but the new guys everywhere. They do. Like when Landslide dropped on Tuesday, I think I had either 1 or 2 games where he wasn't in it.
To you.
That was because he wasn't on my team.
Minions have spawned.
What did the villain say when he got his legs?
Yeah, let's not forget to place this.
I want to put this down just in case.
I guess I'm the only one with talent around here.
I want to go for ramp up, but I'm gonna pop this. All right, sweet, sweet. They're looking low. They're looking low. That was bad. Are you kidding me? What the team? Oh, poor buddy. Amada. How's that?
That's too bad.
Apologies.
I'm out of here. Bye. Of course. Of course. Of course. Kill him. Kill her. Get them all. There was never any talking this season of me running Armada.
Ready for an all-out pillow fight.
Double kill.
That's Balderdash.
Sorry.
So sweet. Oh, you talking about my course work SCC? They actually going pretty well. I don't need to actually jump on top. I can top them. I love how we just totally ignore this red buff. Or not. They didn't get it. I was like, this is all our brawl. And we didn't get the red buff. Well, that's Link's so back. Which is... I'm not allowed to see.
Thanks.
All right, we hit 5 before Freya. Hera, whatever her name is.
Howdy.
To some extent, he is.
Be careful in the jungle.
Oh, what is this nonsense, man? Also, why am I on Amada again? But I was able to whoop him up off of his horse, so I'm not sure if that was a bug or if it was something that was supposed to be a mechanic. Guys, you're ridiculous. I gotta play on pass for the light. It makes me sick.
Fluffy doesn't like your attitude. This is a happy place. What's the difference between a unicorn and a carrot? One is a
Yeah, he can he stunts. When I was playing free, I was able to oh my goodness. I was able to yo. Get Darius, get. I think Odiball is probably gonna work pretty nice here. Just in case. Taking it out of an insurance policy. Yeah, nice try, son. Yeah, I'm thinking Odiball, maybe Super Branch. Alright, I'm gonna get the kids alive first. Then I'm probably gonna go Odiball. No matter bipods, pin. I mean, early on during the game, whenever the game initially starts, I get pods.
To you.
But since this is a Joust match, I can back whenever I need to.
Greetings to you.
You're annoying, son. Ah! Okay.
I'm enjoying myself. Be careful in the jungle.
I'm sorry, but Chimp, there's no just weenies at our onesie.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You thought, son. Not on my watch. Now look at that talk coming in. Think he's gonna come over here wreck shop. Not even about to die this tower from my behind. I don't think so, son. I want to leave that tower with a purpose.
On my way.
Very much so thinking right? Not dead. Oh my goodness, man! If I can just hit auto every once in a while.
This is way above my pay grade.
Okay.
A moment to recover.
Yeah, if you can just. I'm out! No! Dude, Hera's a pain in the behind, man. If I can just get past the soul bag, I can kill him behind. Also, if I can just hit autos, that would be nice. Hey, what's up, Beauty? I think we're gonna fill up once we get Rat Billy in, but I'll definitely have you next. What's up, Alan? Yeah, we gotta kill this Hera.
Balderdash.
We gotta kill this Hera before she gets too fed.
Follow me.
I'm enjoying myself.
How was that? Okay. Are you kidding me? God, please! Wow, what it took me? What took my whole piece? What? God darn, that's a lot.
An ally has been slain. Deicide.
Work heavy hooked. Oh, unfortunate. Well, hopefully you wrap up work fairly soon, call him up. Oh, really, Final? Yeah, you'd be surprised by who you come across. Alright, we really gotta get to work on taking on this Hera. Once I get Ken's online, though, we should be good in terms of making sure that Sobek doesn't run at me for free. Dude, this dude is all protect. This dude is all powered. I was trying to go first. We have any anti-heal? That's the real question. Hey, please! Bro, I was trying to that card forever, man. Phoenix, please. Phoenix, please. Thank you, Phoenix.
An enemy has
they are. They're just running at me. Alright, let me go see if make sure they're not working on this. Alright, nope. We're good. We're clear. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and back. ID far. Okay. ID go to the next P. Now, if I can just get online, we'll be good. I mean, I'm gonna say my West back, and I'm right a level below Air, so I think actually no, I'm gonna go with Wind Demon. It does.
on my way.
Defend! On my way! Ultimate is ready!
Let's go! Finally shut that trick down! Finally shut it down! There's anything we have to go get. Where are you back? Oh, I need to block my two. I don't think so, Valto. How you doing, Uni? I'm gonna out of here.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Yep, I'm definitely getting out of here. Definitely getting up out of here.
This is way above my pay grade.
Come on, man! It's a never-ending cycle of them running at me.
Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed.
I'm gonna go with Fred.
I'm enjoying myself.
No, I'm trying to get here because I almost so close.
Be careful!
Just hold there, just hold there. I'm on the way.
Ultimate is ready!
At the heart of evil.
Ultimate is ready!
From the heavens.
Just get on my jock, son. No, please come on home. Please come on home. Oh, for the love of Christ. For the love of Christ, man. We just needed to touch the turtle, man. We just need, not the turtle, the crocodile, man. We just needed to touch the crocodile. Hey, appreciate it, Tom. But yeah, the servers have, I mean, I haven't had any servers issues today. How you doing, Tom? Oh, come on, you want to play against the other opposing team? Alright, I'm gonna go can build right now that's gonna help me with survivability. Maybe Aussie. Actually, let me go server branch.
Prepared for what they are about to witness.
Hey, welcome back, Right Belly. Bad Croc, naughty Croc.
Retreat!
Oh boy. Oh boy, how do we defend this?
Ultimate is down.
Ultimate is down.
Titan man, move, Titan, in my way, man. Got it back up here.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Ah! Please! I'm just getting ran out for breathing! What is Nationals of Fate behind? I just got red at. They didn't even have a tank red. Yeah, like Artemis. She's the main DPS, source of DPS on the team. Let's try to get her. Hey, it's all good, Captain. Good. You did your best. And that's all that matters. Artemis, she's just a late game god, and you know, it would have just taken a little bit for me to get her online. But once if I could have just got her online, I would have been good. Just because I was there. Yeah, that's a lot stupid. I'm waiting for that guy to get nerfed. All right, did you add me, Yamas? I also appreciate GGs. What's up, Okami? How's it going? All right, sounds good. Need a new old Nox silences. Nox silence would have came in clutch. Especially with that stupid crocodile running at me. It was always a game being between him and the doggo Let's Lot. I was getting jumped by both of them consistently. I don't plan on playing Conquest today, Calamot. Yeah, whatever I do normally run Conquest is normally whatever off stream. Yeah, I said at first when I saw him that he had warrior-like tendencies. I took that back pretty quickly. Oh, no problem. Hey, what's up, Shay? How's it going? It's like very hard to kill. He is Wolffoot, especially, you know, that little shield that he gets on whenever he gets on his horse. I'm just sick of dealing with gods with shields in general. Like, I need some more stuff outside of, you know, relics that can counter shields easier. Calamop is gonna go to Jamas, and then if Uni, or is gonna go to Uni afterwards. But I can put you in a line for the queue up. By the way, if you guys enjoy the content and you know, you want to come hang out sometime, I do stream on my personal channel. Click on that Twitch link, take you directly on over to my personal channel. Feel free to drop a follow and become part of the Rudo clan. More duels, sir. Well, you know, I may hop back into duel scene. We'll see. I did start playing duel quite a bit last season, and I fell off. I fell off pretty hard.
All are on.
As a Cupid made 200%. Yo, whenever Cupid was in meta, and one of the best gods around, I still wouldn't. All right, actually, I'll play Cupid in there. Let me go with. I guess I'll go with Honor.
It's a fabulous day.
How's your day going, Chocolate? How was work? Any interesting dogs today? Yeah, come on in, Colobot. We have a good time in Discord. When isn't a party in Discord? Also, Chocolate, you listen to what I saw? I mean, if you listen to what I saw, you will be able to answer that question. Crossover booked 17 dogs, averages 12. Oh my goodness. I'm pretty sure that's you had your hands full with that. The Star Warrior, anything I feel like Lancelot is gonna. I mean, he may receive some scaling back, but I think they're just gonna let him live for a little while and let us surfer with that guy. Then when people really start getting tired of him, they're gonna nerf him into the ground. Yo, I'm like, you need to say how many hours? That's good to hear that you found a place that is like, we're gonna compensate you and make sure we take care of you.
I definitely got the best.
Wait, how many stars did I Loki have? I missed. Oh, that poor Loki.
Transform you into a chocolate bunny.
He needs some help.
Fudge nugget.
All right, I'm gonna go with leather cow.
Fudge nugget.
Okay. Oh, flabbergast.
Fudge nugget.
I'm gonna rush. Left forge.
Not an issue.
Ugly creature.
We will yet win this.
You're innocent. Right. You totally blew that chocolate. Wait, wait.
Enemy spotted.
Hello there.
Play Atlas Dice. Lies.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy spotted.
There needs to be a hunter that just dropped so you can tell me to play him next. Ah, dog, and I burned up mine. I burned my impel. Alright, what's going on now?
Hello there. Enemy spotted.
On my way.
Enemy spotted.
Buddy, I'm not afraid of you, homie. You have ages on the low key. What is your problem? Are you okay, sir? I mean, I shouldn't be asking that question in the first place because of how many stars you have. Doggy man! I could have Loki too if I just hit my pill correctly. Come on, Loki. Do it, buddy. That's what I thought. Better respect the line. You better respect the name. Hey, what's up, Leyland? How's it going? Isn't Atlas out of the game? Is he? Yo, if he's out of the game, we're gonna rejoice right quick.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
I mistimed that jump. I was supposed to leap up right when it was coming down so I could bounce on top of him. Also, I love how he thought he was gonna be able to get me. Oh no, they have a DC. Unfortunate for them. Fortunate for us. Yeah, I didn't look into this, Yudi.
I just full of surprises. Oh, flabbergasted.
That'll make my night for years. Take him out again for a little while. He can use a break. I can use a break from seeing him. Hey, it's going pretty good, Chaotic. How you doing? Buddy, can you dodge, homie? Do you not know the meaning of moving left or right, buddy? You just literally walked in a straight line. You're right, Billy. You better get ready. I'm about to do something stupid. Never mind. Deb's there. Party over.
Be right back.
Ultimate is down.
See ya.
I will return.
I will return. You should play Kuzubo. Or, we should take those stupid guys that gestures you have and throw them out the window. Right, you okay, buddy? I'm trying to go stand for your health.
Enemy missing left.
What are you off to? Dude, I'm so disappointed in myself. How's that? How's that? How's that? How's that? Yeah, this Rom was over here slapping.
That's too bad.
Nice, nice, nice.
Cancel that.
Good job, team. Good job, team. I'm gonna go ahead and get a body before Loki ults me. Pretty old. Yeah, it's like pretty old. Let me sit up in it for a little while. This doesn't hurt, right? It can't hurt because it's pretty.
Enemy missing left.
But yeah, Chaotic, yeah, feel free to add me. Definitely one of them online. I'm running video games. And definitely more than willing to pull you in.
Enemies behind us.
Hello there. Enemy spotted.
Yeah, they can just accidentally Atlas out of the game for a little while. Not forever, just out for a little while. So I'm like, okay, maybe it's time for him to come back in.
Be right back.
Okay.
On my way.
I'm on it.
Fudge nugget.
You think I'm playing with you? You really think I'm playing with you? Where'd he go? Tell me where he went, coach. Unfortunate. Alright, I'm gonna go back. Yo, Chaotic War, appreciate the follow. What's the Ruda Clan?
Have fun, you all.
Yep, it is.
Completed.
Yeah, feel free to add me.
Aren't I just full of surprises?
Also, same as Loki has as many stars as he does.
Enemy behind us.
Let's keep it clear, because this cosplay.
Are you okay? You're literally running up to and on everybody.
That's too bad. Enemy spotted. Be careful left. Enemies behind us.
Be right back. Be careful.
Be right.
Gotta fight the rabbit. Gotta fight that life.
Be careful.
On my way. Skippy hopping.
I'm on my way. Dog it!
Under attack.
On my way.
I'm sorry, excuse me? What?
Has been slain.
Why is he moving so darn quick? Right. Why is Loki moving so darn quick? Also, I just had enough mana for my ult.
Has been slain.
This is
Be right back.
cutting it a bit close.
Okay.
If I had enough mana for my ult, there would have been some dead gods on the other side. But yeah, let me take a look at it. And I'm gonna take a look at it after this match. I haven't really been seeing Atlas too many times.
Your left
Also, I want to kill his Loki. I want to kill his Loki, rub his big fat nose in it. Maybe glad I didn't get that impel combo, homie. Oh my goodness, I am so sorry.
Be careful, left. Are you so sorry? On my way. A little sand.
Bro, why is this doggone Loki move so doggone quick, man? Oh, what the?
Retreat!
Keep you and them nuts away from me, sir. I don't want what you're telling me.
Your right tower is under attack.
Also, why is Rat just randomly showing up out of... He's always in these fights showing up randomly. Also, if I was paying attention there, I would have picked up what Captain Good was putting down. And we would have had that those 2 kills on the tower. No, I didn't say all that chocolate. Let me shut them hopes and dreams down right quick. I didn't say all that. How's that ult already back up, man? Are you kidding me? How is this ult already back up? He literally just died with it less than a minute ago.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
What is Rat doing? Buddy, that's a tower, buddy. Rat Bell, I need you to say Rat Bell. You have a looking old head in your generation. And then no, we're gonna go ahead and shit those hopes down, dreams down real quick. There won't be no Atlas playing in this household. Also, I'm gonna kill Loki and I'm gonna big fat nose in it, like I said earlier.
Have fun, you all. On my way.
Oh, that's cute. We laughing? We laughing now, huh?
Thanks. I am in awe.
No. You rock.
Fudge nugget.
There we go again.
Out of mana.
I have them cat eyes.
I might need to go ahead and back. Just so I can get
Be right back.
Help left lane.
so I can go ahead and get Aegis. Yo, come left lane!
Help left lane.
Fudge nugget. On my way.
Ultimate is ready.
Ultimate is ready.
Bruh, squad, please! Yeah, we can just not chase so hard. Well, you ain't going nowhere, son. You ain't going nowhere, son. Okay, I'm actually going somewhere.
Double kill.
Too bad. See you later.
Killing spree.
Ah, leave, man. Oh, for the love of Christ.
Sorry.
Fudge nugget.
Sorry.
Get on my face, you stupid rat. Oh, if Loki comes through this and all three. Falcon, I just want to let you know, son. I will kill you for that. I will kill for that, homie. Yo, what's up, my guy? Guys? How's it going? Hey, what's up, y'all swags? How's it going? All right, I'm gonna go ahead and get this. I'm done opting for some crit. And these people think I'm out here playing around with them. Think they can just throw around abilities. I'm not gonna do nothing about it. We're working on it. For you. I'm on the way. Where's that stupid Loki at? Show me the way. Better run, you little chicken.
Attack right lane. Watch out.
Target man.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
not sure if they win that. I was out here freak out.
Fudge nugget.
I like her Insidious.
Enemies behind us! On my way!
An ally
Oh
has
boy.
been slain.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna head to that.
Has been destroyed.
Hey, never mind. I'm actually head to that.
Fudge nugget.
Bro, you so lucky that darn Gamble's here. Bro, you so lucky. You must not disrespect me, son. Yeah, I need you to come on back.
Be careful, right on my way.
Okay, I know you're not gonna disrespect me, son. I know you're not still out here to disrespect me, son. What do you think you are, son? Stop disrespecting me. And I'm gonna think I'm out here playing around with him. I'm not playing with you, son. I'll probably die over and over again under that tower. Tactical retreat, exactly. Kusha, I did bees the, or I went for the bees on knockup. My bees didn't pop in enough time for me to actually hit the knockup. That was the original intent. The original intent was for me to beat the knockup, which I did beads because I saw a rat coming over. Yeah, that rat was so disrespectful. Disrespect is real. It was worth it, Dexo. I just showed up. What's up?
Ultimate is ready.
Just because your little rat is running around over here thinking you can do whatever you want, I'll give you the same permission.
Okay.
Attack right down! Quicksand!
Oh, look who's still. Oh my goodness. Fight! Save me, guys! Save me! Right, I need some help over here, Swat. Sit down, Loki! Everyone get that right yet? Alright, guys, I'll be back. Actually, I'm gonna get this tower first. Get away from me. I don't want you, rat. I don't think he's gonna get to me. Guys, protect my honor, defend my pride. I'm sorry, what? That's right.
See you later.
I'm sorry, what? Did he just use his 3 back-to-back?
Well done.
Am I seeing me? Oh, it was. That doggo damn show. See, that's stupid.
Take this jungle.
Did he just use the 3 back-to-back? Am I missing something here? Why is this just see me? Or am I completely wrong and completely off the mark?
Okay.
I'm actually gonna be not because it's cheap. I need more crit chance.
On my way!
Enemy ultimate down.
Okay, I'm gonna go. I'm the one who saw that.
On my way.
I was like, is that a bumble timer on him? No, it's not a bumble timer.
Ultimate is ready.
Oh, Vulcan, buddy. Stop disrespecting us, homie. Oh my lord! Is that crit Nim? What is that nonsense?
Chase the enemy. Group up. An enemy juggernaut has arrived.
Guys, you got that. Alright, so while you do that, I'm gonna just work on getting this left tower over here. I am so salty! I am so salty! That's what I get for trying to use VGS, man.
Be careful.
That's too bad. See you later.
I need y'all to be careful over there. Don't come through this. Yeah, why am I such a dog control myself?
See you later.
Yeah, they almost have that tower.
On my way!
I should die, right?
Has been destroyed.
On my way!
Careful in the jungle. Careful in the jungle.
Save yourself. So sorry.
Enemy spotted! Retreat!
God, that dog kept that dog. That dog will knock him back. Oh Oh my goodness, man! Why is Gladiator shirt so darn ridiculous?
How unfortunate. Killing spree.
At the heart of evil.
Think okay, I'm getting about this. Yeah, I'm sipping acorns and running my night. Out of my game. Last item. What should it be? What the bill? What the bill? I guess I go with Sir Branch. I mean, we have Op Watch, so that's the anti-heal we need. But we do probably need a AoE anti-heal that's applied because he is not only quite healthy but also sustained himself off of his build.
Okay.
Enemy missing right.
Enemy spotted.
Oh my goodness, why do you have ages? Get him out of the game! Not only you're a stupid takey rat, but you also have ages. I want this roll. Give me some Loki. I'm hungry for a Loki. Yeah, but I hope you have a good insurance company, bro. I'm about to shoot a mess out of you. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. 3 for the gap. Worth it? Yes. I do ADC teams and get tired. Come on, boy. You been at all this game, homie. Oh, unfortunate. Kill him! Oh, squad, please. Squad, please. Squad, please. Squad, please. Dog it, man! I was hoping someone was gonna take the tire so I can get underneath it. Rat is the ultimate final boss. Okay, maybe we end up getting tired there and not necessarily leaping in like the crazy buffoon that I was in that whole entire engagement. I was like, I will go save my Nim. Instead of just walking up to the Nim, I'm gonna leap it. No, I didn't see that turns, but I could not imagine playing a god that much. Like, sorry, are you okay?
I'm on it.
I just said I know death animation. You know, after dying so many times in one game. That's quite interesting that your boy got Shell. How's that? Dude, I could hit my ages before that dog cataclysm, man. Oh, guys, come on back. I tried so hard to hit my dog ages before that cataclysm, man. Yeah, if I got no ages off the time, definitely would be able to turn it.
Your juggernaut has been destroyed.
Well, we're here now. Again, looking death in the face.
Fudge nugget.
Your juggernaut has been destroyed.
I just did that so I wouldn't get crippled. I need y'all to be careful.
Hello there.
Yeah, I'm not going back off. Please come on back! Oh no!
Sorry.
Killing spree.
That's too bad.
Your left phoenix is under attack.
Hey Morgan, how's that feel? Ah! If we didn't play that so aggressively, would have been good. Oh, be careful, be careful.
Your left Phoenix.
Yeah, we need to pace this. We can't just be diving around like he doesn't have a team behind him.
I take responsibility.
Go, go, chase after him.
Has arrived.
That's great. I would have been good too if Ram wasn't just sitting there. I think I'm on Marie Toad. I have a credit few sound effects. You need a soundboard? Bring Toad. Go.
Retreat right lane.
Okay.
Be careful.
I'm here for you. Dude, that Ram has toxic weight. Alright, so I'm gonna upgrade the whole relic situation.
Defend middle lane.
I'm pretty sure they're about to go for that.
On my way. Be careful, right.
An enemy has
Oh, guys, I need y'all to be careful until I get there.
enemy juggernaut. Group up. Retreat. Attack.
Be careful. Defend left lane.
We're not sure where Loki's at. Please kill the Loki, goddammit! Thank you. The boy was just chilling back there for the Loki's. Hey, we didn't get him because Lancelot's there. Oh yeah, they don't get that. They don't get that.
Retreat. Attack.
Oh, just go for their camp. Y'all don't get that. Y'all don't have ADC with y'all. Y'all ADC done dead. Hey, if I can kill him right here. Dude. The fact that Captain King can do that. Yeah, can we get this? Just get that. Just get that. Don't worry about the Phoenix. We'll get that. It isn't. They're not gonna Loki. I knew he was in the. Okay, y'all come on back.
Retreat.
Don't die for that.
Retreat.
Double.
Oh boy.
An ally has been slain. An enemy juggernaut has arrived.
Alright, so we gotta kind of play this carefully. Kind of gotta play the stall game here.
Has arrived. I can just eat you up.
If anything, we can't let that. I wish that Juggernaut was this late. We can't let this Juggernaut get into our. Are they working on Pontus? Nope. I'm gonna back up. Yo, Cyril, appreciate the follow. Wait to Runic Clan. Oh.
Attack left
We
lane.
can go with this. We can get this. We can get this.
Your juggernaut has been destroyed.
They pushed left for some odd reason. They should be able to defend that. No, don't push out. Don't push out.
Enemy juggernaut has been destroyed. Enemy ultimate incoming.
Yes. Be careful. Defend.
On my way. Get me hopping, I'm on top.
An ally has
Oh, don't push out, guys.
Retreat.
Just chill on these Phoenix till we get there.
Defend.
Oh my goodness. Aegis, please! Godly, man! Why did my Aegis didn't go off? Also, we should have just chilled on Phoenix until we got there! Dude, that Ramazo's P-Wire is disrespectful. Now this guy's good, I believe in you. Oh boy, that Loki's there. Okay, Loki actually noticed. Yo! Alright, sounds good, I hope you have a great rest of your night. Thank you so much for hanging out. And we appreciate the compliment, Kev. How's it going? Yo, if we could just slow down and pace a bit, I think we'll be good.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
Be careful left. Enemies incoming.
On my way.
Oh, guys, please kill the Loki. Don't let him get away with that. Don't let him get away with that. No way he gets out of that, right?
The enemy has destroyed a puppet.
Bruh.
Attack!
Let's go, Captain Good.
That was magical.
Alright, if we can find a pick here, then that'd be nice.
Be careful left! On my way!
Attack left lane!
On my way.
Roof up!
On my way.
Enemy spotted!
Yo, guys, come on. We can pick a fight here. It's a 4v5.
Ultimate is ready. Retreat. Group up. Retreat.
Retreat!
Dude, this fight is just a losing cause. Alright, come on back! Loki's coming! Please, come on back!
Enemies behind us.
Oh boy, we overcommitted there.
Double kill.
Fudge
Killing
nugget.
spree.
A little Sandy!
Oh boy. Oh boy. We overcommitted. Loki was up. We should have backed off. I don't know how to fit this. I don't have an ult to my name. Don't get mad. Did that loser crit me? I didn't crit me. God, do we have an anti-heal? We really need somebody. Nice, nice, nice. No fight. That 24, that was a losing fight. Immediately, whenever we got the Gablo, and we picked up one of their teammates, we should have immediately backed off. Because Loki was coming up, and he was going to be healthier than any of us in that fight. Now, we had engaged on, or actually picked that fight a bit early before Loki actually got up. Our main issue was we waited too long to engage in that 4v5.
Yes.
So Loki kind of came up before we actually were able to effectively do anything.
Okay.
Be careful right. Be careful left. Be careful left.
Enemy.
On my way.
You deserve that.
Yo, come left lane.
On my way.
Get out of my face, son! Get out of my face! Who do you think you are? I mean, go deep. We're totally not Dr. out of here.
Okay.
Dude, that rat is hell. Oh, guys, please don't go. Guys, please! Come on, guys! Oh, just... That's a losing fight. Just back off. That's a losing fight. Oh my goodness. I think we lose here.
Retreat.
Defend left lane!
He keeps focusing the mess out of me.
You should be used to that by now.
Go.
Defend left lane!
Yes.
Does the thing just go down there? Yeah, we're not grouped up where we need to be. Whenever we are fighting, it's always one or two of us missing.
Completed.
And we specifically need to watch Loki in these situations.
Attack right lane!
Yeah, it's very much salty.
The enemy has destroyed Apophis. An enemy juggernaut has arrived.
We kind of need to fight this. Guys, we need a friend over here.
Okay.
Guys, please come over right, guys. Get out of my face, you stupid Loki. I'm sick of you.
Attack right lane!
Defend left lane.
Enemy
I'm here. I'm here. He lied to me first. I'm only doing what I was taught. All right, we should be able to go over here. Yo, we all need to be pushed up right now. We gotta take advantage of this little opportunity that we have. I kinda need to back so I get more pots. Oh boy. We're about to lose that Phoenix, man. I'm a back. I need a back. No, we're about to lose. It's about to be a whole fire wave. That's we don't lose face there, do we? Okay, good. They're gone. All right, yeah, pots.
Supplied and ready for another day in the sun.
Yo, why is this such a sweaty game?
Okay.
Are you sure Loki to hold me again?
Hello there.
I'm sorry, what is this?
Careful.
Get out of here, Loki! Yo, go for this, go for this, go, 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 go! We gotta do this before Loki gets here! Oh, what the? Golly, man! Yo, guys, we cannot, no, please, don't chase, don't chase. We gotta defend the home base. Firemen, please! Don't do it to the Phoenix! We lost the Phoenix.
Nugget.
Yes.
I thought Loki was on the Juggernaut. That was mistaken. I guess it was Vulcan who were on the Juggernaut.
It ain't a party without me.
It was. We had it going. But then Loki ended up stopping everything that we had going.
Enemy Juggernaut has been destroyed.
Alright, so I guess we're just chilling here. We just pretty much got it. No, please come back. We're not gonna fight that.
We will yet win this.
Backdoors of America will backdoor if they have the opportunity.
I will war.
Yes.
Actually, probably kill the Vulcan. Vulcan's a little bit out of position. Or not.
Your Juggernaut has been destroyed.
Retreat!
Yeah, please come back. They're coming. They're coming. They're coming, coach.
Take heart. We will yet win this.
Yeah, so I need come on back. Come on back, Red Belly. You pushed up too far, Red Belly.
I'll defend the Titan.
I'm an automaton who could cut down any tree in one swing.
All right, so we have eyes on Loki. We just gotta make sure that he doesn't gotta make sure that he doesn't do anything stupid. All right, probably can yeah, y'all can we get somebody around the bug? Let's go, Red Belly! Let's go! Let's go, Red Belly! Go, clutch my Red Belly! Let's go, Red Belly! Oh, Rama, you poor, for love of Christ. Oh, we just lost that. we lost that. We just gotta go for it.
Time to rise.
I'll defend left lane.
Your Titan's under attack.
Watch out! Quicksand! Help! Right lane!
That we did. I hope this is a GG's.
How unfortunate.
I guess we'll work on these objectives.
Nugget.
Yeah, we gotta get some off of this.
On my way.
Enemies behind us.
Oh! Enemies behind us!
Careful middle.
of my house, Loki. You're not welcome here. Also, take off your shoes whenever you're inside. I'm sick of you.
Enemies at our Titan.
Defend the Titan. Defend
On my way.
under attack.
So sorry.
Back doors of America, you're gonna pay! I knew I was gonna try something like that. I knew he was gonna try something stupid like that.
Fudge nugget.
I will war.
Yo, whoever put out these words, clutch. Yeah, the Veldog's coming to clutch. Golly, man.
Ultimate is down.
Me.
I was hoping to catch someone laser backing. All right, so our,
Juggernaut has arrived. Left.
I'm gonna go ahead and back.
Yes.
All right, the Titan's lower there before. Titan, come on, buddy. Pick yourself up off the ground, homie.
Be careful.
Right. Your Juggernaut.
I'm on
has
it.
arrived.
Yeah, Veldog is actually clutch. Titan is also a pretty cheap item.
Be careful, right?
Get, Rat, get. I will end you.
On my way.
Be right back.
Hello there.
Juggernaut has been destroyed.
Ready for another
Ultimate
day
is ready.
in the
Move
sun.
on.
On my way.
Be
Fudge
careful.
nugget. Enemy ultimate.
Yo, good old Captain Good Good. Good old. Where do I land that? Oh. Where do I said, where do I land that? Alright, be careful, guys. Be careful, be careful, be careful.
Be careful.
Oh, crap. Oh, Rat Belly, I'm so sorry, Rat Belly. Excuse me.
Your Titan is under attack.
Fight me, please. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry.
Too bad.
Can they please make it a way for Titan to heal up? Titan literally was on life support for the past 10 minutes. Heal yourself up, homie. Pick yourself up off the ground. You had more than enough time to pick yourself up off the ground. You over here sitting at HP for the longest. It's like, come on, homie. We need you to get involved. Titan's ready to retire. Yeah, dumb Ganeshos late game kind of good clutch. It was like a fight was we were able to definitely brawl out because of those fat Ganeshos. Yeah, GGC y'all. We play pretty well, which is an unfortunate position at the end. If you know, Slash Titans didn't went so doggone weak. Between the Titan running at people who's trying to kill it and it not actually doing a lot, and it not healing up, I need for Titan to get his life together. Winning after losing team. Yeah, we had it. Also, Rat with Glass Shield was ridiculous. Rat jump count though. I'm surprised he died that many times. I'm pretty sure most of the kills went to Rat Belly. Because whenever he would jump on me, he would just feel so tanky. Wait, you got 8 kills total? How much damage did you do on Ganesh? I would have thought more than that because I feel like that. I think it was Vulcan was sitting on the edge of your ult. Yeah, Loki was ridiculous. Like as soon as he would jump on me, all of a sudden my HP bar would just be deleted. I appreciate you sharing my whole team. Yeah, Lance is he's in a good spot right now. He's living life pretty grand. Yeah, Byron, yeah, his cripple does a lot when it comes to keeping him from dashing and running him pretty effectively.
John Rambo, reporting for duty.
I hear you, Rat. This city is ridiculous. I need for the city to chill out. Yeah, there's nothing I love more than late game Rama. Especially one that can kind of control the tempo of the game. And your whole team basically can play around. And I said no. That also reminds me. Let me make sure good old Atlas boy's out of the game. Actually, no, Atlas is still here. I do. I feel like being like. I think I feel like you know, looking like a fool.
What's the protocol?
We're not actually playing Oleron? What is this? Report it. You can report me all you want to. Hey, what's up, Stinky Kitties? How's it going? I'll report you for reporting me. How about that, Chocolate? Yeah, we are Stinky. We have a couple people in line, but I can put you in line if you would like to jump in. And whatever spots open up, I can go ahead and pull you in. That also reminds me, I gotta turn on my bot.
Spies like me, we hack, but we also make a killing.
Oh, very nice, Insidious. Yeah, it's one of my favorite skins on Oler.
Yes.
All you have to do
It's the only skin that I would sport.
Even my apprentice is more gifted than
Also, I'm
you.
working on stop hitting my chair arm. It's a habit that I have that I need to quit. But it's hard for me to do. I guess I'll go with Bloodforge to start again. Hey, what's up, Fox? How's it going?
Have fun.
Appreciate it. Appreciate the good luck wishes. I hate how people type in the VGS system in chat and I know exactly what it is. All right, I'm mad. Who are we killing, guys? Oh my goodness, that was a fat pull. What the? Gotta love it. It's oh my goodness. Come on, me, Curtis. Alright, Belly, I wish I had something for you, right, Belly? The good old axis is down. Got a fight that lasts a lot. Oh my goodness. Okay, maybe we just overcommitted a little bit too much for that. Fair catch. Yeah, perhaps we overcommitted just a tad bit too much for that. Curtis, you know you're playing names game, right? Oh, here we go. You better be glad I don't have no dog on one up for you. Good normal, get away from me. Yo, can we please kill this fool? Kill this buffoon, I want to. Oh my goodness. Guys, please! Thank you! He's disrespecting me! I'm low on mana and HP. What the? Oh my goodness, where did that axe go? Enemy missing left. Yeah, you don't have your Capri, don't you?
You're getting good. Get away.
Also, I'm grateful that I think a good hit 5 whatever he did.
Be right back.
Woohoo! Yeah.
Got a perfect impression of Oler. You cannot run my bow. I mean, I think that's some that takes some talent, Smoking Fox. Hey, what's up, 22 Ti? How's it going?
Enemy spotted.
Hey, what's up, Coin? How you doing? Aloha.
Be right back.
Good luck.
Man, please, man. Oh, you. Okay. Don't get mad. I was almost out of there. Also, squad, where we at? Where's the backup? I feel like everybody in the mamas on their team rotated to me. Also, I should have credited who's boss. You thought she was gonna kill my bug man and get away with it? I don't think so.
Enemy missing right.
Attack left lane.
Yes.
Yeah, they jumped me big time. Oh my goodness. Embarrassing me, Zeus. Stop. Can we kill this stupid doggone Kryptus? Hey, please!
Enemies behind us.
Enemy has been slain. Your right tower. Sorry.
Here we go.
I'm gonna go back. Yo, where's squad?
I accidentally used salt instead of food.
Please, people, can we start to rotate earlier?
Sorry about that.
Yo, Kryptus, if y'all just literally breathe on that Kryptus. If someone just literally breathes on her, she's dead.
All you have to do is
Yeah, I was a highly unfortunate range because I think I was within range of her
No
too.
problem at all. Be right back.
I'm gonna wait until Copy gets back.
Enemy missing left.
On my way.
Yo, where you at? Where you at? Kill the dongle Kryptus. To the back door, dongle fire where she belongs. Oh, no, yep. Don't come near me with that chain lightning. I want it. Oh my goodness, that's a Zuzo. Please move. I'm trying to do something here. Get out of my house, you stupid Kryptus. I'm sick of you. You make me sick. Also, I just want to let you guys know, regardless of what I'm saying, for them to get. Right, Billy, I'll have enough of this, buddy. I'll say I have enough of this, buddy. This is all you. Oh, boy. That's a never-ending cycle of landslide. Rotating over and killed me. She does. This is... Yo, here, I agree to mess on me. Yo, can we kill that Lance? Get him over my game? Yeah. Perfect.
Nobody has better weapon mods than me.
I guess I'll go Kiz next. That Zoo's sick. That Zoo's bad. Gotta fight to that, miss that.
Has been destroyed.
Yo, I'm always running out of mana. Right, yes. Yep, as long as I bring him down with me. Oh my goodness, guys, you see that lag? Y'all see that lag? What? How did I miss that? You know, I'll happily chase with you if I just had mana. Oh my goodness, Captain, you're good. Alright, Bella, we're running. We're running for our lives, right, Bella? Don't touch me. Oh, okay. I wish I had something for you. I wish I had something for you. Alright, I'm going back. Guys, you might want to separate yourselves. Hey, what the? Oh, for the love of Christ. Bruh! Come on, man! What is this nonsense? Tower, please! Kill the dude! Bruh! Come on, man! What is this nonsense? Tower, please! Kill the dude! Your boy Louis has no physical protection in his name. He should only take a couple of tower shots. Your boy Louis has no physical protection in his name. Also, we can just put this last lot in this place. That'd be nice. No more of this, I'm gonna dive underneath the tower. Nonsense. I guess I'll roll with the mountain above, because I am running out of mana. I guess I'll roll with the mountain above, because I They are, but wait. Why didn't see you actually get underneath them? Tower, please. Do some damage, tower. Yo, that's a Zeus. We don't play with those.
Be right back.
Be right back.
Oh, you have something to tell me? Dude, this turret is very low. Glad I'm running low mana.
I think I accidentally used salt instead of sugar.
Oh, for the love of Christ, man! Why can't I get this thing back up, man? Why can't I get this thing back up, man? Yo, someone can just sneak us in. Yo, if we can just get a rotation left, that could be a complete wipe. Alright, let me go with doggone Aegis, because you know. Alright, let me go with I'm passing go, I'm collecting $200, I'm going for that cap. You don't want to play with me versus Zappy? Versus Zappy left.
On my way.
Yeah, they are chaotic warrior. Versus Zappy left.
Here we go.
Yeah, they are chaotic warrior. Yo, squad, please. Benz, move out of the doggone way! Y'all always blocking me in my dreams!
Sorry about that.
Yeah, get lost. Alright, can we get this? Out here trying to save a life. Oh, God. Yeah, you out there your own entire team. I don't think we can defend that. Yeah, you out there your own entire team. I don't think we can. I shall back now.
Your right tower is under attack.
I shall back now.
All you have to do is
I was gonna push up into that, then I saw the whole entire entourage showed up, and I was like, I was gonna push up into that. I experienced death too much here. Saw the whole entire entourage showed up, and I was like, Right, should be out of that. Yes, he is. Wait.
Be right back.
Yo, can I get some help over here? Please don't bring him over here. Please don't bring him over here. Please help! Alright, let's go and turn this. Oh my goodness, y'all see nothing. Y'all see nothing. Y'all see nothing. Yo, if they all don't get wiped there, I'll be thoroughly sad. I'll be so sad.
In the jungle.
Completed.
Yo, if they all don't get wiped there, I'll be thoroughly sad. I'll be so sad. Bro, are you kidding me? How did my axe not go off before his dog was stunned? What is this nonsense?
Enemy missing right. Are you kidding me? Enemy missing right.
How did my axe not go off before his dog was stunned? What is this nonsense?
Ultimate is ready. Save yourself.
on my way.
It's wrong. I think I accidentally used salt.
Yo, can we please focus on the left line by the side of us? Yo, focus on him, focus on him! Oh, Zeus. I'm sorry. I never disrespect you again. Yo, y'all ready to drive this? Oh, snap. Ah! I'm out. I'm clapping my axes and I'm leaving.
I'm going for jungle buff.
Killing spree.
Sorry about that.
Jungle buff.
Yo, why is that's a lot CC to me on this horse? How's that even a thing? Yo, why is that's a lot CC to me on this horse? How's that?
soon be gone. Hey, what's the matter with the bright red lights? Hey, in the moment when the world went blind, but everything's alright. We don't give a damn this time. Yeah. Everyone's a hypocrite. In this game we cannot win. Hey, what's the matter with the bright red lights? Hey, in the moment when the world went blind, but everything's alright. We don't give a damn this time. I've been wondering what has happened to you now. Am I the only one who's struggling to move on? Yeah. Guess I thought that this was meant to last. Now I wish I was still living in the past. Never felt so damn frustrated. You're just wasting my time. All the feelings that I dread is ringing in my head. Can't believe the words you said. Somebody save me. Now we're hanging by a thread and it's ringing in my head. All your friends are now my enemies. Always tell you what to do. Can't keep up with all the bullshit they're throwing your way. Always looking for the easy way. Now they're walking over you. Yeah. Never felt so damn frustrated. You're just wasting my
collector's edition squishy pig with holographic cover art. I'm trying to save some cash.
You don't have to sell that. State Farm has rates that fit your budget.
Don't even look at my squish. Don't even look at it!
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Together, committed to helping preserve what makes the outdoors worth exploring.
We have a historic opportunity.
Let's go to Mars, people.
Being first is what it's all about.
Sing for me sweet lullabies. Bright nights, everlasting darksome days. Bright nights, I'm wearing the stain you made of me, and I wait and I wait and I wait and I wait for the bright nights to lead my way through the maze. Highly sedated, intoxicated, we're automated and overpopulated. We're all fish in a stream, swimming towards a vicious dream. Don't you know we're the walking dead? Our lives were meant to be this bleak. Somehow they got into our heads. We're wide awake, yet still asleep. We're the walking dead. sophisticated. We're automated and overpopulated. Don't you know we're the walking dead? Our lives were meant to be this bleak. Somehow they got into our heads, in our heads. We're wide awake, yet still asleep. We're the walking dead. We're the walking dead. Oh, 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 oh. We're the walking dead. We're the walking dead. Oh, 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 I can't stop telling lies to me, myself, and I. No matter how I try to medicate or meditate, the truth will always die. A loaded gun, a setting sun. Yeah, my daddy was the same. I wouldn't take a lucky break if you rubbed it in my face. Go away. Liar, liar, pants on fire. If you ever need a friend, just call me and I'll pretend. I will tell you what you wanna hear. You're beautiful, I believe in you. Whisper in your ear. A loaded gun, a setting sun. Yeah, my daddy was the same. I wouldn't take a lucky break if you rubbed it in my face. I walk away. Liar, liar, pants on fire. A loaded gun, a setting sun. Yeah, my daddy was the same. I wouldn't take a lucky break if you rubbed it in my face. I run away. I'm a liar, pants on fire. 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 I'm a liar, pants on fire.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity.
Hey, wait!
messed up.
Now it's easy to help protect yourself. LifeLock helps detect identity threats. If there's a problem, we work to fix it. Backed by our $1 million protection package. LifeLock. Identity theft protection starts here.
Most of us have battles or fellow soldiers that go through it, and a lot of times you can't even tell that they're having issues. It's not going to make you weak to admit that you've got some problems.
When there's low morale, that's where idle time becomes dangerous.
I had started talking to a therapist.
When you talk to each other, you understand each other.
Not just to talk about the bad stuff.
You might feel like you're taking a step back, and some things are gonna slap you in the face, but it's a step forward. It's a step forward, and it's so good for you, honestly.
Morning, Smite fans. It's Thursday, and you know what that means? It's another day of the Smite Challenger Circuit. And we're going to be starting things over in the European region today, and then we'll move our way over in towards North America. It's the second week of the SCC going on. My name is J-Mac. I got Mifflin joining me. So we got 4 sets today, 2 in EU, 2 in NA, and we're going to be starting things off with the Niflheim Wargs up against the Styx Ferrymen. Do you know, look at some of maybe the new roster popping up, Miff, as we do have
It's your journey. Own it in the Hyundai Santa Fe. The 2022 Santa Fe with complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty. New vehicles arriving daily. Only at your SoCal Hyundai dealer.
We have a historic opportunity.
Let's go to Mars, people. Being first is what it's all about.
have a few subs that's going to be coming out pretty much throughout the entirety of today.
Man, the entirety of last week as well, right? If we keep seeing these roster changes and these sub-ins, I'm going to take away these legacy names, all right? We're just going to have different players against different players. But you're right to bring up some of the changes today. For example, the Niflheim Wargs, we're going to have Okeanos out, Rotwin in, Styx Ferryman. We're taking out the young man Angry and instead replacing him with Itori. Those are the only changes for this set. But as you said, we've got plenty coming up throughout the entirety of today, so keep your eyes peeled.
Yeah, there's going to be lots of roster shakeups and should make for some very fun games with all this new talent kind of shifting around the different region and shifting around all the different teams. We'll get to take a look at the schedule and everything like that, so you can see what all matches are going to be played out throughout today. We'll take a look at all the standings. We're going to see all the great stuff. That's available to you guys for the NA SCC. The EU SCC, though, as I said earlier, is where we're going to be starting. Niflheim Wargs and Styx Ferryman up first, and then the Highland Ravens and Hex Mambo going to be our second set of the day. And then to round out the EU, we'll start tomorrow morning at 11 a.m., and that'll have the Gilded Gladiators up against the Aarhus Scorpions, which, if I'm not mistaken, the Gilded Gladiators is where Rotwin, the current now player for the Niflheim Wargs, is actually from. So now taking a shift away from Spaniard Brothers and moving over to Niflheim Wargs. Now looking at the standings, we can see, it's only week 1, so everybody's still sitting tied at first or tied at 4th at this case here with 1-0s or 0-1s respectively.
Yeah, been a very back and forth region throughout the entirety of the last couple of years, it feels like. But, occasionally we'll have one team separating themselves. Elysium comes to mind as a squad that was able to really push themselves up and over. But it feels like the EU and North American SCC, for that matter, have been so competitive that top spot is just whoever's feeling the best on play day, whoever really is finding that consistency. So you have to watch every single week, every single day on Thursdays if you want to keep track of these brackets, because it's not like the old days. It's not like you can just say, oh, well, this team's going to beat everybody. It feels like everyone's taking games on everyone.
Yeah, everybody's really been able to kind of bounce themselves back and forth, especially in the EU region. You never know exactly which team is going to be going through. The Niflheim Wargs, though, were a team that were able to find some success last phase. They were able to find some great success through their run during the Masters tournament that came through recently, and a lot of it through the success of their jungler, Sarpei, able to find some really key early picks for his team, try and get the ball rolling early, because as we know at the EU region, they were already kind of going a bit longer before we hit the 9.5 patch. Then as the 9.5 patch came through, we were starting to get even longer sets out of them, but the Wargs were a team that did like to take some of these early battles.
Yeah, they were, and you bring up Sarpei, and I think that's a good point, because when you look at Sarpei's god pool, things like the Kali, the Nemesis come to mind, these auto-attack late-game junglers, but you are right in saying that he is one of the most proactive early-game junglers as well. He wants to get active on the map. He wants to establish that lead for himself so that he can transition well into that mid to late game. And when you look at the drafts built around Sarpei, it's a lot of scalers and it's a lot of backline protection. You'll see Ganeshes. You'll see multi-stacking mid laners. Baba Yaga, a great example of that. Spudio always playing these late-game slanted hunters, or generally Heimdall if he's allowed to play it, which is all he's playing if it's available to him, but a very safe laner that doesn't really need the presence of that jungler. So it feels like this is a squad that has really figured out what style of play they're looking for, and they've been iterating on it continually, and they've been looking better for it.
Yeah, they've been able to do so. And then Styx Ferryman on the opposite side of the team, they're playing against a little bit of 10-year talent on their team, especially the way the jungler Ice Ice, he's been around the league for such a long time, professional level and amateur level, so having his matchup against Sarpei in the jungle will be one to definitely watch up. But I think this mid lane matchup here as well with Gunter in the mid, he's been really able to find his stride in the mid lane. He's been able to find some of those comfort picks and still kind of sticking to maybe a little bit some more of the old meta. You know, Tiamat's not a god that we're seeing as much. Same thing with Merlin. We haven't really seen Gunter flex over towards more of these Hunter mid styles that we've been seeing like at the SPL level.
Yeah, and that's something that you could say for the entirety of this team. They're not all really looking to adapt to what everybody else is doing. I mean, even looking at the draft on your screen right now, you're seeing a lot of old standouts, like a Thulu lock-in, a Chalk in the jungle. These are stylistic choices and pieces that maybe only the individuals on this squad are really looking to play continually, but it has worked out very well for them, and it has historically worked out in Smite because of just standard Smite knowledge. Classical knowledge indicates that you got a Guardian over in the soul lane or an Initiator on your team. You've got a decent backline to find that damage. It's always going to find a way to work itself out, and the Styx Ferrymen, they agree. They don't want to play around with this new age double hunter, triple hunter composition. They're not concerned about that. Instead, have stuck with that classical Smite style, and it's found them mitigated success at times, but still success nonetheless.
And over in that soul lane, I mean, Beazriel was a player who came in as a sub during the Phase 3 playoffs about 6-8 months ago whenever it came down to that team. And he's been able to make some pretty good strides in the SCC as the soul laner now for this team. But picks and bans for game number 1 between the Niflheim Wargs and the Styx Ferrymen ready to go. We've been seeing a lot of kind of how the meta has developed at the SCC level. Gods like Chernobog are still at the top. And Yu Huang is actually a god that we saw a little bit of during the SPL this past weekend. And I was wondering how often we were going to be seeing him over in the SCC. Turns out the Niflheim Wargs don't want to deal with him at all. First ban.
I feel like Yu Huang is just really good, man. I mean, he's got great early game. Levels 1 through 3, not levels 4 through 9 to 12. That's when he generally starts to struggle. But that early 1 through 3 that allows you to get a good start for your jungler. You can find some pressure in the lane thanks to that root, thanks to the damage output. He's got decent wave clear as well. But the main strength of Yu Huang is that initiation ability. The ultimate is so good if you're able to instantly toss it out, relocate 1-2 members of the enemy team in a team fight, pull them towards your own allies, or even push them away if you need a peel for yourself. So powerful. And even if you aren't using your ultimate for peel, you generally won't have to because he's got such great survivability in that third ability. If you guys haven't played Yu Huang at home, just think about it like Charybdis. Whatever Charybdis is doing, Yu Huang's doing essentially the exact same thing.
With all the bans that have rolled through, Yu Huang, Yamoja, King Arthur on the side of the Niflheim Wargs. Styx Ferrymen have taken away Kali, Uller, and Heimdall, who is pretty much an EU exclusive. We do see, shades of life in the NA region, but the EU area really does seem to love this Heimdall pick. It's something that they have been striving with. And then Mercury is a first pick. No surprise as to how popular we've been seeing him in the jungle. And Styx Ferrymen will round out their top 2 with a Khepri and a Baba Yaga, who's become a very popular mage in all regions, really.
Yeah, that's a slow start for your first 2 in the draft for Styx Ferryman. Khepri really doesn't get a whole lot of pressure in his lane. Needs a little while before that ultimate becomes available and he can really be an asset in these team fights. Baba Yaga generally leans herself towards that double stacking style of build. Book of Thoth, Warlock Staff, great survivability, good mana infusion. If you go towards Book of the Dead, it feels like you're nearly unkillable. But that's all 15, 16 minutes into the game, and now with Nemesis locked in with them, another late game selection means this is going to be a slanted draft for Styx Ferryman. That's going to take a little while to get the ball rolling, but we were talking about that earlier. That's what they do. Keep your eyes on this Nemesis. It's not exactly a weak early game, but it's not necessarily one of the strongest, but I expect him to get active nonetheless.
Merlin, Thoth, and so far at least just Jingwei, now adding Achilles to that mix. And Achilles is one that we're not seeing nearly as often anymore. He was very popular kind of the tail end Season A, then he kind of fell off the popularity. Maybe now with the rise of Khepri might be a reason that we're seeing a little bit more of him. There will be Ganesh and Chernobog on the opposite side for the Wargs. Chernobog has really risen, maybe even above Jingwei at this point, to kind of be that top pick hunter across some of these regions. And Baron Samedi, as soon as I was even about to mention the fact that he hasn't even been looked at yet, does get locked in for the Wargs, and this guy has just been a menace over the solo lane.
Great in combat healing, decent initiation. For the most part, after your 2 items into your build, you could be left alone in that lane. So opportunities in the early for Styx Ferryman to look towards Baron Samdi before he gets that defense online. But once he does, the additional movement speed, the CC immunity in his ultimate, the self-sustain, all makes it very, very hard to shut down this god. Surprised to see the Shiba Lanke lock in, though. That's another selection that's going to be slightly late game slanted, but has decent pressure throughout the early thanks to that branching bola. But is not a very safe pick, doesn't really have the greatest matchup into the entirety of the Styx Ferryman draft. CC immunity in your dash means that you might be able to avoid some of these sticky situations. Hades will struggle to find those Pillars of Agony, but generally Nemesis is going to have a pretty decent matchup in that she'll just wait out your dash, ult you, and then chase you down with those slows. So expect this Shiba to have a lot of action brought to him, maybe not the other way, though. He doesn't want to fight.
No, he does not want to. Game number 1, though, between the Niflheim Wargs and the Styx Ferrymen are underway and ready to go. We did see Ho Yi as that hunter selection, at least on the side of Styx Ferrymen. So it's going to be Rotwin and Streak Up teaming up as the Khepri and the Ho Yi. And then this Hades, it's one that just kind of snuck its way up at the very end there. But with the rise of Bumba's Hammer over in the solo lane, with so many of these mages going over that way, and popularized kind of by Deathwalker, at least in that solo lane, this talent trinket rush out of these Hades.
Yeah, it's just a huge infusion of power. I believe it's 60 at the rank 2. You've got decent sustain built into your kit already, now expanded upon by the lifesteal inside of the Bancroft's Talon once he does finish that up. Which means that it's going to be very difficult to shut down this Hades in lane. He can act as a bully, generally will out-sustain whoever he's laning against, even if it is someone who's got similar levels of sustain. Kha'Zix has the ability to heal himself, but that's through PvP, whereas Hades does it through PvE, which just makes it more consistent in the laning phase. Could lead up to some early blue buff invades. That's what I'm keeping my eyes towards. If the Styx Ferrymen are able to leverage that pressure that I'm assuming Azrael should be able to establish for himself, could be that we see Kha'Zix just fall behind by rote. It depends on that jungle presence, though.
Do see.
Ever imagined falling in love with your cat litter? Introducing BoxyCat, the cleanest litter box experience. BoxyCat litter has a secret weapon, flat top clumps. It instantly forms rock-hard clumps at the top of the litter box, locking in odors and keeping it ultra clean. Easy to scoop, no more scraping. Plus, BoxyCat is longer lasting, so you'll toss less and save more. Shop BoxyCat on Amazon and fall in love with flat top clumps.
Kind of the power that Hades can provide earlier on is already nearly full clearing the wave, and that's something that's just been known in Hades' lifetime, is being able to get instant early pressure in whatever lane that he gets started into. But with early pressure in duo, Rotwin in danger, gets knocked up, body blocked a little bit, at least by the support. But not gonna fall just yet. Everybody a little bit tankier, a little harder to kill this early on.
Yeah, so difficult to finish off some of those kills. If this is 9-4, that man's dead on the ground, but it's 9-6, so he is not. Azrael, though, will be forced to use the shell, I believe a little bit superfluously. Generally, if you're this early in the game, you have as many potions as Rotwin had for himself, you'd likely just want to hold on to it for the team fight proper. You can see he's already resustained fully back up, and he's got an HP shield from his passive as well from Khepri. He was about 3 or 4, maybe even 5 auto attacks away from actually dying. So that shell maybe didn't need to be used, but is nonetheless. 2 minutes until that's back up.
But it's at least good to see that some people are willing to pop those relics. We've seen many times at all levels of play where people are maybe afraid or a little shy in being able to pop those relics. So Rotwin more than happy to be able to pop that as a just in case, because you never know what kind of sneaky damage might pop through. Right, Azrael rotating over towards the mid camps very early, getting a lot of damage up against Sarpei. It's a 3v2 that Itori is able to dash away from, but Ice Ice is going to continue this chase. Does find the Slice and Dice to slow down Sarpei. He's going to need to use a lot of his kit in order to try and confirm this kill in the 1v1. But I don't know if Ice Ice has the damage to do so. He's just going to, more than anything, kill some time for Sarpei.
He's trying to force Sarpei at least back to base or find a little bit more damage. If you're able to TKO him, you can look towards these back camps, but Sarpei still relatively healthy. Will stick around. Dropped low yet again. This pathing is good. Would lead Ice Ice back towards Itori. Forces out the beads. Can Itori do it on his own?
Itori in the 1v1 against Ice Ice. Dashes down. Slice and Dice should be back up for Ice Ice at any moment. And Itori is now the one on the run now that his CC has been missed out. And now it's going to be a 2v1 for the speed buff. Ice Ice at least going to give up the larger portion for now.
Slow.
But walking back in, they're doing everything they can to hold on. Good CC by Sarpei will mean that Ice Ice can't steal away the speed.
Yeah,
but
Sarpei might just lose his life. Good Jukes maintains his life for just a moment. Beads to immune the slow. And Ice Ice will have to let that one go. But even in not stealing away that speed buff, you're at least forcing the two-man split. You're at least removing the beads from Sarpei. That is a pretty high impact play from the Nemesis, who generally should not be the bully at level 3. You'd expect Mercury to be hyper farming, getting that golden blade available, even potentially trying to set up and strip away the relics himself. And instead, his game has been severely slowed down by this Nemesis.
Ice Ice gonna not just steal away the red buff, but also pick that one up. So gonna delay his own speed buff, at least for a little while. As far as picking up, might even just go and drop it anyways for the time being. But over in the duo lane, Shell is back up for Rotwin at the very least, so all that engagement earlier on didn't really gain too much in favor of the Niflheim Wargs. I mean, we're sitting about 4 minutes into the game right now. There's no real level disparity, no real goal discrepancy between the teams, even despite the fact that Ice Ice has been sitting inside of the enemy jungle. Six Ferrymen are able to maintain an even pace. Rotwin engaged on the left-hand side of the map. Sarpei not gonna, or at least gonna force the shell out. Rotwin does manage to find the dash streak up standing between a couple of them, and Six Ferrymen will be able to make it out.
Yeah, Spudio completely there. Didn't have a whole lot to commit to that fight. No dash forward, poison darts, not really able to get involved with that either. So it will lead to Rotwin limping himself out of yet another engagement. Does lose out on the shell, so 2 minutes till that's back up yet again. The Niflheim Wargs may have an opportunity to rotate back over towards that duo lane, but considering it is a Capri and he's at the cusp of level 5, once that Scarab's Blessing becomes available, you gotta think you're losing out on a fair deal of that kill ability in that lane. So Rotwin likely has gotten through. He's weathered the storm, if you would. But the same cannot be said of Kha'Zix on the other side. This Hades is now really starting to hit some power spikes. We've already seen that Azriel has been getting the better end of the majority of this clear, that tier 1 tower down to about 50% HP, and Azriel using all that time to continually rotate and put pressure onto this jungle, controlling the rotation. Sarpei forced to come over to this blue buff.
And I thought for a moment earlier that Ice Ice was going to stick around for the blue buff invade, did go for at least the small back Harpy camp and then warded up the larger one from earlier on, but Ice Ice did end up going back to base instead to pick up their golden blade to at least match the golden blade that Sarpei has picked up. But you're right to point out that Kha'Zix has just not really been able to get much gold or much farm to himself as he's been pushed under this tier 1 tower for the majority of the game. And that just goes back to, you know, what you and I were talking about at the very beginning of just how much pressure that this Hades can put out.
And that's going to continue, at least for the next couple of items. Luckily for Kha'Zix, a pretty significant power spike has been hit. Warlock Staff finally finished up and starting to get stacked up as Sarpei, he's got eyes for Streak Up.
Sonic Boom is good, but the beads are out by Streak Up. Sarpei does find the dash Spudio with the poison darts, but with that Scarab's Blessing, that will be enough for Rotwin to get his teammate out of danger.
You know, we had the supports in studio yesterday for the media day, and Mike had said, yeah, Capri and Gab are like some of the most fun characters in the game because of how you can grief the enemy jungler. And I was thinking to myself at the time, man, what is Mike talking about? How's he griefing the jungler? That right there is how you're griefing the jungler. That is a heavy commitment from Sarpei, who finds the frame-perfect ultimate, lands it just ideally, gets the immediate auto attack cancel afterward, chases out, forces the beads off a Streak Up, lands the dash anyway, and you're thinking to yourself, that's a lot of work that you just had to put in to finally hit pay dirt, to finally hit kill bedrock. And then you just have a Capri show up. Rotwin's like, hey, psych, try again later. Scarab's Blessing completely resets the neutral game. And 6.5 minutes in, in spite of, all the attempts, we're still sitting 0-0 waiting for that first blood.
But the dash onto Rotwin, no Scarab's Blessing to save himself this time, and a Dharmic Pillar thrown off to the side. Rotwin can instead pull Ollie back just to get a little bit of damage back on him, but Rotwin might want to be careful. Luckily for him, he's got some backup and Ice Ice making the rotation over, but kind of a whiff Dharmic Pillars there by Ollie.
Ollie mega inted that. There's no other way to say it. I mean, you got to think, where is the Mercury throwing this guy? Probably towards your teammates. And he throws the Dharmic Pillar in the exact opposite direction. And I understand what the play attempt is there. He probably wants to throw the pillar line right on top of that third ability from Mercury, so that you're holding him inside of the electric fence, essentially. You don't have to do that. You could just spawn the cage around whoever you're throwing, around Rotwin, and he's at least going to have to take one tick. He's at least going to have to get slowed and lose some defense at least once, even if he is using that abduct to get out of range. And instead, Ollie essentially makes the only play that gets Rotwin out of there alive.
Yeah, Rotwin did have the dash up, or maybe he didn't quite have it up ready in time, and then by the time that the cage goes through and he finds a hole out, Rotwin ends up getting the dash to put a little bit of pressure back on Ollie afterwards. But still sitting at the 0-0, I did notice at least about a 500-600 gold lead in favor of the Styx Ferryman, and a lot of that off the back of how many invades that Ice has made. While all this fighting has been happening, while this Mercury for Sarpé has been making rotations and trying to get ganks and trying to get kills, Ice has just been farming.
And that's been going well for him, but in spite of all that, Sarpé is actually the one who's benefiting from a slight level lead. Ice struggling to find his own farm. Continually, Ollie connects a good silence and a knock-up. Spuddio puts the damage out, and Tori joins the fight.
Tori gonna dash himself in, but he's not gonna find the root. Darkest of Nights used, but not gonna find anything else. 4 people in this left side jungle. Streaka does have the jump to get away. The cage drops as well as the Suns, but once again, Rotwin comes through. Major looking to Sonic Boom after. Not gonna be enough to close out the gap, but once again, Rotwin just stops the fight on a dime.
Sarpé very nearly turns that around as Azriel might have got a turn on him here. Forces the lead, but Kha'Zix whiffs both abilities immediately afterward. Azriel will likely just be full HP after he hits this wave. Watch it, Bancroft's plus Devour Souls puts in a whole lot of work, so Kha'Zix may have been close to finding his kill, and is the operative word. Azriel back to full strength.
Yeah, that's just gross. That's the only way I can describe when your Hades goes from 10% health to 75 with a single combo of abilities up against a wave. And now with that Bumpa's Dagger online, Azriel does have a little bit of extra clear when it comes to his blue buff, so we know that both of these mages will go towards that Bumpa's Hammer. Rotwin spotted out in the jungle, but not much more to be had from there. Scare's Blessing still down for a little while. But Streak Up, after that last engagement, did manage to get his beads back online, so should be safe for the next fight.
Should be. Feels like it's been a while since we've taken a peek towards mid, and it is wild considering Gunter has just pulled himself a 2-level lead over Itori, who has been rotating to the majority of this team fights. Feels like every time the Warg starts something up, Itori is just jumping into somebody's shadow, but getting that active this early and sacrificing this much of the neutral farm is costly. You're already 2 or so some odd levels behind against a mage that is already late game slanted. This Baba Yaga loves the ability to just free farm in this lane and stack up this Warlock, start looking towards this Spear of Desolation, get some of that CDR available to you. If the Styx Ferrymen were concerned about their ability to get to that late game or even the mid game team fight, that concern has been alleviated by just the pacing of the last 10 minutes. The Niflheim Wargs, on the other hand, even though they have got significant scaling options, Spuddio, Sarpé, Itori, all incredibly strong in the late game, even Ollie to a certain extent, with that Dharmic Pillar, will never really fall off. That ultimate so...
I didn't win the lawsuit, but everybody knows I wrote that song.
Flo? Gosh, it's been forever. You look fantastic. It's John. Ham. From the blind date we went on years ago?
Ah, the struggling actor who didn't believe he could save his snapshot based on how and how much he drives.
I'd love to talk about it over dinner sometime.
Well, I usually don't talk on the phone during dinner, but for potential customer Tom Ham, I will make an exception.
Oh, boy.
In 2013, Skittles upset a lot of people by taking away lime. Skittles will now apologize to everyone who ever complained. At Shayboy 2003, we are sorry.
Apologize the rainbow. Taste the rainbow.
At Atlantis, we're sorry.
Valuable in the team fight as well as the objective fight. You'd probably want to get involved a little sooner.
Ice gonna dash away from Sarpé, who as well has picked himself up a 2-level lead in the jungle. Rotwin spotted out and taking a bit of poke from Itori and from Ollie. Kha'Zix and Azriel have rotated over. Azriel does use his ultimate to hold Ollie in place. It's 4 surrounding 1. Ollie gonna go down. Finally, first blood comes out at 10.5 minutes. Gunter, the one to grab that one.
Can the Styx Ferrymen do anything with that first blood? We're over 10 minutes in, so the Pyromancer is up and available, but it is a heavy commitment from the Styx Ferrymen. 3 ultimates down. You're not exactly the best at shredding Pyromancer with the abilities there, or the people that were there. Maybe Ice to a certain extent could have been the DPS, but the Niflheim Wargs were relatively healthy outside of the one man who falls down, so Pyromancer not essentially an option. That's another fight where it's the Niflheim Wargs trying to start up a proactive play. It's an ultimate in from Sarpei that is not quite on the mark. Ollie starts to step up, trying to finish off some of these kills or at least isolate individual targets. But the Wargs overextend, and an early rotation from B. Asriel is the difference maker there. And that's a rotation that is allowed to the Styx Ferryman because Asriel's been getting the better end of the soul lane for the last 12 or so minutes. He hasn't really been under pressure. He's been continually pushing these waves into the tower, nearly even finishing off this tower now. Kha'Zix really would benefit from fights happening anywhere else on the map. You don't really want to fight if you're the Niflheim Wargs near the soul lane because Asriel's going to get there first every single time.
With that, first blood at the very least going to the Ferrymen. They were able to pick themselves up a small lead, but the Wargs have already alleviated most of that gold disparity that came from there, down to only 200 gold. And in fact, experience is currently favoring the Niflheim Wargs. We saw that Sarpei has been able to hold a lead over in the jungle. Even in the dual lane, Spuddy have been able to hold at least a 1-level lead up over Shriek Up. And even despite the fact that Kha'Zix has been under a lot of pressure in the soul lane, he's at least able to keep himself on pace or even slightly ahead of Asriel.
Yeah, farm's been good for the Niflheim Wargs. They've been playing a very slow pace throughout the early. And when they are going for these invades, when they are going for these proactive plays, if they are forced to fall back, they'll generally take a little bit of the neutral farm on the way. Keep your eyes on Sarpei. Ultimate no good, leaped out by Shriek Up.
Shriek Up gonna go right back to Rodwin, but Ollie drops the cage and the Suns fall down from Shriek Up. And that will be the end of the engagement right there. But that's 3 ults for just Shriek Ups. Did he manage to get the beads and the shell out of it though?
And that's pretty valuable, I suppose. The Styx Ferryman should have come out ahead on that exchange. Take a peek at the build difference between these junglers. You'd expect Mercury to be the one looking towards Rage, but it's Ice Ice.
Rotwin gonna find out Ollie, pull him right back in. And the home sweet home comes out of Gunter. The fire bolts are going to be enough damage to find another kill for the mid laner of the Styx Ferryman. But Itori rotates over to the solo. A greedy play by B. Asriel to try and proxy farm, ends up costing him his life.
It does. Gotta be aware of that global presence that Itori has got. Not that he had to use it there, just able to walk over. But had Itori been anywhere else on the map, you're jumping into a shadow, which means you have to play carefully around these proxy style plays. Asriel just not playing with the caution required. As the Styx Ferryman will heat check the Gold Fury. Spudio, I suppose, spots them out. So it's a reset by the Chaos team. Niflheim Wargs, they're finding their pace in the mid game. It's a dead even match, but considering the pacing of the early and how much it had favored the Styx Ferryman for the first 8 or so minutes, this is a great pace to the war.
That's a rotation from Itori with that global ultimate to find Shriek Up, and Shriek Up won't be able to find a way out of here. The Niflheim Wargs will put their second kill up on the board, this time on the back of Spudio.
Can they do anything with this pressure? 30 seconds left on Shriek Up's respawn. Both of your hunters are on the Gold Fury side of the map. You've got a Mercury who's already finished up some crit. You just gotta think one of these objectives is possible at this point. Gold Fury, Pyromancer, push a tower, something while you've got all this time where it's a numbers advantage over to the Niflheim Wargs. 2 members do check the Gold Fury, but it's just for the Oracles. No presence as of yet. But even looking at the build pass of the Styx Ferryman, it's not as if there's a spectral armor just yet. It's not as if these are tanky targets, and you've already got a good deal of crit on the Wargs. I'd love to see them get active.
Sarpei will eat some good damage from Gunter and Ice Ice, respectively. Sarpei will be able to dash himself back out. Mid camps do go the way of the Styx Ferrymen, so they're going to be able to get themselves a little bit of that extra neutral farm. Sarpei working on now his second crit item, the Wind Demon finished, and Deathbringer will be shortly after. Well, I say shortly, but it is a fairly costly item in order to pick up.
Yeah, about 3,000 total, but we're approaching that pace, I think. Sarpei's got a good deal of gold in hand as of now, so short sword finished up. Won't be too much longer until that Deathbringer is finished. On the other side, Ice Ice going down that Katana tree. Could be a stone cutting, which has seen a resurgence recently, stripping away protections from your target and making you tankier at the exact same time. Think of it as like a double selfish executioner, but it just makes you stronger. Every time you land your autos, Sarpei off the mark again, but will force the beads.
Beads and the Darkest of Night, this time out of Spudio. So Shriek Up once again going to be down a relic, and this has just been the name of the game for Sarpei, has been rotate over to duo, see what Shriek Up's up to, throw out an ultimate, see if you can either get the beads out of him or maybe an ult or two, and this time does get the beads at the very least, so it's going to be at least worth his trouble walking over to that lane.
Yeah, that's not a Sarpei play. That's a Merc play. Merc players are going to be doing that every single time. He's one of the few junglers that could just path through lane and still gank you. It's the, hey, I'm right in front of you, but you can't see me because of the fog of war, and it's pretty easy to line up your shot from there. So expect Sarpei to be doing that continually, and even if Streak Up's able to avoid the ultimate, just the gap close of Sonic Boom has proven valuable time and time again. What is that, beads 3 times in a row? As long as you're connecting that dash, you're setting up for Spudio very, very well.
Rotation by Itori over towards Rotwin, who is trying to steal some offerings. Now surrounded Dharmic Pillars to keep Ice Sides and Streak Up. Rotwin will get the ultimate off, but not going to get much more than that. He will go down shortly after Itori, credited to the kill, and great placement of the ult by Ollie.
Styx Ferryman are just not putting any respect to this global presence. Itori rotates in yet again. Rotwin shows himself deep in the enemy jungle alone, stripping away some of those offerings. So the Niflheim Wargs have a pretty simple response to that play as Sarpei makes his rotation yet again. Ultimate not back up just yet, but should be coming up shortly. And he's ready. Streak Up shows himself in the lane. He's going to have a Sonic Boom in his chest. But purple buff spawning up, and Streak Up, having seen this play upwards of 5 or 6 times now, probably realizes this is coming.
Sarpei will sit pretty far back off to the side of the lane. See if Streak Up will walk out of that tower, but I think Streak Up's a little bit wise in this at this point. He's been ganked, what, like you said, 4 or 5 times by Sarpei on this Mercury. He's seen this play too many times. So will he go back towards the purple? Rotation in by Spudio, gets the lead from Streak Up. Ice Ice gonna go in, gets the beads whipped, just slice Ice Sonic Boom into the backline, finds Streak Up. But Rotwin and Gunter are here for backup, and it's still the 1v1 in the backline. Ice Ice is losing because of the minions. Spudio low, and Itori has made his rotation in. Streak Up to the sky and crashes back down. With all that fighting, no one will go down.
I cannot believe Sarpei survives that engagement. It's a great ultimate from Ollie to separate the fight at least a little bit, but that is a fully channeled abduct by Rotwin onto Sarpei when he's surrounded by Streak Up and Gunter, Baba Yaga and a Ho Yi.
Oh, no.
You gotta think that's gonna net a kill, and it might eventually, now that Azriel's made the rotation.
Azriel will find the silence and the slow. Ice Ice needs one more auto to finish the job, but will not find it with that one, won't find it with that one. But does manage to at least get the credit for the kill at the end of the day. Ties up the score 3-3.
It does, and now 40 seconds left on Sarpei's respawn. The Styx Ferrymen are all incredibly healthy. Gunter's the only one without any ultimate down. Relics available, the majority of beads and Aegis is up for the Styx Ferrymen. Pyromancer, I feel like I've been begging for objectives all game.
No, yeah, I think you're right to do so.
But I just gotta think there's something they could do on the map for the next now 20 seconds. That Sarpei is still dead. 4-man presence on the right side of the map. Seems like the Styx Ferrymen are trying to posture towards the Pyro.
Maybe so. Trebuchet in the mid lane seems that might at least delay that potential Pyromancer for a little while. Rotwin and Ice Ice will make sure to deal with that. And Sarpei is now back off of respawn. So that 40-second window now has nothing left to it. Trebuchet will go down in mid. Pyromancer still standing. Gold Fury still standing. I think you're right to bring up the fact that we are 19 minutes in the game, Mifflin, and not a single objective has even been looked at yet.
So that means that the further we get into the game, the more value there's going to be on the first objective pulled. And it's the Niflheim Wargs who show up first, showing just how quickly these could have fallen down. Azriel tries his best to steal it away. A blink forward, no good. We'll be able to use that dash to find some safety in his own backline. But considering how quickly that Pyromancer falls, you got to think it could have happened a little bit sooner, especially with less risk on the map. But the Niflheim Wargs, as we approach that 20-minute mark, say, hey, we finally have some of that crit available. Shadow Steel's finished for Itori. Sarpei's got the Deathbringer, and we can start looking at these objectives. That was, what, 3, maybe 4 seconds with the Pyromancer? Gold Fury's got more HP, but not much more. It'll burn pretty quick.
Well, looks like all we had to do was tell them to go for objectives, and they will. Gold Fury falling low, but one tick of the sun, from what it seems, was enough to steal that one away. The Styx Ferrymen get the Gold Fury, stealing that one from under the nose of the Niflheim Wargs, and that 3K gold lead that the Wargs had just built up.
Nothing goes wrong in the game of hood. Good times, good vibes. What could go wrong? Nothing goes wrong in the game of hood. Say hi, sunshine. What could go wrong?
Hey guys, today I'm trying out the new Samsung Galaxy S22 Ultra. I'm so excited.
This is a must-have phone for gamers. you're a creature of the night like me, then you're going to love the low-light nightography. It is insane. So let's take a picture, and you all will be able to see what the nightography kind of looks like. What? That's not the same picture, dude!
We're taking our S22 Ultras to the street. What's up, San Francisco?
The battery life is crazy. Now I can game out here with nothing to worry about.
This is changing the game, people.
Has been halved right away.
It has. So not much of a gold, but experience advantage certainly there as Ollie overextends a fair bit, forced to use the entangling wings and his ultimate as the cavalry finally does arrive, and Rotwin is just not moving.
Rotwin is slowed to all hell, body blocked by Ollie and brought down by Itori. Another rotation from the mid lane Chernobog. 3-0 and 1 for Itori to get this game going. And 20.5 minutes in, we finally got the Pyromancer taken down, a Gold Fury down, and now a tier 1 tower in both the left and the right lanes.
Could potentially look towards the tier 2 here as well. Double Hunter composition, no defense presence from the Styx Ferryman, only 3 here. Rotwin dead for 10. This should fall. Styx Ferryman, they just want to slow down this play.
Sarpei holding on to that ultimate, using it more so as a bait for the Ferryman to dare them to walk forward to try and defend that tier 2 tower. Sniffelheim Warwick's able to pick up a lot of that gold that they had just lost from the Gold Fury. They'll rotate through the jungle just to clean up anything that is still standing. And now we're back up to a 2,400 gold lead, at least for the Niflheim Wargs.
It's not the most gold, 21 minutes in, but now enough to find some separation in the map, level up some of these relics, get a tier 1 item, even some wards in pocket to make it easier to look at this Fire Giant. And Fire Giant will burn pretty quickly itself. Again, it's just a very heavy crit composition from the Niflheim Wargs. Sarpei, Itori, and Spudio going down that build path should hurt them in the team fight once Spectral Armor starts to get finished up by various members of the Styx Ferryman. Each of these builds are going to be mitigated in efficacy, but Fire Giant can't buy that. It can't get anti-crit, which means that it will fall very quickly. The Styx Ferryman need to play aware of the Niflheim Wargs' ability to just strip objectives incredibly quickly.
Bumba's Hammer finished up by Kha'Zix. Now the Leather Cowl has been fully upgraded for the mid laner Itori. I thought maybe he was just going to go for a full Deathbringer on back, considering he had nearly 3k in pocket when he did so. Darkest of Nights used, because Strigup's in danger. Both relics have been burned away. Another rotation from Itori will get those relics away from Streak Up, and now with Rotwin rotating over, it means that Streak Up will be able to get out of the fight for now. Spudio and Itori now surrounded by 4. Ice Ice goes in, but is being crit instantly as soon as he walks in. The shield and the ultimate have been expended. Spudio used the beats to try and fight back through, but there's not much fighting left that can be had for the Hunter.
But Itori will be able to make his way out of that engagement. Ollie shows some presence, and that should spell the end of the fight for the Styx Ferryman. But that is a great pick onto Spudio. 50 seconds on the respawn.
Sonic Boom gets the ult out of Azrael, and he's taking a lot of damage from it. Will be tried to be pulled back in the coffin, but still had that dash available afterwards to get himself out. So 2 ults expended to try and get Azrael, but only going to get his ult out of it.
The Styx Ferryman would love to make a play right now, try and find something to close up these gaps. A tier 1 tower could go a long way in mid, especially considering how that acts as a bastion of safety, not only for the fire, but also for subsequent Gold Furies. But 50 seconds on Spudio's respawn, now 20. Not much to be done for the Styx Ferryman.
Azrael will get a little bit of healing back from Sarpei, who finds a dash up against Ice Ice. Speeds are gone from the Nemesis. Dash is gone from Azrael. The Mage Look is good from Sarpei to get some damage. Azrael's going to heal some of that back up. Dark Pillars will get the beads out of the Hades. And then the ultimate from Rotwin will guarantee that Azrael has an escape path out.
Sarpei's got eyes for Gunter, and he's stripped away the beads on his own. It's an ultimate from Gunter in response. Just tossing out as much damage as he can. The Niflheim Wargs have stripped away a lot of valuable resources from the Styx Ferryman. Namely, Scarab's Blessing might just be enough of it on its own. The Niflheim Wargs will feel confident to start a fight, or at least force an engagement around this fire.
Spudio is back up, and the Fire Giant is going down very quickly thanks to the triple crit that's coming from these carries. Kaz is going to try and pull Rotwin into the coffin to hold him back. The Niflheim Wargs will find the Fire Giant. Rotwin finds a path out, but there's no safety for him to come back through. Itori goes up in the sky and crashes himself right back down. And it's a disengage after the objective from the Wargs.
Man, Itori using that ultimate very intelligently there. Just, hey, this is where everybody is in the Ferryman, and they're all slow. Let's get out of here. Like bandits in the night. We got our Fire Giant. That's all we need. Now we can start talking about that siege potential. And the siege potential is incredibly high for the Niflheim Wargs. Double Hunter composition means as quickly as these neutral objectives have fallen, so will the permanent objectives. Tier 1, Tier 2, Phoenix is all very susceptible to this composition from the Niflheim Wargs. They've got great space control thanks to Ollie. Dharmic Pillars just tossed out in the middle of a tier 2 where a Phoenix will force the Styx Ferryman to respect this siege attempt, will force them to respect the space control of the Niflheim Wargs. And if the fight goes long, you're already benefiting from the healing of Fire Giant, but simultaneously will be benefiting from the healing of Kha'Zix as well. Niflheim Wargs in a very good position from here. Semi-non-standard mage from the Styx Ferryman will struggle to keep these minion waves out of these objectives as well. Gunter really wants to hold on to those cooldowns for poke. Not exactly very great at just locking down space.
Sarpei holding on to the Sonic Boom. Not going to throw it out yet. Instead, it's just the Dharmic Pillar, but in the back line, it's Azrael holding out 4 of the Niflheim Wargs for now, but he gets pulled back into the coffin, and before he can even find a dash path out, he is gone. But Ollie had traded his life along with it, and Spudio falling low from the damage out of Gunter. The tier 2 defense from the Ferryman is good to at least get 1 and maybe force the Wargs completely back.
Great stun onto Aitori, but no follow-up this time around. Should spell the end of this engagement. A 1-for-1 trade. Ollie dives a little bit too deep, and Azrael separates the fight masterfully, locking down 3 members of the Niflheim Wargs. Had Ollie had help from even 1 or maybe 2 of those members, that fight would go handily over to the Wargs. So big ups to Azrael. Although he is the only one to fall, he makes the play to keep the game alive for the Styx Ferryman.
And that will delay some time. The Fire Giant's still going to be around the waist of the Wargs for at least another couple of minutes. So they have some time to utilize it. They'll start by going for an Oni Fury at the very least. So even though their tier 2 wasn't as successful, they can still get something on the map. 2 towers left standing before all 3 Phoenixes have been exposed. But it seems that the Niflheim Wargs are content with getting a push up on the left-hand side for now. But Sarpei will go back to base and spend up some of the gold in pocket for this team.
A little bit over a minute left on this Fire Giant power play. Only 2 tier 2 towers still standing for the Styx Ferryman, and Ollie's already rejoined the map, rejoined the realm of the living. Should be a continued attempt on this tier 2 in mid, this time with some additional knowledge. You got the death run. You know exactly what went wrong last time. Don't let it happen again.
Sarpei's been spotted in the back line. Pillars have been dropped by Ollie. Spudio's been dropped to about 10% HP, but the tier 2 tower is gone nonetheless. And the Niflheim Wargs can take their prize and find their way out. Kha'Zix does get pulled back in, ulted by the Nem, and blown up instantly. The solo laner for the Niflheim Wargs is now gone. And the Styx Ferrymen are continuing their charge forward. Spudio had to go back to base. Ollie stunned out, slowed down, and will be beaten away. Ice finds the double kill in the fight.
Just not the cleanest disengage you've ever seen. The Niflheim Wargs, essentially every man for himself, their way out of that engagement. And if you do that, every man's going to die on their own. Ollie and Kha'Zix, left to their own devices, die by themselves. The Styx Ferrymen, great reinitiation to find some value on the tail end of that. Will take out the tier 1 and 2 in mid, exposing the first bird of the Niflheim Wargs. If another team fight ends similarly, you gotta think the Styx Ferrymen have exposed a win condition in that same breath. Fire Giant will be spawning in a little bit over a minute from here. So, Niflheim Wargs will likely not have much left in the tank to push out. It's back down to a neutral state, and considering Fire Giant and the original team fight around the Fire Giant had gone handily to the Wargs, after the power play, only 2,000 gold separating these 2 teams. Less now, the towers have been traded out. The Styx Ferryman still in a very good position. I dare to say it is a dead even game.
Yeah, I think as we're getting close to this 30-minute mark, enhanced Fire Giant on the mind of both of these teams, and it very well could at least delay out this Fire Giant for a little while longer. It won't spawn back in until almost the 29-minute mark, so 60 seconds to wait around for a team fight. Winning team, if they have enough healthy members and still enough alive on the opposite side, could just be a free enhanced Fire Giant, or could potentially be the playmaking end, considering only 2 towers are left standing for the Wargs. Styx Ferrymen don't have any left on their side of the map. The Styx Ferrymen are the first team to start getting some pressure and some ward coverage around this Fire Giant. Meanwhile, Kha'Zix goes up into the coffin on the left side, chased out. Azrael with his own ultimate. Kha'Zix doesn't go down quite yet, and Ice going to eat a couple of crits, heal some of that back up. But Gunter, with his own ultimate, going to fire some damage up against the Wargs.
Entangling wings from Ollie to disengage the fight, but looking at the ultimate cooldowns, it's an even trade. Rotwin holds on to his, as does Streak Up. On the other side, Sarpei and the Aitori have got their ultimates available, but the Styx Ferrymen have still established the defensive positioning, and they're pulling out the Fire Giant immediately.
Spudio is here, but doesn't have his ultimate. Needs a lot from that potion toss out of Gunter, but Aitori is here. Kha'Zix is here as well off of the return. But that Fire Giant is gone. Ultimate in the back by the way. Sarpei, he's trying to steal this one away, and he will do so all by himself. Now, the re-engage by the Niflheim Wargs. Ollie does not have his ultimate for a little while longer. And with that slow thrown out from Gunter, will at least keep the Niflheim Wargs back. And a straight ricochet, at least from Streak Up, not going to find anything. But the Niflheim Wargs and Sarpei able to steal that fire away.
Hero play from Sarpei keeps the game in the hands of the Niflheim Wargs. Fire Giant on all 5 members, and it looked to me like that was Golden Blade splash damage that stole away the Fire Giant. He was targeting out Gunter, and, well, does at least force the Scarab's Blessing, and luckily takes away the objective as well. The Niflheim Wargs, 4 stacked in mid, will have Sarpei hovering in the jungle. No ultimate available, so he's going to have to walk up the old-fashioned way. Styx Ferryman, similarly, got the 4-1 split with their jungler off to...
My first 501 experience would have to be going in my dad's closet and stealing like a pair of his 501s. I used to steal a lot of Levi stuff from my dad. I used to wear a Canadian tuxedo every day to school. I had a denim backpack, I had a denim jacket. It would just be like denim on denim on denim.
I genuinely feel like Levi's have superpower. I don't know.
Levi's 501. This is the pair that started it all.
A dream is the spark of greatness, but it's nothing without drive. Introducing the all-new Honda HR-V. Honda, the power of dreams.
To the side, but now as both teams approach 5, it's all about play on field. We've seen how this gone down around the tier 2 tower. Styx Ferryman defense is not weak.
Kha'Zix ult up, Ollie's ult up, and Ollie's ult now dropped down to keep Rotwin and Streak Up a little bit further in the fight, but
poor ult.
Nothing gained from that Dharmic Pillar. It's just thrown out, and Rotwin was more than capable of, or more than happy with just sitting inside.
Yeah, strange Dharmic Pillar. Doesn't really lock down any priority targets, doesn't separate the Phoenix. Maybe it's the triple root from Rotwin that really forces the Niflheim Wargs to rethink that initiation. Maybe Ollie was just not on the same note as the rest of his team, but we've been seeing a couple curious ultimates here as we get a look back at how Sarpei did play around this Fire Giant. I hypothesized that it was the splash damage, but it seems I was incorrect. My man just did it all himself and then immediately disengages. Should probably at least die for that, right? But instead, safe play. Safe, easy play for the Niflheim Wargs.
And Styx Ferryman taking a look at just the player damage chart itself. You can see that Gunter on this Baba Yaga. We're talking about the early game of how Baba doesn't really have a whole lot of damage, doesn't really get a whole lot online, but as we're now 6 slotted into the game, now officially in that deeper portion of the late game where these mages do have all 6 of their items, we can see just how much damage Gunter is able to do for his team. While it hasn't been able to fully translate into wins just yet, we did see that tier 2 defense earlier on from the Styx Ferryman, able to find great success, and even still, right now, the Styx Ferryman are holding the Niflheim Wargs back and away from their base.
And I think it's a byproduct of the builds. The Niflheim Wargs have gone for a triple crit composition. 3 of their carries all building down that crit tree. So the Spectral Armors, which have now been finished up by the majority of the front line for the Styx Ferryman. You've got it done for Beazriel. Rotwin just finished his up as well. Means that once the front line initiates, what used to be a massive threat on the front line just no longer is. Crit has seen blanket nerfs throughout the last couple of patches, and Spectral has been buffed in turn, meaning that of your 3 carries running crit, not really a whole lot of damage coming out from them onto the front line of the Styx Ferryman.
Especially with Azrael going for a Lona's Mask final item, plus that Spectral Armor, so this crit's going to be even less. And speaking of Azrael, into the backline, finds 3 with the ult, but all 3 of them are able to find a path out with their own dashes. And that Phoenix took a lot of damage, down to about half HP, and slowly regenerating itself back up. Junglers still sitting over in the mid lane by themselves.
Yeah, Azrael losing out on that ultimate is a major loss for the Styx Ferryman. That has been the separating tool in the majority of these team fights, but that's not to say that he's without assets. He could still find those 2-man fears, or 2-second fears rather, or still initiate like this.
Gonna go in. Heal comes out from Kha'Zix. Ollie falling low. Phoenix has not gone down just yet. The coffin will pull Azrael in, but it's not enough damage to find a kill on the Hades. Ollie finds a way out. Ricochet, not quite enough. And Gunter's Firebolts will make sure to at least zone away the Niflheim Wargs. And once again, the Ferryman able to hold out at another structure.
Ice handily taking the 1v1 up against Sarpei. Spectral Armor finish for this Nemesis as well means that Sarpei is just not as effective in the 1v1, despite having a lifesteal advantage, in spite of already finishing up that starter item. Ice just winning out. And that's not going to change anytime soon. If we see Sarpe commit the dash on a Nemesis, all of a sudden that shield becomes so much more valuable. That's a 1v1 that is likely going to favor Nemesis for the rest of this match, just thanks to these builds. And it's not as if Ice is itemized directly to deal with Sarpe. That Spectral Armor, just like the rest of the front line for the Styx Ferryman, is going to find value against any singular one of the carries, the Niflheim Wargs. Aitori, Spudio, Sarpe, all mitigated in effectiveness, which is generally at the SPL level. We see different styles of builds between your hunters. If one's going down that crit tree, you might see a straight crit item in a build, but it won't be a couple of items. Not everybody's looking at that Deathbringer. It's, all right, well, maybe I'll get an Atalanta's just because I want some lifesteal, and then otherwise I'll go down the Silver Branch kin-size tree. And that way, it at least limits the effectiveness of this anti-crit itemization, but we've seen it now. The Styx Ferryman rampant with defense. The Niflheim Wargs struggling to find these kills.
I mean, the only difference between Aitori and Spudio's build is just the one item in that fourth slot. Instead of a Wind Demon that Spudio picked up, Aitori has that Shadow Steel to deal with a little bit of the healing that comes from the way of the Styx Ferryman, who have now established their pressure around the Fire Giant. Ward in the pit in favor of the Styx Ferryman. The Niflheim Wargs are grouping back up. Last time around, Sarpe was able to find an ult in the backline to steal that one away, but now we're looking at an enhanced Fire Giant. I'm not sure that the Ferrymen are willing to pull that one with all 5 of the Wargs standing by.
So it's all the Niflheim Wargs establishing the defensive positioning. Sarpe has put pressure towards mid. If he stays here, it could force one member of the Styx Ferryman back to base to defend that Phoenix. Instead, he has made his rotation over towards the fire. The Niflheim Wargs are the proactive element. They've pulled it out, dropped it down to 50%, and reset. The Styx Ferryman slow playing the siege.
Sarpe beads gone from the ultimate out of Azrael. Fire Giant healing itself back up after being pulled by the triple crit from the Wargs. So the Wargs are happy to make that kind of a pull just because of the nature of their triple crit. The Styx Ferrymen are at least quick to respond. Sarpe spotted out. The dash gets caught by the silence, but not much more beyond there. Darkest of Nights thought that was used for a moment there, but no, it was not. Spudio holding on to the ultimate. Only one who doesn't have an ult is Azrael, and now that Bracer about to come back online. So as far as Relic roundup, Sarpe is going to be the only one at a disadvantage in the fight.
So Sarpe is the only one with a target on his back. Azrael's ultimate already 50% back to full, so should have that by the time the fight actually starts up. The Niflheim Wargs showing a little bit of presence, but will allow the Pyromancer to go down. The Styx Ferrymen take that for themselves. Sarpe, realizing that he's not as effective in the fight without his beads, will decide to dedicate his time to split pushing and trying to separate the Styx Ferrymen from each other, create a scenario where it's a 4-on-4 engagement around the Fire Giant pit. Unfortunately for Sarpe, the one man who does split off from the Styx Ferryman to stop that siege is Ice. And Ice wins that 1v1.
Azrael once again catches another dash, but it's just Ollie. Darmic Pillar used. Ollie dropped down to about 40% HP and even lower, falling quickly. Azrael continues his engagement, but a good heal from Kha'Zix will make sure that Azrael backs away for now. But the Styx Ferryman still with advantage. Aitori goes up in the sky, dashes over to the left side of the fight where he catches out Ice, but Ice has the double dash to find a way out. The Ferryman pull the enhanced Fire Giant. Sarpe charging up that ultimate on the left side of the jungle. Not going to pull the trigger just yet as Azrael gets away from the fire, finds another silence against Kha'Zix.
No leap available, but Azrael still makes his way out without taking too much damage. Rotwin, on the other hand, has taken a fair deal as Sarpe gets involved.
Does find a Sonic Boom in the back, but it's just against a Rotwin who's going to be fine. Gunter turns that one around with the ultimate. Sarpe is gone. Spudio blasting crits up against Ice, but Gunter finds a double kill, and Aitori finds one. It's a 2-for-1 to start this out, but it might just be a third as Kha'Zix is stuck around just a little too long, and Streak Up finding the kill.
Ollie's got nothing left in the tank. No ultimate, no relics, just a dash to buy himself some time. Ultimate finally back up, but not in time to save himself. Streak Up credit for the double, and the Styx Ferryman take the team fight cleanly. It's all up to Aitori to defend his own base. He's a hunter, he's got crit, but 1 versus 4, he's not got a great chance.
Yeah, that's a tall task, and now that Azrael is back to full HP, he can gladly tank up this Phoenix while Gunter plays zone duty up against Aitori. And, well, not just zone duty, might just be able to kill him a little bit off the mark with that magic right after, but now with the minion wave walking in, the Styx Ferrymen can start their assault on the Titan. It's going to be a big defense from Aitori. Needs to buy as much time as possible, get as many crits as he can Titan down to half HP. Azrael goes in. The Aegis away from Aitori. He's got to turn around. He can still hold this defense a little while longer. Pulled back by Rotwin, taken down. And it's a 1-for-1. Sarpei has found his way back in the fight, but the Titan is not going to have enough HP. The Styx Ferrymen, after being behind for pretty much the entire game, are the ones who come out on top.
Aitori keeps it at least a little bit interesting towards the end of that one. I thought maybe for a moment the respawns were coming through. We could be looking at a reset. The Titan was low, though, and the game state advantage would have been favoring the other side the entire time. But you're right to say, what a comeback story for this team. The Niflheim Wargs looking good.
The Niflheim Wargs able to hold very early pressure throughout the game. We see Sarpei making rotation after rotation to that dual lane, trying to make sure that streak up doesn't get to have a fun time in the dual lane, constantly using those sonic booms, getting the Scarab's blessings out of Rotwin. But even with all that early pressure, it comes down to the late game team fights, and that one and game one will go over to the Styx Ferrymen. We'll come back after a brief break. We'll get you set up for game two.
When I go for a ride, no matter how perfect the momentum, the rotation, it all comes down to one thing: tires you can trust.
Michelin, motion for life.
When life gets busy, sometimes your health takes a back seat. But we here at Nutricost have done our best to help you feel your best. Sometimes the healthiest choice isn't the easiest choice. But hopefully, Nutricost has a solution to make it just a little bit easier. From the time you get up to the time your head hits the pillow, Nutricost is here to help you with your health. Nutricost, health for every body.
It has always started with the call to serve, fighting and winning for our nation. But Marines are never really finished. They serve in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis, always faithful, always Marine.
Fight Challenger Circuit, the Styx Ferrymen able to find a win in game number 1 against the Niflheim Wargs, even despite the fact that the Niflheim Wargs were able to find consistent pressure, consistent early poke up against the Styx Ferrymen. Came down to the late game team fights, these siege defenses, these fire giant dances. Those ones go in favor of the Styx Ferrymen, and they're able to find themselves the win in game number 1. It's J-Mac. I got Mifflin here to help me break down game 1 and get you guys set for game number 2.
Man, look, man, I'm having a rough day. Maybe you'd be better off on your own. But I'll try my best to carry my own weight.
Please, I need some
for
help,
the
man.
rest of this tech segment.
I need another coffee.
Look, I think that really is just build diff, man. You can't be going triple crit with how strong Spectral Armor is. That just cannot be the case, because once the front line was able to survive 2 or 3 auto attacks from these guys, and it was more than that, because really Spectral Armor is just so good right now. It makes it so difficult to find the opportunity to finish off some of these kills. The Niflheim Wargs saw that difficulty throughout the entirety of the early game, thanks to Rotwin. A couple of miraculous Scarab's Blessings, as well as just great rotations. We're able to slow down the early from the Niflheim Wargs. But once those builds were finished up, once it was a triple crit just style of build on this composition, it just felt like all the momentum was immediately lost. Except for the objectives, which finally did get started up at the 20-minute mark, and the Niflheim Wargs were coming out ahead on those. But as far as team fights were concerned, the Styx Ferrymen just won out on builds, and it's not often I get to say that.
No, definitely not. Especially when you're looking at, triple crit, you think, oh, this is pretty good. But as you highlighted, Spectral Armor, a lot better now. The extra damage you get from these Deathbringers has been nerfed a little bit. And one thing that didn't really get mitigated much was the damage that Gunter was able to put out. 37k, I believe I saw, to his name on your traditional mid lane mage. Not mitigated by just about anything on the side of the Niflheim Wargs. And they're able to close out this first game and bring themselves a victory. 4-0 and 7 for the mid laner of the Styx Ferrymen. Able to get himself a nice win. And we saw a lot of those fights in the early game, but as highlighted at the very start of that highlight reel, Rotwin able to mitigate a lot of that, keep the Styx Ferrymen in because of those Scarab's Blessings.
Yeah, just great presence from the support. My heart does go out to Itori, who has a phenomenal performance. 24,000 damage put out, 7-1, I believe, was the slash line towards the end of that game, just utilizing that global presence incredibly well to get involved in every single team fight on the map. But you just gotta be thinking about the itemization, man. You gotta be thinking about how differently that game could have gone, and you gotta think about how differently that early game could have been paced out. It feels like both of the teams were both hesitant in their ability to look towards these objectives, to do anything after they find these picks. You find a 1 or 2 for 0, and all of a sudden it's, all right, guys, nobody's on the map. We can get to these waves, and no one's gonna stop me. I'm gonna put it right in their tower. Maybe go to the Gold Fury. Maybe go to the Pyromancer. Maybe try and leverage some of these early leads to set yourself up for a late game advantage.
I mean, it took us 10.5 minutes to find a first blood, and it took us 19 minutes to find the first objective, which was the Pyromancer, and subsequently right after the Gold Fury. Picks and bans for game number 2, now between the Wargs and the Ferrymen. No changes up so far in the bans, at least for the Niflheim Wargs. They're going to stick with the same ones they went with game number 1, Yu Wong and Yamoja. King Arthur was the call for them last time around. We'll see if that holds true. Maybe we'll see if the Ferrymen also take away this Mercury. I mean, Mercury was a bit of a problem in the early game, maybe could be a good asset for their team, but I have a feeling that if those 6 Ferrymen leave that one open, it would get picked up. So they're going to make sure to ban that one away from the Wargs.
So generally, Jingwei is a discussion point for the first pick selection. Chernobog's been very strong recently as well. The Wargs essentially have got the options available to them, and they don't want to deal with anything annoying yet again. It's the Khepri taken for themselves, that early safety net, the second you tick over to level 5, the ability to be that primary initiator in the late game team fight. The fact that Khepri is just a very plug-and-play Guardian. You don't really need to build a draft around this guy. He fits into just about every single team composition that you could hope for. Makes him a pretty strong first pick overall, but taking it this early in your draft does give over to the Styx Ferrymen the option to find some counter selections. Executes beat Scarab's Blessing, Achilles comes to mind, Thanatos, even Alquang, all really good at just making sure that whoever that one guy is doesn't actually get revived. Instead, though, it won't be a jungle shift up. Nemesis taken for themselves. It's not exactly burst damage. It is generally single target, which is the forte of Khepri to stop. Gotta think that you're gonna have less success this time around.
And with that Nemesis, a Heimdall locked in going over the Chernobog, which in most other games and most other regions, especially over in the SPL level, would be maybe criminal with how popular Chernobog has been with the level of success, but it will be picked up alongside Baba Yaga, so we are having to see kind of a forced change-up in the 6 Ferrymen's roster, not because of any of the bans that have come through, but just because of what the Niflheim Wargs have been able to pick up for themselves.
Another curious selection for the Styx Ferryman Merlin taken in that third slot. That's a lot of objective damage. That's a lot of ability to just shred in the early game, especially in that fire stance. Not sure if we're going to get to see that in the early game, but it doesn't fall off come late game. And he's got great siege and base defense potential, potentially even some of the best base defense in the game in that arcane stance. So it still certainly fits this draft, but doesn't exactly establish a whole lot of pressure throughout the early game. You're going to see him in the ice stance more often than not, and that stance just does not do a whole lot of damage early on. Osiris, when we see him get locked in, assuming he is going to the soul lane, another god that can hold his own in lane, but doesn't exactly hit the ground running until that Bumba's Hammer is finished up. This is a very, very slow composition from the Styx Ferryman. Again.
But, yeah, but that's what we saw from them in game number 1, was 4 or 5 gods that want to get to the late game, and when they got to the late game, that's where they were able to pop off and find those wins. Now, on the opposite side, Cucullin for the Niflheim Wargs, as well as Camazotz. With all these auto attacks and crits becoming so popular, Golden Blade, things like that. I mean, Miff, how do you kind of feel about Camazotz in the current meta?
I mean, Camazotz, I think, is a bit meta-resistant in that he just does a lot of damage no matter what. If an ability style build is in the meta, Camazotz, for the most part, is going to work out. Bat Out of Hell, still a great disengage or chase down tool. It removes you from the playfield. I like Camazotz. Blanket statement, I think he fits pretty well. He's got great sustains. We can stay out on the map a little bit longer than the majority of the other junglers. But is he the greatest option right now? No, not exactly.
Maybe not. We'll see if it can work out for the Niflheim Wargs. Game number 2 between them and the Styx Ferryman now underway. But it will be Ice taking the Nemesis into the jungle once again. So Azrael going to be on a little bit different. Normally the Hades, well, maybe I shouldn't say different. Hades and Osiris kind of both known for some of that early pressure in that lane. And with Azrael going for a Golden Blade start immediately out, rushing into that 1,000-fold blade. It might take at least a few levels before he's able to get it, but should be able to find some good pressure up against Kha'Zix.
Yeah, I think so. Doesn't really have the ability to sustain throughout the early portion. It's not the Death Toll pickup, as you said. Doesn't really have the most fight potential, and especially against Kha'Zix, who is sustaining so much on Cucullin. Has multiple health potions available to him. The blue buff heals him up as well. Means that the early should struggle. I think that Cucullin's going to get the better end of that, especially around that first transformation in lane. But once Azrael finishes that Golden Blade, once we start to approach that mid to late game,
the new Samsung Galaxy S22 Ultra. I'm so excited.
This is a must-have phone for gamers.
If you're a creature of the night like me, then you're going to love the low-light nightography. It is insane. So let's take a picture, and you all will be able to see what the nightography kind of looks like. What? That's not the same picture, dude!
We're taking our S22 Ultras to the street. What's up, San Francisco?
The battery life is crazy. Now I can game out here with nothing to worry about.
This is changing the game, people.
Headache triggers incoming!
You call for backup?
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
He's going to become very, very difficult to finish off, and looking at the double physical, solo and jungler for the Niflheim Wargs, means that Azrael, once he does finish this Golden Blade, if he so chooses, could just build a Sovereignty and all of a sudden be double dipping on his defense, immediately into a Glad Shield right afterward, which has been the meta recently, or even a Berserkers, will make it very, very difficult to shut him down. In the late game, Itori, it's going to be his job to deal with Azrael, but for now, Azrael can just coast in that lane.
Pull will get the beads from Streak Up. Rotwin trying to body block, but a double root by Spudio. Body blocks by Ollie to try and lock down Streak Up and Rotwin, but not going to be enough. Still just a little too tanky in this early game to find those easy early picks. Sarpei will find some good poke up against Gunter, but Ice going to make sure that this wave pressure goes in favor of him and the Styx Ferryman, just to try and keep things even in the mid lane.
Yeah, Sarpei using the entirety of his kit to just poke out, and considering we're early game, level 2, it's not the most poke out there. Sarpei lines up against Ice yet again, but damage is good. Ice in trouble.
Blink by Sarpei to get some body blocks out, but the Blizzard from Gunter will slow down the Niflheim Wargs. Ollie making a very early rotation over, finds the pull up against Gunter, and gets yet another set of beads. Ollie being very proactive on this Kefri.
He is, but if nothing comes of those beads being burned, that's just a three-way split in mid. You have to make usage of that rotation. Ollie does the work. He gets the beads off. But You've got 150 seconds to make use. If nothing happens in that time, now unfortunately that's just a bad rotation. So keep your eyes on the wargs, and Sarpei in particular. He needs to get involved. He needs to punish Gunter for losing that relic this early on.
Ollie will rotate himself back over to Duo. So at the very least, Spudio got a little bit of extra farm to himself. Ollie, because of his rotation to mid, getting some farm at least on the way out, will be able to hit level 3 along with his Hunter. That will give them some pressure up to this Heartbeat camp. Azriel will be fine over in the solo lane, though it's going to be a fight for the blue buff. Ice is here. No beads available to the Nemesis. Just goes in. The Slice and Dice is enough to confirm that buff. Sarpei dropped to about a quarter HP. Needs a little bit more damage. The shield not reflecting quite enough, but the heal not maybe as big as Sarpei had wanted. A good signal to slow down Sarpei, and one more auto from Ice to close out for first blood.
Sarpei overextending there. Thinks, all right, I'm level 3. Ice is only level 2. Not a problem. I'm just going to steal away this blue buff, and then I'll make away. But a great steal from Ice takes him over to level 3, gets him access to the rest of his kit, and now able to finish off that kill and get first blood for himself. But can he steal away a blue buff himself? Answer is yes. Unfortunately for Kha'Zix, not able to finish that off. Will lose out on a bit of his HP regen, but most importantly for the Kakalan, it's that CDR on blue buff. That is the all-important stat line, and losing out on that early on means that the guy who is likely to bully this lane has lost some of that potential. Azriel as well, getting an early assist for himself, means that he's going to be able to back very shortly, finish off that Golden Blade, has teleport in the first slot, so won't miss out on any of the farm. I think for now, if they so choose, Styx Ferryman could just leave Azriel to his own devices in the solo lane. He's been set up very well.
And can get quite a bit of poke onto Kha'Zix. Azriel wanting to maybe just hit that level 5. Has hit it. I thought for a moment Azriel would dive in on top of Kha'Zix, but now at the D-transform, Kha'Zix will have the leap to find a way out, and Azriel will zone as many minions away from his opponent as he can, trying to deny a little bit of that solo lane farm. Not level 5 yet for Kha'Zix, so won't have that ultimate available, at least until this wave should be done.
20 seconds left on the beads window. Gunter very shortly will regain that CC immunity, so early rotation from Ollie to strip away the beads, although incredibly cool and not something we get to see all too often, doesn't really make a huge impact. It was a 3-way split in mid that does allow Spudio to solo farm a couple of his waves, but I believe Rotwin was just hovering in the jungle, so Streak Up similarly gets to solo out his own waves. Will put a slight disadvantage over to Itori, but small differences. Not really the separator in this one just yet. Styx Ferryman, the only difference being that first blood bounty. Slow early pacing, but I'm expecting Ice to pick that up. Now that both Azriel and Ice have finished up their Golden Blade, that means that you can put a whole lot of pressure on this right side jungle, and blue buff spawning in just a moment will have an opportunity for the Styx Ferryman to throw around their weight. Ice playing with a 1-level lead, and the blue buff is now up.
Azriel on the way as well. It's going to be a 2v1 at the blue that Sarpei probably doesn't want to take. Double slow in by Azriel. Ice will focus on the blue buff. A leap in by Sarpei. He's going to need Bat out of hell to find a path out, but once again, the blue buff stolen away. That one will go around the waist of Azriel. Not a successful invade. A lot of pressure coming from the Ferryman early.
Man, Sarpei is a psycho, by the way, just leaping in there onto the blue buff. Sure, you've got Bat out of hell to get you out of those situations, but speaking from experience as a jungler, I'm never making a play that even remotely risks my own life for my soul laner's blue buff. I know that Kha'Zix probably is like, hey man, I really appreciate the attempt. Thank you very much. I didn't get the blue, but I saw that you put in as much effort as you could have, but you gotta think Sarpei would have been better suited just holding on to that ultimate and potentially looking towards a fight or a lane where he's got better opportunity to win out in the engagement. Now that Azriel has finished up that Golden Blade, has got that Bumba's Dagger available to himself, has got the ability to start building into some physical defense, you might have to cut losses in the soul lane. Have Kha'Zix just farm up and hope that he's able to stay afloat.
Ultimate by Azriel. Gets an ultimate out of Kha'Zix, but that's the safety that Kha'Zix had. He should transform and have a second ultimate to himself. Ice rotates in, finds the slice and dice, but not much more to be gained from there. Just more pressure up on the soul laner of the Wargs. Now a triple split around the mid camp by the Wargs. They've spotted out Rotwin. He's going to juke out some damage. Going to get pulled back in by Ollie, but Gunter is there to get some pressure right back up and try and bail his support out. Leap is available to Rotwin. He'll use it to get away, but Itori even this early on, is still getting some good damage up against the opposition.
He is. Warlock's Staff, just deceptively a strong item. The baseline stats on Warlocks, having so much power, having penetration on it, means that Itori, even without stacks, is getting a good deal of value. The streak up in Spudio. Lock eyes for the barest of moments in the lane, and only one of them really liked their odds. Spudio goes back into the jungle, tail tucked, and walks through his own towers. The 6 Ferryman ADC is able to establish some of that pressure. Not much on the map for either of these teams to be doing right now. Both teams going for a slightly slow style. I would have expected Niflheim Wargs to try and leverage early game pressure considering this composition from the Styx Ferryman, but it's a transcendence in the jungle, a transcendence in the dual lane, slow builds, beget a slow game, and that's where we're at.
Another red buff invade, or I should just say another buff invade in general, this time at the red. Stolen away by Ice Ice, who's been making constant pressure and can go for a purple invade too. Ice Ice has just been farming. He has just been stealing away every camp that he's been given the opportunity to do so. That's a red stolen, a purple stolen, and Ice Ice will find a path out. Styx Ferryman with an early 1k gold lead. Some of that off the back of the first blood that came from earlier, but a lot of it just from Ice Ice stealing so much farm away.
Is it build diff again? Is Golden Blade really the separating factor? Like, when you think about these two gods, Camazotz and Nemesis, holistically in the tapestry of Smite, you'd think, yeah, Camazotz more early game at least, has the ability to get involved on the map, has better gank potential, more survivability, means that he can go a little bit deeper on his dives, has the potential to just go down that mace tree, get early power, whereas Nemesis really does have to go down that katana tree, but in picking up Transcendence for himself, Sarpei puts a timer on his efficacy, says, okay, well, once I finish up, what is that, another 20 stacks, I'll be at full strength with this item, and I'll have the full value of an item. Whereas Ice Ice is like, I'll just pick up Golden Blade and run you down all the way across the map. I've got more movement speed, I can clear these camps faster, I'm getting involved earlier, I'm a harder late game scaler. So he's winning the early, and he's got a brighter horizon into the late game. It just seems like the Styx Ferrymen have got a firmer grasp on this new age style of build, the new meta for some of these selections, whereas the Niflheim Wargs are sticking to their guns for the most part, and those guns are rusty. They need some TNL.
Need a little bit of help, and so does Itori. Does find the leap back into the tier 1 tower, and that should be enough. Pressure for the Styx Ferrymen to start making their way through the jungle. Red buff coming back up, and Ice Ice has already made his path over. Ollie at the front line, Gunter right back behind will be engaged on by Sarpei. Quick flicker out, and ultimate from Ice Ice will get the bat out of hell. Gunter in danger, needs one more hit to take himself out, but the Ice Bolt is good, not good enough. Spudio able to find a kill in the start of this fight, but a leap in by Rotwin doesn't find a stun up against anybody. Instead, it's just Ollie on the tail end with the Hunters over both of them. Streak up not going to be able to get much. It's just a 1-kill pick for the Wargs.
And that's exactly what I was talking about. Camazotz's ability to just dive in those situations. He survives the fight, but maybe the same can't be said of Spudio, who's dashed aggressively. Targets swapped between the Styx Ferrymen. They're trading off back and forth as a revive keeps Ollie up, and Itori turns it around onto Ice Ice, who chases out too far on his own.
Rotwin gonna be okay for now. All of that start up over the chance of a potential red buff invade, a fight around the mid camps. The Niflheim Wargs able to pick up 2 amongst those, one going to each of their carries, Itori and Spudio. And I thought for a moment that Gunter was going to be out, but Spudio did have good placement of that crystallized curse to make sure to keep himself in that fight. Niflheim.
Hey, you in the Odyssey. Today, Honda's gonna pay for your gas. Are you serious?
Is this real?
And we can help you too with great deals on fuel-efficient Hondas like the 2022 CR-V Hybrid or 2022 Accord Hybrid.
Okay, snacks and popcorn are going to be expensive. Let's just accept that. Going to the movies can be a lot for young homeowners turning into their parents.
Bathrooms. Even if you don't have to go, you should try.
We all know where the bathroom is and how to use it. Okay?
You know, the Stevensons told me they save money bundling their boat insurance with Progressive.
No one knows who those people are. It can be painful.
Hand me your coats. There's an extra seat right here.
No. We don't need a coat wrangler.
Progressive can't save you from becoming your parents, but we can save you money when you bundle home, auto, and more with us.
No one who made the movies here.
Spectrum presents useful tips for your useless dish.
All right, Kevin and Kirkpatrick, let's practice.
Hey, fellas, check out my new drum set. 1, 2, 3, look.
Who you game to see?
Switch to Spectrum.
Wargs have alleviated a lot of that pressure. Still a very slight gold lead to the Ferrymen, but the Wargs able to fight back.
Just before that engagement, it was 2,000 gold, which is sizable at the 10-minute mark. The Styx Ferryman caught out unaware inside the jungle, has a poor disengage from Gunter, who's left alone. Sarpé, even in approaching a 9-6 tower, or 9-5 bonus rather, meaning that these towers hit hard, takes a couple of shots, still walks out alive. Just tough stuff for the Styx Ferrymen, who are not in position to chase out that kill, in spite of Sarpé using literally everything to get it, both the ultimate and the leap, to finish off Gunter. Gunter holds on to his beads, though, so is not susceptible to a gank of the same caliber in the coming minutes. 11 minutes in, Niflheim Wargs have restabilized and reset themselves back to neutral. It's a dead even game, dare I say it. And I dare.
You do dare.
I'm daring.
He's dared and he's done. Spudio loses out on his beads off a rotation from Rotwin in the duo lane, so those will be down for another 2.5 minutes, and Streak Up still going to try and keep up that pressure within the jungle, even chasing Spudio so far back as towards his own obelisk. The first obelisk that did spawn in did go the way of the Ferryman, Trebuchet on the left side of the map, which could set up for maybe some early pressure. I say early as we're already approaching 12 minutes into the game. This is no longer the early game. It took 19 minutes last time before we saw any objective looked at by the team.
And I'm thinking we're looking at a similar pace this time around as well. Maybe even a little bit later, as neither one of these teams is going to have a triple crit composition that can just shred an objective at a moment's notice. So it's all about who's finding the picks and who's finding enough picks that they're feeling confident to look towards these objectives. As the game goes on, some of those stacking items, and I say some, but the majority is what I should have said, for the Niflheim Wargs are finished up. Transcendence, Warlocks, Transcendence, and Thebes now finished stacking for the Niflheim Wargs, so significant power spikes have been achieved. Second item finished for Spudio, so he's got that crit chance available for himself. Hydra's for Sarpé, meaning that he's got a whole lot of burst potential as well. Some early penetration finished up. Gotta think the Niflheim Wargs should like their odds in a team fight. Again, looking at these drafts, the later this game goes, the more I'm starting to favor the Styx Ferryman. If we get to the 30-minute mark and the game maintains this level of evenness, if it's only a couple thousand gold separating these two squads, one of these compositions, and it's the Styx Ferrymans, will pull out ahead. So you got to think the Niflheim Wargs want to play now. This is the portion of the game where they're going to find their money, where they're going to make their bread, where they're going to separate themselves from the Chaos side. One pick could beget a Gold Fury or potentially a Pyromancer. That could net you a lead. You get a couple items advantage. You can start looking at subsequent objectives and throwing your weight around. But as of now, it's a patient style from the Niflheim Wargs, and every time they reset to patient styles, they're going to start falling behind because double Golden Blade, Ice Ice, and Azrael are just stripping the entire map. What was, 500 gold a moment ago has now quickly extended to around 1,000, 12, 1,300. That gold lead that was closed up by the team fight is very quickly reestablishing itself in the neutral state.
And we once again see Ice Ice go for a back Harpy invade, and instead of going for a Rage, it was a second item Deathbringer. Caught out by Sarpé. Ice Ice going to use the Blink to get away from the bat out of hell. Kha'Zix is here. Ice Ice going to need a little bit of help to get out of this, but he doesn't have any beats to himself. Gets a little bit of healing back with the shield, but does not have the double dash available. It's Sarpé to pick up the kill, put a third one up for the Niflheim Wargs. But now what will the Wargs do? Pyromancer is up. Rotwin and Gunter are nearby. This will not go for free.
It won't. Rotwin showing some presence. Gunter as well. And should be Azrael starting his rotation over. Keep your eyes on Streak Up, who's working his way through the jungle. But Pyromancer all the while has been burning quickly.
Pyromancer does go to the Styx Ferryman. Gunter and Rotwin able to find a triple ult in by Azrael in the backline. Ollie slowed down and not able to find a way out. A stun in by Rotwin, and that'll be a good enough for a kill. Ollie goes down. Kha'Zix slowed by Azrael, who's constantly getting these sickles off, constantly getting these flails in the backline. Sarpé even brought down to half HP, but the Ferrymen steal away the Pyro and steal a pick.
The Wargs need Itori nearby if they want to make plays like that. Without your confirmation, it's essentially just handing over the objective. Gunter over the wall, able to strip away the Pyromancer, and despite losing out on the fight, despite Ice Ice falling down first for a back camp invade, it's the Styx Ferrymen who come out ahead on this engagement. But yet again, we get to see the strength of this Chernobog. It's Spudio who makes the rotation to separate that fight, forces the slow onto Ice Ice, which allows the time for Ollie to rotate through, connect that route, and finish off this Nemesis, who, although being level 12, had not gone back to base and did not have access to those beads. But that just shows yet again how quick and how slippery this composition is from the Styx Ferryman. Ice is deep in enemy territory, and it takes a 4-man rotation, a global ultimate slow, a global teleport to chase him out, and he's still nearly escaped.
Sarpei uses the ult again aggressively. Spudio goes to the backline to try and find Gunter, but no route to be had. Itori now
So
squaring
deep.
off with his enemy mage, but it's going to be Ollie thrown through the realms by one. Itori left by himself up into the house, and immediately has to cancel that house out. Beads and Aegis burned by the Baba Yaga, and Itori will find a path out.
That is the wildest thing I've ever seen. Itori is 1v1ing on the back camp, and nobody's looking at him. Get on that guy. They're still chasing Ollie.
But on top of Ollie, it's a good ult by Azriel, but Ollie's not low enough to go down just yet. Itori rotating back in will keep the ferryman away, but what a wild set of trades that we're witnessing here.
Just so surprised at the target allocation from the Styx Ferryman. It's not as if like Itori is sneaking around back there. It's not like he went for a wide flank and nobody knew he was there. He was taking a 1v1 in the enemy back camps as a Baba Yaga at the 16-minute mark. But it's Rotwin and Streak Up who are both focusing on Ollie, who only turn onto Itori when Itori actually W-keyed into him. The first hit that landed on Itori was when he was within 3 units of the enemy ADC. You gotta think, if you're forcing the leap sooner, which should have probably been forced on the back camps, you're probably just getting the kill. You're probably just removing that guy from the game, which could have net you a gold Fury, could have net you a neutral objective, but instead, a little bit of tunnel vision from the squad as they try and finish off a Khepri, who's got Scarab's Blessing for himself and was able to disengage. Net wash, but a crazy fight.
Rotwin misses the stun up against Itori, which could have maybe posed something in the mid lane, but with that Pyromancer down, the Gold Fury, the only neutral objective that's within grabbing range of either of these teams just yet, and the Ferrymen are establishing some pressure around this mid camp. Ice and Gunter should be enough to confirm that one for the team as Itori gets poked out by that arcane stance on the Merlin. Gunter able to keep himself fairly healthy in these fights, able to keep himself at least a good distance to get some of this poke back out. But with all of this fighting that's been going through, even with the Divine Wargs finding a couple of picks during their last team fight, it's the 6 Ferrymen who still hold on to that gold lead. 2,800 up for themselves, and the Wargs trying to mitigate some of that with the Gold Fury, but they don't quite have the damage to pull this.
Yeah, Gold Fury's got hands, so whoever's tanking it is going to be losing out on the majority of their HP bar. Similarly, the Wargs lose out on their vision on the Gold Fury as Rotwin walks up on his own and strips away that ward. But with all this presence from the Niflheim Wargs, it has pulled over the Styx Ferrymen. 3 strong in the mid, looking towards the fight. Niflheim Wargs reset themselves back to neutral, but every time the Wargs reset themselves, it gives over more time to the Styx Ferrymen to continually farm and gear up for these 5-on-5 engagements.
They're only going to be at 4v5 for now. Azrael making his rotation. It's a long one into backline. Goes Itori to try and find Gunter. That's going to be the Aegis burned away by the mid laner. Bad out of hell, not quite enough. Gunter's still alive, but Sarpei does manage to thread the needle and find one. Revive into the backline, but Rotwin finds the stun right off the tail end. Spudio low, uses his dash, but Azrael has finally been able to join in this fight and is already wreaking havoc. Ice Side's up against Spudio, does manage to find a 1-for-1 trade, and it's now Kha'Zix who's low. Stunned out by Rotwin, slowed down, forced to use the beads, but a leaping by Rotwin is just off the mark to find the stun.
Azrael's tether broken by the Salmon Leap, and the Osiris is forced to reset himself. It's a 1-for-1 trade. ADC for mid lane. Gunter should respawn first and should be able to make the rotation over. The 6 Ferrymen very nearly able to separate that team fight. If the stun is good from Rotwin, you got to think that kill is finished off. But a phenomenal revive from Ollie to keep Spudio alive for a little bit longer and separate the engagement. The 6 Ferrymen not able to Voltron up together. Will slow down the fight potential. But it is clear what the strategy is between these two teams. The 6 Ferrymen say, all right, when we're all together, that's when we're going to fight. And the Niflheim Wargs are saying, I'm not going to let you get together because I'm diving Gunter every single time. Spudio dives in on his own. Sarpei chases out as well. So I think the 6 Ferrymen need to shift up that style at least a little bit. Say, hey, maybe we just get back to our Merlin. Let's go play around that guy for a little bit. If we can keep him alive, and if they do, if Gunter survives that initial dive from the Niflheim Wargs, you can start utilizing that Merlin's damage. In the last 2 or 3 team fights we've seen, it's Gunter targeted out first. And if it's not a KO, it's been a TKO. Can't wait to see what he's actually capable of doing when he's given over a little space.
We do have Pyromancer go to the Styx Ferryman. Back with Gunter being there to help shred that one down. Sarpei finds himself against 3, leaps in against Gunter, and has to use the bat out of hell to go offensively up against Gunter. But with the tier 1 tower there, no chance that Sarpei is going to make that dive, especially not with the fact that Rotwin has now picked up an Emperor's Armor to
A dream is the spark of greatness, but it's nothing without drive. Introducing the all-new Honda HR-V. Honda, the power of dreams.
Hey, say something funny.
What are you doing?
All of our streaming subscriptions were starting to add up, so I decided to cut back, and now you're my guy, so play better.
Hold up. You don't have to sacrifice. State Farm has options like combining home and auto, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Keep talking, Jake from State Farm.
Hey, everyone. Jake here. and-
Subscribe. Unsubscribe.
What? I thought I was your guy.
Not anymore, he's my guy.
Whatever. For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
help on those tower defenses.
Yeah, Emperor's Armor with these enhanced towers in 9.5 really does find some value. So, not really willing to tank it up is Sarpane. He will reset, as you have said. 20-some odd minutes into the game, Pyromancer has fallen down. Gold Fury still remains standing, but the gold difference has continued to grow. It's that same trajectory of, hey, it's been a pretty slow match, and the team that's got the better build for farming has farmed better, lo and behold, and has net themselves a pretty significant advantage in these team fights. Wards, experience, relics, all starting to add up now for the Styx Ferryman. And even when the Niflheim Wargs are finding these kills, they haven't quite been able to get in towards these objectives, have they? The one time they pull an objective early on, it's just taken away. Gunter very casually strips the first Pyromancer of the game, and since then, it feels as if the Niflheim Wargs are hesitant to pull out anything on the map, Gold Fury, Pyromancer, or otherwise.
You know, it's got to feel good right now for the Styx Ferryman, Myth. Azrael just hit level 20 and picked up his Bumba Hammer 21 minutes in. He was already feeling unstoppable jumping into that last team fight, fighting against 3 by himself. Now he's got a Bumba's Hammer to help really get that one going, and he'll start so. Gold Fury done by the Styx Ferryman, but there's no Pyromancer on that right side. Niflheim Wargs rotate over to see if they could get anything, but there was nothing. I don't know if they just missed the sound cue earlier or not.
I thought they were just going to pull the Fire Giant, right? Like, it's not the same level of crit composition as last time around, but Sarpei's got decent auto attack damage. Baba Yaga's got pretty alright burst. You've got a crit build from Spudio. Fire Giant could have potentially been an answer there. You could have at least pulled it and seen how much damage you're capable of doing. Worst case, you reset it, and you take maybe a little bit of damage, and you have to put up a defense around the fire, but curious play. You might be right. I just don't think they knew the Pyro was down.
I mean, there were 3 of them over. They walked over, 2 walked around the wall at the same time. They also went, oh, well, I guess that's done. And then they just walked away. They didn't even wait to see if somebody else would show up, walk in the pit or anything. They just walked up to an empty corridor and decided to turn themselves away. Streak Up now hitting level 20 as well on this Heimdall, going for the boxing match against Spudio. A true 1v1 in this case. It's going to be a while before Ice walks in. Streak Up doesn't have the same level of box back, though, because there's no crit for himself. He'll be able to lifesteal some, thanks to the help of that Aussie kicking in. But Spudio will dive himself away from the fight, spots Rotwin out in the jungle. It could be a 3v2 at the very least, but Niflheim Wargs not willing to take a fight.
Yeah, surprise. I like that play from Streak Up. Just man mode W keying into the opposition. Doesn't really have the build, as you said. Crit over to Spudio means that 1v1 is going to favor Spudio just about every single time. But he is able to force off that global presence, remove that global slow, and give the Styx Ferryman an advantage in this next couple of team fights, at least until that cooldown is back and available. So where will the Styx Ferryman make use of that advantage? Tier 1 mid tower doesn't sound so bad.
Tier 1 mid started up, at least by the minions. Azrael walks into 2 and holds himself away just from the damage that Spudio may have been able to threaten. Streak Up all the while, after taking the boxing match on the left side, he will go back to base alongside his dual lane partner after taking the tier 1 tower. And Azrael just gonna be Azrael and W key at the enemy team.
Bumba's Hammer allows you to do that. He didn't take damage. He just healed it all up, and Itori realized, oh, this Osiris actually kind of does enough damage that I need to be concerned about it. And this is the strength of Osiris. Once you do get him over to level 20, Sickle's already on incredibly low cooldown, and for those of you who aren't familiar with what Bumba's Hammer does, every single time you use an ability, it empowers your next auto attack. Think of it as a pseudo poly. giving over 80 additional true damage, but most importantly, 1 second off your cooldown.
We're going to see some of that damage come to fruition against Ollie. Gets the revive off, but that's about all that he is going to do. As Gunter finds the pick, Azrael finds the ult onto Sarpay and gets the bat out of hell away from the assassin. Jungler forced out of the fight. Styx Ferryman are able to shred away the Fire Giant thanks to the help of the Smurlin, thanks to the help of the crit from Ice Ice, and all 5 members of Ferryman with the buff around their waist.
Meanwhile, Spadio at least puts some pressure on the map, but Azrael, who has been everywhere, has made the rotation there as well. Gets over to the duo and stops that siege on his own. Meanwhile, the siege goes unchecked by the Styx Ferryman proper. Right side tier 1 falls down, tier 2 now being looked at as well, and it's just Sarpay, Itori, and Kha'Zix here to defend.
Kha'Zix has to use the beads because of Through the Realms, but Kha'Zix losing a lot of his HP. Sarpay has joined the fight. Aegis Burn out of Gunter and a flicker away, but Ice Ice in the backline finds massive damage up against 1, but Streak Up loses his life to Spadio. All the while, 3 versus 4. Azrael is rotating back around the fight. Rotwin is low, but it's a double ult in by Azrael. Only finds Spadio on the actual route, but Azrael is just fighting all 3.
Yep.
Nobody can do any damage to Azrael. He is boxing for his life. Goes down to about half HP, but the rest of his team going to work on the tower. Azrael might go down, but now the rest of the team has shown up. The Soul Laner can find a path out.
Azrael just buys so much time for the squad, and Ollie says, look, we gotta kill him. We're not gonna get embarrassed by one guy. We're not getting 1v3 jumped by the one, but that's exactly what happens. Once Tether does eventually wear off, that's when the damage started to ring true for Spadio, essentially getting a lot more damage off, but the sustain from Bumbas, as well as the passive of Osiris, is just enough to keep him alive, and in dedicating the Abduct, Ollie loses his life immediately afterward. The Styx Ferryman take tier 1 and 2 on the right side of the map. Fall back, take Pyromancer for themselves. They may have lost 1, and it was an important one to lose. Streak Up, no Fire Giant for the next couple of sieges. It still was a clean team fight for the Styx Ferrymen, who have now got a massive lead.
Over 10,000 gold in the lead, pushing itself upwards towards 11 at this point. 12k experience, though, that matters less and less as these players are hitting level 20. It's only the supports who are behind, and it's a 5-level difference between the supports. That's a lot of base HP, a lot of base protection difference that Rotwin just has over his opposition.
It is, and take a peek at the relics as well. Finished up Bracer for Rotwin, whereas Ollie is still thinking about what type of Heavenly he wants for himself, as the Niflheim Wargs are grouped up as 5 on the right-hand side of the map, seeing if maybe they can catch any individual member of the Styx Ferrymen isolated, or at least try and force separation on the map. They approach the tier 2 as 5 and all hit their B buttons at the exact same time as well. Reset for the Niflheim Wargs, realizing that the Styx Ferrymen were just on the opposite side of the map. Tier 2 tower, and the dual lane goes down with 0 opposition and nothing gained for the Wargs.
I hope it'll be a tier 2 left, a tier 1 mid, and maybe a tier 2. Trebuchet pushing down 2 separate lanes for the Ferrymen as well. Will be able to buy a lot of time and buy some pressure for the Styx Ferrymen, but as soon as they take that tier 2, they've separated themselves away from the mid lane at least. Ice Ice still going to be sticking around that side of the map. The rest of the Ferrymen have rotated themselves over towards this mid-left jungle. Leaped by Rotwin. Does find at least just Ollie. Sarpay does leap away, but Sarpay has got to use his leap to get himself on out. Bat out of hell also expended, as Azrael will tank up the Phoenix with a transformation out of Rotwin, and the immediate coerce after. This left side Phoenix does not stand much of a chance. Streak Up is barreling through the HP bar of the burn, and it goes down.
Mid Phoenix is going to have a similar fate at this rate. Ice Ice taking it down with the help of the Trebuchet. Good space control from the Styx Ferryman affords them this option as Azrael just lines up in front of 4.
Kha'Zix finds 4 in the backline with the ultimate, but he's the only one in the backline to do anything. Gets the transformation right after, and a good Warcry will force the Ferryman back. The Ferrymen have got their prize. They got both the left and the middle Phoenix, thanks to the help of their natural damage, plus those Trebuchets they pushed with it.
Yeah, the Wargs take a very strange path for that defense as well. Again, not present at all for any of the towers, allow those to go down as they put presence on the right side of the map, but do not actually pull the trigger and let that tier 2 tower go unscathed. And the Styx Ferrymen, once they did start to approach these Phoenixes, it's Ice Ice who lines up against Spadio in the 1v1, forces the Chernobog to ult defensively very early in the fight, losing not only that global presence, but also the global slow, but also is TKO'd and won't be there for the defense. And afterward, it's a clean Phoenix siege on the left. Ice Ice has already won his 1v1, so he's able to get a minion wave into the mid Phoenix on his own and a Trebuchet there as well. And the base is broken of the Niflheim Wargs. I would argue we have not seen a 5-on-5 engagement in defense just yet. We don't know what the 5-on-5 looks like for the Wargs in particular because they haven't tried to do it. But considering the base is already broken, I don't think you can wait and see. You can't say, well, maybe our base defense is good, guys. We haven't done it just yet, but it might be good. No, your base is gone. If you want to keep your game alive, I think you have to take the fight in neutral territory. You need to go for the hero play. You need to be there for the Fire Giant defense. And as of now, well, just about nobody is.
Well, Itori and Ali are here. It's an ult in by Azriel. Finds one. Itori up into the house, but he is being ran at by Azriel. Ali gets burst in the back line for Gunter. The beads come out from Itori, but the beads aren't going to save this Baba Yaga's life. The leap might, though, but Azriel does find the flail over the wall. It's 2 down for the Niflheim Wargs, and it might be 3 right after as the beads are burned by Kha'Zix from the Ferryman.
Just no presence from the Niflheim Wargs as a 5-stack yet again. It's 3 members caught out in the jungle, lose out around the Fire Giant. 2 dead. Itori for 40 and Ollie for 20, and the 6 Ferrymen, 5 strong, have only got 3 standing between them and the Titan.
5 versus 3. Spudio does have ult, but his crits are doing absolutely nothing to Azriel.
The drops never stop. eBay. Authenticity guarantee.
This was a targeted attack on Alpha Platoon.
12 SEALs lost and no one in command even issues a statement. I want to know why.
Whoever set us up, we need to find them. What's the play?
Does it trigger fusion if it's a Navy SEAL?
I have nothing left to lose.
The Terminal List. New series, July 1st on Prime Video.
Another big ult in the backline by Kha'Zix, but it's not going to find anything. The Titan is melting, and the 6 Ferrymen will walk away with game number 2.
Just curious macro play from the Niflheim Wargs. Seems like they lost the thread post 20 minutes into this game. That tier 2 siege on the right, immediately into this Fire Giant play where one member is sieging mid, one member is on the duo lane. You think to yourself, well, Chernobog can get involved. He's got global presence. That makes sense. Sure, send him over, and if the fight starts, he'll ult over. That doesn't happen. He just goes back to base to try and defend his Titan because his team had already fallen down. 6 Ferrymen, on the other hand, they just look good.
Yeah, no, I think that's the best way to put it. Also, Azrael's a monster and was basically unkillable at that point. On that base defense, he ults in, tethers, and those crits were hitting for like 74, 80 damage.
Feels bad.
You're not going to kill a probably near 3k HP Osire with crit damage like that. And with it, the 6 Ferrymen are able to find themselves at game number 2. And the set up against the Niflheim Wargs. Early pressure and really early game. I mean, it took us 10.5 minutes in game 1 to get a first blood. This time, Niflheim Wargs trying to be active, trying to be proactive, to go for these blue buff invades. Goes south right away, and Ice able to get his team on the board only 2.5 minutes in.
Yeah, that blue buff invade, I think, might have been one of the last times we saw the Niflheim Wargs really being the initiator. Otherwise, it's this nemesis that is constantly putting pressure onto the enemy jungle, constantly on those back camps, at times approaching the speed buff, controlling the blue buff side of the map. Sarpei really didn't get an opportunity to flex his wings this time around. The Kamazots didn't do a whole lot of damage at the early portion of the games. He goes for that slower style of build with Transcendence in the first slot, and he just gets outpaced by Ice in the jungle. And by the time anybody started to look at Azriel, he was already a menace. This is a little bit earlier on. Doesn't have to bump his hammer just yet, but still showing shades of what he was capable of a little bit later into the game. And now that he has got the Bumba's hammer, he's just going to continue to make plays like this. Ult in, utilize the mitigation from your passive and your kit, and all that healing and true damage that you get otherwise to just stick to his targets.
And we saw multiple times where Itori would find good houses to find these knockbacks, to find these knockups, and really push these guys away, but every single one of those same houses was immediately canceled after. He didn't even have a chance to utilize the damage from that ultimate. It was constantly just used as a form of CC immunity more than anything. They got off him and then immediately got right back on him.
Yeah, just not a great composition, I think, from the squad there. The Niflheim Wargs, I feel maybe a little bit out-draft, maybe a little bit out-itemized, and in game 2, outmaneuvered. That was just clean, objective play that nets the dub for the boys there.
Maybe some growing pains, at least from the team. You know, new mid laner coming in, Itori for the squad, replacing Angry. Then you had Ollie, who got, is having to deal with some extra stuff as well. Now that you're throwing, Rotwin over to the side of the Ferrymen. Ferrymen able to really kind of make use of their new support, really make use of their full team as a squad. And really, when it comes down to it, every time I see these Osiris's now, every time I see these Vamanas, I'm going to be keeping my eyes on that solo lane because it is just absolutely devastating every time we're seeing one of those gods come through, Biff.
I think so, but Osiris a little bit less so. I mean, like, once you got Bumba's Hammer, sure. Like, yeah, that god is just gross. Vamana, on the other hand, maybe a little bit more so in the jungle, slightly more, hey, I'm just going to go into the Colossal Fury and chase you down style of play. But you're right to say that maybe it is. What was the verbiage that we got from the pros yesterday during the media day? Propaganda from some of these solo laners. Just Warriors seem to be pretty good still, and like if they seem good, they look good, they sound good, they're probably just good.
It seems that they are just good if we're going at least by the stats that went from this game. We'll take a look at the schedule. Niflheim Wargs go down 2-0 to the Styx Ferrymen, who are able to find themselves a nice win today. Next game up is going to be the Highland Ravens up against Hex Mambo, and then once again tomorrow we'll finish out the EU with the Gilded Gladiators and the Aru Scorpions in their mix out there. But it's going to be a nice win, at least for the Styx Ferrymen, to kind of get themselves going. Now they sit at that 1-1, and you could have fooled me that was the 0-1 team going into that matchup. A nice win out of the Styx Ferrymen, able to keep themselves at least in that middle pack for now.
The Niflheim Wargs will similarly separate themselves a bit, now the only team at 0-2. They got to hope that the Gilded Gladiators don't win their set, right? So they can at least have a bit of parity in the standings. But congratulations over to the Ferrymen to find their first win of the phase so far. And if they continue to play like that, I'm sure we'll see plenty more.
And I mean, this is Niflheim Wargs. They were the #1 seed in last phase. I mean, this is the team that was dominating the pack. I believe only dropped one single set throughout the entirety of that phase. Now not looking maybe as strong as they once were. We'll see if they can pick it up, and we'll see how our next set goes. That's be coming up right after this break.
Hey, wait, what did it win?
You win the respect.
You're telling me an alien wore this?
Perfect. Okay, that was a good cut.
Messaging him to mute.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course, and I can probably watch a stream on the side.
Content's gonna look good.
Pretty good, pretty good.
Samsung Galaxy S22 Ultra. I'm so excited.
This is a must-have phone for gamers.
If you're a creature of the night like me, then you're going to love the low light nightography. It is insane. So let's take a picture and you all will be able to see what the nightography kind of looks like. That's not the same picture, dude!
We're taking our S22 Ultras to the street. What's up, San Francisco?
The battery life is crazy. Now I can game out here with nothing to worry about.
This is changing the game, people.
Have you ever had one? A near-life experience? Have you ever had a moment like that? We have. Every day.
Nothing goes wrong in the neighborhood. Good times, good vibes. What could go wrong? Nothing goes wrong in the neighborhood. Say hi, sunshine. What could go wrong in the neighborhood?
Welcome back to the SCC, everybody. We got one match over in Europe already taken care of. We're moving on to another one. Gormizer, hope you're staying cool here in this hot Georgia weather. We are.
That's just me.
I know. We'll get to that in just a second. We're pushing 90+ degrees here in Atlanta, but we're
Feels
staying
like
cool
100.
with some EU SCC, and we've got another great one. A couple fan favorite matchups to be had here. Hex Mambo versus the Highland Ravens. Gore. Yeah, staying cool was a bit of a joke. You're having some car trouble, unfortunately, but hopefully we get that remedied.
I'll fix it by tomorrow. And if it's not fixed by tomorrow, then it's a much bigger problem than I can fix, and that becomes
What
a
is it,
whole...
the AC?
Yeah, I think it just needs like some Freon in it. So I just gotta
Gotcha.
go to the store, get that.
Well, good news is that doesn't cost any money.
That's
'Cause
well,
it's free.
except
Come on! We're on it today. Hex Mambo versus Highland Ravens. Score.
That's the energy we got.
That's the energy we're bringing into this one. And this, look, it's nice and cool here in the studio. Cooler heads will prevail. Already got one EU SEC set taken care of. That means we are moving on to our second one, and that is the Highland Ravens versus Hex Mambo, excuse me. And then, of course, Gilded Gladiators versus the Aru Scorpions will be tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. Eastern Time, prior to SPO Waiting Room. And then SPO will kick off just after that. The standings through one matchup, and two in the case of the Ferryman and the Wargs, now look like this. And so Ravens versus Mambo, highly important matchup here, Gore, between these two teams. Remember how competitive the EU SEC is. Buying yourself some separation this early on, especially against one of the other predicted top teams in the Highland Ravens. So important for Hex Mambo, so important for this Ravens team.
And just, being able to look at the Ravens and specifically how they've been playing. This was a team that I think for a lot of time had a lot of high expectations behind them. I think, being able to look at them, being able to see what they personally have brought as far as players was always really, really high level. That being said, things are different for them this week, right? Like, you're looking at this, you see Silenced, you see Sap, you see Mogao. Most of those players aren't going to be playing. What you see now on your screen there, having Kana, having Angry, and having, I believe it's going to be Calvin over there instead of Preds, for the support is going to be very big. And I will easily say, like, Calvin has been one of those players, personally, that has been one of those supports that, at least in Europe, I've always had my eye on. I think there were a lot of just really, really good Khepri games in a row that won me over for that player. And so I think that this is a world where, first off, Khepri's actually doing pretty damn well in the meta. So definitely some strength in that regard. But also, even through growing pains, the swaps that they have made is definitely not, maybe more lateral, maybe slightly upgrade. I think Angry is someone, when it comes down to mid lane, that you have to keep your eye on and has been doing really well. So I think it's going to be fun to watch how this Ravens team performs.
Yeah, I agreed. Sap, a very talented player, as you point out. Angry, though, maybe the best in the EU SEC as far as mid laners go, which is high praise.
He had a nuts KDA throughout all of last phase, too.
I think Angry went like every week up until like the last week.
Like he went into the
last
week with like a 46+ KDA.
Which is unreal. Even just not even in losses, because that team lost like some individual games, staying alive throughout all of that. Strong for Angry. Hex Mambo.
Yeah.
Again, high praise to throw Angry up there with some of the best mid laners here in the EU SCC when you're playing against some players with very storied careers, and that's exactly what Hex Mambo is. Remember, belt slap from a couple SCC phases ago. Now this roster, but of course has undergone some changes. Deathwalker joined this team, Ecrone joined this team, but still Johnny, Zeros, and Trickstank kind of holding down that strong 3v3.
Yeah, when you think about it, this is going to be the ultimate test for you at any regard, because 4 of these guys have played in the SBL. And done pretty damn well when they were doing it as well. And, you go back to when Zeros was on LAN, probably one of the top mid laners that you got to see. A lot of fun to be able to see through there. Deathwalker's been to Worlds Finals a few times. So there's a lot of experience behind this squad. Echrome, the only one, quote-unquote, lacking that, but what Echrome lacks in at least SPL and maybe LAN experience makes up for in just being real damn good at Smite. And so
right.
you get to see a lot of this. Like, it's not often you get to talk about, the bans, although whenever I talk about Hex Mambo now, it almost always comes up, so maybe I should rephrase that or rethink that. But it is the fact that, this is a team that, with Trickstank on it, you have to throw some bans over there. Nobody likes playing against Trix' Sobek, and you have to be able to deal with that. With some of the meta junglers right now, it feels like you need to throw some bans Johnny's way. It feels like there's a lot of prominent picks that can go over there in the solo lane that maybe need to be controlled. But the one that is always necessary and almost always needs to happen, and I believe at least going into last week was one of the top 2 bans against them, it's the Heimdall, because Echrome's just too good at it. It doesn't matter if it's meta. It doesn't matter if it's something that everybody's picking. You almost have to deal with that when it comes to playing against this team, because they're just better than you when they have that pick.
And guess who's on the other team? Vaporish Coast, who loves playing Heimdall.
And you know what? Yeah.
We'll see you in picks and bans for game 1 if Heimdall gets through at all. Plenty of good options here for both of these teams. You bring up Trickstank, his Sobek. Bans have been centered around that as well. Trickstank has played Fafnir the last 3 games that he's played in the SCC, so 3 games in a row in the one SCC set, a 2-1 win over the Wargs. Kumba Karna, that's also a very Hex Mambo-y ban, like against Hex Mambo specifically. Yeah. I guess it could be Trickstank, could also be Deathwalker with the way that some of those solo lane picks end up going. Hades, very much Deathwalker-y with not only how strong Hades is at the moment with some of the builds that we've seen come out of that role, but Deathwalker also was playing Hades before that build really started to come through. All right, Gore, so Heimdall makes its way through the first 6 bans here. I wonder if one of these 2 teams is feeling like a reach here to grab Heimdall early in the draft.
I have to go double check for their set last week, but I'm pretty sure this was very similar to what it was with like the Wargs and the Mambo. Was like the one time Heimdall didn't get first pick, it was the Wargs first picked Yamoja, and then immediately Mambo scooped up their Heimdall. Guess what? They got a win. Wargs took the Heimdall next game, got themselves a win, and then Mambo first pick last game got the Heimdall first pick. So like it is very highly coveted, I think, in this matchup to be able to pick that up simultaneously, because like you said, both of the players are very good at it, and you want to take it away from that person at the same time. So it works both ways and maybe helps balance things out.
Good double swing there for the Ravens. Osiris and Baba Yaga.
It's probably it's good that it swings both ways.
Yeah, Corey, you're good at your job. Hey, we got speaking of which, I don't know if we sell these, but if we do, you should buy one. But
and
if we
you know
don't,
what?
I'm
My
sorry.
favorite part of that shirt actually is the lower portion of it. You've got the Smite Lightning Bolt, the Roko logo, and the Paladin's Crystal right above like the high res. Yeah,
right in there.
That's one of my favorite things. I don't know if we sell it anymore. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, sorry.
Actually, I don't know if we ever sold it at all. That might have just been given to us.
Yeah, unlucky for everyone else who wants one. Unless we do sell it, then go buy one. We're great salesmen, Gore. We don't even know if we're selling the product that we're trying to sell. Hunbats ends up being the next pick here for Hex Mambo. So you got some good setup, Gore. Later on in the game, Fear No Evil is going to be so strong for this squad. Osiris as well jumping in. I think that all but confirms a solo lane Osiris here for Deathwalker. And then Baba Yaga for Zeros provides some good scaling. Zeros can hang out in lanes, scale up, get some of those items online. I actually like the first 3 that Hex Mambo have.
Yeah, honestly, it's very, I think, strong, teamfight oriented when it comes down to the Hunbats. Baba Yaga is one that I think is perfect for this meta. I think the pace of the game, you play her to be late game, And this meta wants late game. You can load in, you can go for as many stacking items as you want. The house benefits you, so you even get those peaks even quicker than what most people in mid are going to be doing. I'm thinking of like the Kukul Khan that the Kings played last week when they went to the like Thoth, then Warlock staff, things like that. So I think you're able to pick those up, get through their power spikes even faster. And then Osiris has been just a powerhouse in the last couple of weeks as well. So really the top 3, and I would even say 4 now for the Mambo are selling me.
Now, on the flip side, the Ravens also have a very stacked draft on their own. Heimdall, of course, very good for E-Chrome. But then you throw the Ganesh on that side. Bakasura for some late-game scaling. Tiamat in the late game scares me. And then King Arthur, in a meta where solo laners have moved away from warriors every single game. We've seen a lot of hunters out of that role. We've seen Hades over there every once in a while. King Arthur has remained a warrior through and through that we've seen played a good bit over in the soul lane. So I think you look at late game scaling, Gore, going in to game number 1 between Hex Mambo and the Highland Ravens. Which team can get there healthier? Which team can get there more successfully? Well, that may end up just determining the outcome.
I think a lot of it is going to depend on these first few minutes, right? I think when I think of Hunbats, I'm not trying to fight at level 3. Like, you can. It's not going to be the end of the world, but like you're not doing.
Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines, but we refuse to let it pass us by. Watch us fly ahead. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. We will be the next greatest generation.
Make it easy. Toyota, let's go places.
Doing as much damage. You could find a pretty quick first blood. I think that you have a lot of capabilities, right? The slow on your jump is actually very effective early on, but you know, overhand smash isn't doing as much damage. Your in hands don't hit quite as hard, and they honestly kind of feel slow. And so like you can get effective on Hunbats in the first couple of levels, but like it's not your bread and butter. That level 5 mark is like really the crest of the hill, right? Everything after that feels like it can go your way, but it's been several years of meta that we've really gotten to see. Like sometimes Hunbats just wants to farm. And what does Mambo do better than just farm, right? Like I think that they're a really good team at disengaging from early aggression, forcing fights if they want it, but being able to dictate whether or not you'll even get a fight against them. And I think that's going to end up letting Johnny, you know, again, maybe coast through the early game, not have necessarily a huge splash, but get a lot of farm and then eventually get this Hunbats to the point where it will make a big mark. Same thing can be said, though, for the Bakasura. I'm not maybe trying to fight super early as a Bakasura. So, you know, if both of the junglers are going to play a little lax, I think all of the lanes are going to feel a little relaxed as well. King Arthur's a little bit of a bully. Same thing can be said for Osiris, so that can go back and forth, but it's going to be a slap fest. And duo lane maybe feels more on whether or not Fafnir gets a sick hammer or a good ohm comes out from Calvin.
Yeah. Yeah, look, and again, both these teams, no strangers to the slower, more calculated style of Smite play, and now you've drafted some very strong late-game compositions. Of course, you'd love, again, to get there with a slight lead, make your life a little bit easier, but the risky plays maybe won't be quite as prominent here in game number 1. Soul Eater looks like maybe what Deathwalker is considering early here, Gore. Now, my data on Osiris solo lane is pretty limited, so maybe this is standard on this style of pick, but only a select few warrior solo laners in general, it feels like, are picking up this item early on.
Yeah, it feels like something that has been, I want to say, even more on the rise lately. That we've gotten to see, and maybe it's just because, like, right, when you look at some of the items over there in solo lane, they maybe aren't hitting as hard as they used to. I think you know, 9.6, which came out just after these games were played, buffed some of those items again, so maybe we'll start seeing like those first items like Glad Shield, things like that again. But with the 5-9 bonus balance, This is 5-9. How about 9-5? I didn't mean to take us back 4 years there, unfortunately. No, 9-5 bonus balance. This feels just better, right? You're going to get a good power spike from it. It's going to be good survivability for you, which all of that is going to help in dealing with a King Arthur. King Arthur is really good at controlling the lane. The Bluestone gets a little bit too much extra damage, maybe a little uncomfortable amount of extra damage on you. So this is going to allow Deathwalker to have a little more longevity in the lane and maybe find some control and maybe some pacing that can then open up opportunities for ganks.
Well, Johnny is going to rotate on over. Looks like an early blue buff invade here. Kana will be assisted by Rapio, and blue buff, as always, is going to go over to the Bakasura. But has Johnny done too much? Yes, he has. Kana rotates through, and that's pretty simple for the Highland Ravens solo laner. First blood over to the King Arthur.
Yeah, when it's as easy as that, right? It's just, hey, you got aggressive. You made a good play, at least a smart play. Unfortunately, they were there to retaliate. It doesn't get, I think, any less straightforward than that, right? Like, it is so easy, or more straightforward than that. It is so simple of a play, and I would argue maybe even a better first blood. Granted, King Arthur level 5 having that advantage maybe isn't like the craziest like gap in the world, right, over the Osiris. Once you get 5 for Deathwalker, you've now got a leap that can get you out of there. But with the teleport online, I can already tell like Deathwalker's looking for rotations more than likely a little bit later on in the game. Soul Eater's going to give him that survivability I mentioned earlier. I think a lot of this is just going to be how hard can Kana bully. And I think that Deathwalker's already been itemizing in a way that's going to slow that down. So you've got that small lead, but I'm not sure that if it goes on to Rapio, I think as the kill, giving him that extra gold, getting that Golden Blade online faster, probably could have opened up a little bit more.
Yeah, Sovereignty's a popular early item for solo laners anyway, and now you're going up against more sustain for Deathwalker. I agree, maybe it's more comfort for Kana, but nothing that's going to snowball that lane out of control against Deathwalker in the way that this Osiris has built up so far. Of course, Golden Blade for Rapio, that's expected. These junglers love this Golden Blade start, especially when it synergizes as well as it does for Rapio. Looks like Johnny Transcendent start would be my guess, so gonna be some stacking on one side, Gore, maybe a bit more speed farming on the other. And honestly, it works well. I mean, you talk about speeding up the pace of getting this Bakasura going, and Golden Blade, I think, slots right in with that game plan.
Yeah, someone who already farms incredibly fast through the jungle, farming even faster. The thing that's really opened my eyes with this Golden Blade, it's actually interesting because it's not like the main reason you would get it. Part of it's going to be the clear. Honestly, I would argue half of it, if not more, is just because the stats on Golden Blade are really good early on for a jungler. Yeah, you get the movement speed, the attack speed for someone like Baka is very important, and the physical power, maybe not the biggest jump that you're going to get from it, but the stacks that you get from everything else feels so good.
Right.
And it's because of this, maybe not in this scenario, that is just a clean way to steal away a Scorpion, but using that ult, having the cripple field, having some of the minions that can then body block away for the team from trying to run away, but having AoE autos that then AoE even further is really fun to watch, and I think that's going to open up opportunities if they're too clustered on Hex Mambo. It's going to give Rapio a ton of damage in a small area.
Yeah, it would. So level 5 Gore, though, on the flip side, the scaling of Rapio there, an early ultimate used. But Johnny now, with that Fear No Evil Gore, got to keep those eyes on the move, the Highland Ravens do. You got 4 sets of beads. Everyone but Rapio's got those. And so finding the necessary target for some initiation, maybe not necessary, maybe the correct target for some initiation is what Johnny will have in his mind here while he gets that Transcendence stacked up. So it's actually a unique balance where, yes, once you hit level 7, or level 5 rather, you get that Fear No Evil. But you've also got Transcendence, and I don't envy junglers. The decision between ganking, continuing to farm, continuing to stack, gotta be on Johnny's mind here. And you hope the rest of Hex Mambo are able to withstand the pressure if Rapio does find some openings. So the jungle chess match Gore might not actually result in many ganks and all that high flying of action, but I think there is potential depending on where Johnny wants to put these ultimates.
Well, that's been one of the conversations I think we've been having just between us, right? When it's like discussing for jungle matchups specifically, like, is it going to be worth investing so much time in a kill, in duo lane or over in solo or in mid, if the other guy just farms and goes and steals your camps and maybe matches the experience that you just got. And so a lot of it, especially in this meta and the way that things have changed since 9.5, is more focused in my mind around those death timers, right? It's not the gold and the experience of the kill. It's how long do you have now to work with on the map without having to worry about that guy? What can you steal from him? What openings is it opportune for you? And so, you know, being able to get a kill onto the carry. Cool, now we can start opening up maybe movement towards the Gold Fury and feel a little more comfortable there. You kill the jungler. Oh, is his speed buff up? Maybe I go a little deep in there, right? You start looking for things on the map to pull that advantage over to you.
Gold Fury gore hasn't really been pulled. What do we think? Like 15 minutes, 14, 13, 14, 15 minutes is like average Gold Fury time nowadays?
Yeah. It honestly could even be a little bit later. So
maybe be a little bit longer. I feel like everything in just the meta in general has shifted like 5 minutes further back, right? Like our average game times now are maybe 30 minutes instead of 25 minutes. Gold Fury now, yeah, probably 15, a little longer rather than like just past 10 minutes. It feels like in metas of past, which I don't necessarily think is a bad thing. But it definitely has slowed down EU or NA, right? I mean, regardless of what region you're playing in or what your play style is, the early game has slowed down for a lot of these teams. But I guess we saw like a 19-minute SPL match last week. Actually, I think it was the Scarabs who just steamrolled somebody that they were playing against, and it only took them like 20 minutes. So it is still possible, but you got to be active.
You can still do it.
But you got to be active from like minute 1. And not many teams. 99% of matches that we've seen have been a bit slower paced. Lots of action around blue buffs, though. Junglers fighting around their solo laners. This time, blue buff gets dropped down quietly on the flip side of the map. Deathwalker picks that one up. No return jungle gank to be had. Mid laners opting for very similar builds here. Zeros, of course, will get that Charon's coin stacked up earlier, so you're going to get some extra value out of this Baba Yaga as far as
honestly
mid to late game scaling.
That might be one of the best things about Baba.
No, doesn't have ultimate. E-Chrome does. A couple more autos, maybe you see that one go up. But both hunters are just fine.
But this might be, this Charon's coin for Zero specifically, might be one of the best, like, god item combinations in this meta. Kills aren't happening a ton, right? You're not finding a ton of kills because it's harder to kill people. You're not getting a ton of assists. It's going to be harder to get stats.
This is not a game or fireworks on the 4th of July, and it's bigger than any state championship. It's not where the sea takes you, but who it makes you.